Ladies and gentlemen, here we are for the CSA 4-day series. At the iconic DP World Wanderers Stadium, it lies host to this fixture of the DP World Lions versus the Dafabet Warriors. Day one came into a completion with the Lions batting from the start till the end, amassing 291 runs with their captain standing up strong with a good 80. And right at the bottom, Bjorn Fortuin contributing with his own half-century. He's been on fire lately. You join us with Pitch Vision's production alongside Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel. This is Cricket. My name is Bendula Makubane, and next to me I have one of the wisest brains of domestic cricket, now lying down in Eastern Storm, the one and only Mr. Colin Owa.
Yeah, good morning, Bendula. What an introduction. Yeah, fantastic day this to be here again at the Bowling. Beautiful facility, beautiful ground to be watching cricket, and what a day we are looking forward to. Beautiful, I must say, watching yesterday's match, maybe the Lions would be the team that would have walked off slightly a bit disappointed, taking what has happened, just going back and looking back at what happened over the day. They would not have been happy with that score that they put up, but then again, this is now their opportunity to make amends and make sure that they put Warriors, the visiting team here, to a still and make sure that they've got everything in control.
Indeed. To push that idea of the score, the fact that they won the toss and they chose to bat first on top of that, makes it feel like 300 would have what they wanted to get, would have been an added bonus point as well, because they were still within those 100 overs where you can amass those points. But now they can fight back. Cody Yusuf, fresh from a 5-wicket haul last week, he'll be opening and he'll be bowling to one of the best batters currently this season at the top of the order, Jordan Herman, as Warriors chase down 291 runs. Right from the start, the Lions strike. Can you believe it? Popped into the hip, right into the man under the helmet, and it's one down on the first ball.
Wow, Pendulo, that is unexpected start. You always dream about these kind of starts, and Cody Yusuf has just managed to get Warriors immediately on the back foot. What a fantastic start, and what fantastic bowling to be on the spot for his field placing and to put it on the spot immediately on the money, and the catcher did not even panic, did not even grab it twice. First grab and that was it.
Absolutely cat-like reflexes under the helmet. Pinpoint bowling from Cody Yusuf, right where it needed to be. And Jordan Herman is gone first ball. He won't believe it. No one can. But the scoreboard does not lie. It's no runs for 1 wicket down.
Yeah, no, fantastic. Just looking at that, looking at the replay of that, fantastic catch that. And as I said, Cody Yusuf right on the money with the first ball. And as you just said, Herman, dangerous man. And to get him first ball, very, very cheap. And that gets the Lions roaring.
Unbelievable start. It brings in an equally dangerous threat for the Warriors. Boy, oh boy, do they need to warrior on. Dilano Potgieter under the helmets taking that catch. It brings in Matthew Brietsky, another fine talent and one who has made his way into the South African setup as well.
Yeah, Mpendulo, I think the Lions now would be, their tails would be up and they'll be looking, and if you look at just that field placing immediately for the right-hand batter, the new batter, 3 slips and a gully and point, and that man again, that catching position there, it looks like Cody Yusuf is backing himself that he can bowl it both sides for left and right. So we're looking very, very forward to it. It makes that total now of 291 again with wickets like this, because wickets create pressure.
It's just guided away through between gully and backward point. It's a fresh, wondrous field, and it's going to run away for the first runs. And what an exciting first 2 balls of the innings.
Contrast there, contrast. First ball wicket, second ball 4. It's like we've been here the whole day.
It truly is an oversight of what is to come here. Who says 4-day and first-class cricket is boring? This is the start that the Lions will be wishing for. Matthew Bretsky will be hoping exactly for that start as well, getting 4 runs first ball. Straight from Yusuf. They need to be careful with those straight deliveries because Delano Potgieter really does lie in wait under the helmet.
Yeah, and Bretsky, as you said, just like Herman, equally dangerous, very confident now. Herman has made a couple of games for the Proteas, so he's very, very confident. A young man from Gqeberha who's grown up and has come through the ranks, played SA under 19 as well, and you can see now that he's really pretty much reaching his peak.
Must be careful, Cody Yusuf. Overstepping, you don't want to get a wicket, and that's what's happened. We saw that happen last week with Tsepo Moreki. He's overstepped, Cody Yusuf.
And that line there, Mpendulo, tells me that he's bowling towards that man. He's looking maybe for a similar catch, but this time around for a right-hand batter.
And indeed it was. Matthew Bretsky aware of the threat. And you know, they normally have a man standing rather at mid-wicket or just backward of square leg. And it's so easy to just pocket the ball behind square for a single. Oh, Lions are just asking all sorts of questions, closing down all angles. And Matthew Bretsky is finding it tough.
Yeah, that first wicket shows the planning. It shows that there were some discussions in the change room, and the coach, Russell Domingo, will know this Gqeberha team very well, the Warriors, having been there, coming from that area himself. He would know these players because some of them actually do come out from his structures during the day when he was still around there.
Ooh, finding it tough. Cody Yusuf using the Wanderers surface wonderfully right now. Hasn't missed a mark except for that no ball. But it's a fantastic start. Dominic Hendricks will be certainly happy with all of this. And you know, once you mention the fact that you know the opposition players, you know a majority of them, and you look at the fact that the Lions are one of the only, if not the only team who have a dedicated analyst who's going to look around at what is happening in the domestic scene. You then find that you just have a little extra insider knowledge, and then you can become a bigger threat. It's the end of the first over. 5-1 for the Lions.
Yeah, and our co-partner who will be coming on later on, Mr. Mbali Hlophe, has just forwarded past us the message that Melda has just been ruled out of the Sri Lanka Test Series, and Bretsky, who's currently batting now, has been added to that squad. So I'm sure he's already heard of those news, and he'll be looking to get some form here and spend some time in the middle.
Batting seeming to be problematic as scores are low. Man, would he want to show off. And he's facing a very tough threat. Lions seamers are pretty good, and one of them is fast and very, very fast, very young and extremely talented. He has the ball right now, the left arm seamer, Kwenamaphaka.
Yeah, very young. I think we must emphasize that part, that he's very young. He's playing with men, but he's still a young man.
Diego Rozier deciding to let go as it's a little bit too wide, but you can see from the very first ball that it's rocketing through.
Yeah, you could see that pace. Natural, doesn't look to be trying too much, and it just comes through beautifully with that action, and the ball just went through. And it will be good to compare in terms of where the keeper is standing for both Cody Yusuf and Kwenamaphaka.
And the thing is, Cody Yusuf is not slow himself. He does click it up to those 140s when he's in full rhythm. And so you're facing threats on either side of the pitch. Cody Yusuf has already shown that he's a threat. He's already taken a wicket. He's fresh from a 5-wicket haul. No one needs an introduction to Kwena Maphaka, already 17 years old, fresh from exams, and is throwing himself into a first-class cricket match, and he clicks 140s, 150s. So it's a tough test here for the Dafabet Warriors batters.
Yeah, both bowlers, different contrast. One would have the confidence of the fiver, the other one has the confidence that he's already now finished with school.
But it just goes a little bit straight. Heavy on the bat of Diego Rogia. It's going to run to the square leg. It's going to be retrieved, though, by Tsapo Moreki. He's off the mark, Diego Rogia, with a couple.
Yeah, and just going back to yesterday's inning of the skip, Dominic Hendricks, showed some grit, always shown what he's about, Mr. Reliable. Tough conditions. He was hit a few times on the rib cages. Most batsmen will either give their wicket away easy or walk off with the claim that I'm injured, I'll come back later, just to make sure that that new ball is gone and the bowler has been changed. But he stuck it on, and to score 89, it showed the Dominic Hendricks that we know. And Kwena Maphaka straight on, and a bit of a scream from the fielders, but nothing from the bowler, showing, and the keeper was not interested as well.
Interesting change up for Maphaka, just going straight onto the stumps now, seeing where Diego Rogia's head is at. Plays around the ball, but it's just outside the leg stump. And it's going to need to be patient here, Diego Rogia and Matthew Bretsky as well. Because as you said, Dominic Hendricks exemplified that patience. And it's not just a once-off thing. It's not a fluke. Last week, oh, fantastic bowling from Maphaka. It's in the air. It goes over the slip cordon. Zubair Hamza cannot get there. Heartbeat is right up into the 300s for Diego Rogia.
Yeah, no, that was genuine pace. And you could see the batter there, Rogia, that slightly bitten for pace there. And I think, again, because of the pace, it went over the slips. And what Maphaka has there went against him in terms of pace, because that was a chance. But because of the pace of the ball went through, and the slip fielders couldn't get there.
Oh, they appeal, and he has been stuck. Kwena Maphaka on fire. Cody Yusuf on fire. The Warriors are burning as Diego Rogia loses his wicket, and it's 2 down in 2 overs.
Wow, what a ball. And it looked like Rosia there, if we could look at the replay, it seemed like he was leaving it, or was looking to leave it. No intention to play it. And I think it clipped the bat, because it clipped the gloves, because he was leaving it. And beautiful bowling from Kwena. He has been on him, and in that short line of a length, and you could see that Rosia wasn't comfortable whatsoever. And what a fantastic wicket by Kwena Maphaka. And the Lions are roaring.
It is absolute missiles being released from that left arm of that 17-year-old sensation. My goodness. It was nothing but pace, that juice from the track as well, giving him that extra bounce, that extra pace. Diego Rogia was stunned from the previous delivery, and he had no idea what to do with that one as it brushed the gloves through to the hands of Connor Esterhazen.
Yeah, the Warriors, the guys from the Dafabet Warriors from Gqeberha, coming in here in the inland. A bit pacey, this pitch for them, and it gets a bit of getting used to, and we just fear that by the time they get used to, they're not all out, you know. So the pace that Cody Yusuf and Kwena Maphaka are coming at them, it's exactly what they wouldn't be looking for at this stage.
And now Matthew de Villiers comes in. He has to face the fire. It's definitely not what they're looking for. It's no different as you opening the batting right now for both Matthew Bretsky and Matthew de Villiers. Bretsky on strike on 4. We start over number 3. Oh, bring a clear from Yusuf, and the Lions get number 3. Wipe your eyes and pinch yourself. You will see that the score is real. Matthew Bretsky trapped for 4 runs.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Unbelievable what we are watching here and what we are witnessing in Pendulo. If we were at home and somebody was telling us about this, we wouldn't believe it. And again, Kudi Yusuf, first ball of his over and on his legs. And De Villiers, I'm sure, 6 minutes ago was not thinking of being in the middle.
Fresh from breakfast, fresh from their coffee, looking for the food to digest. And already batter number 5 has to strap in and come out. They might even run the risk of being timed out because surely no one expected that after 5, number 5 will be out there in just 13 minutes. He was late on the shots that time, was Matthew Gretzky, beaten by that pace. The ball sharpening back into the right-hander. There's no hesitation from the umpire. That's number 3.
Yeah, Empire, Mr. Bongani Chele immediately gave that away. We did not even think twice. And as you could see, Sine Kreshile who's coming in, it doesn't look like he was ready because it took him some time to come in. I mean, it's still not even on the field yet. It's still coming down the steps. So I'm sure he was also not, I'm sure he was not even wearing his whites 2-3 minutes ago. And now he has to come in. And senior guy in the team, they need to rely on him, or they rely on him, and he needs to take them through this dip. Because now this dip that they are in, at 3 wickets down for 9 runs after 2.1 overs, he would need to take them out of this situation.
A man who, when he was coming up, had so much hype and so much talk around him, Snetsamba Kreshile. Over the years, he's just not lived up to it. You look at his statistics, 35, but he was that player. Look at 48, even close to 50, being a wicket-keeper batter. And it's situations like these which show the mettle that is needed for the game at this level. And in just 13 deliveries, he faces the new ball and a very hot Kudi Yusuf.
Yeah, now you have a number 4 and a number 5 in the middle. Technically now opening the batting.
He has to be strong, has to be patient, but the Lions are not fooling around. They are on the money. Kudi Yusuf, first ball, already targeting those stumps, asking Kreshile to play the ball.
Yeah, and as you mentioned earlier on, Sine Kreshile, a very talented man. I've watched him score a few hundreds at this level as a 19-year-old, performing very well. Very good hands, was a good hockey player as well. And that's where you could see where those hands come from. So, as you say, I mean, senior man now in this team, he's going to need to take them through this difficult stage.
The body language from the Lions, the talk, the chatter, must be playing in the minds of the batters right now, surely.
Yeah, no, I mean, you can see all the fielders, their tails are up. Everybody's having a chat. This is exactly what the captain, Dominic Hendricks, would have loved or wanted. This is exactly what maybe Russell Domingo, the coach, would have gone through with them in terms of planning. Now Sine Kreshile coming in is another man that they would have some sort of a plan. And it will be interesting what kind of a plan they've got for him, because if you look at that fielder that Kudi Yusuf got a wicket from that first over, they've still got that man. So it looks like they're looking to bowl very tight into the body with 3 slip fielders and a gully and that short catch man at short catching fine leg, if you may call it that.
And it becomes really problematic because now the front of the stumps become a wicketing target. The hip, the body, the back of the stumps become a wicketing target. Every part of where the batter can play is now a wicket-taking opportunity. Leave it if you want to.
Yeah, very tight, very close to the body, straight. Just that went over that off stump. And you can see that the plan is, as I said earlier, is to bowl right into their body and let them make that mistake.
Extremely brilliant control from Yusuf. Ball comes in, comes away, goes in, goes away. The one that got Brzezinski nabbed in, the previous one, moving away. So sharp. But well played from Kleshile. He needs to just keep going on. But there's threats on either side. 3 wickets in 3 overs. 3 runs per over as the Warriors are 9 for 3.
Yeah, no, I don't think Lions themselves would have imagined that they will be in this situation after 3 overs. And I'm sure the 2 batters who are in now, they were not thinking that at this particular time, at 14 minutes past 10, they will be in the middle batting.
Boy, oh boy, we saw it happen to Sri Lanka yesterday with South Africa just bowling the most brilliant of spells from Marco Jansen, taking 7 from 13, blowing Sri Lanka away for just 42 runs. Look at the replay right now. We might be watching this match. Mapara right into the block hole! My goodness, this boy is good! He is quick! And the Lions are absolutely tearing apart the Warriors. It's 4 down in 19 deliveries.
Yeah, Mpendulo, that was pace at its best and right on the block hole. It gave De Villiers no chance whatsoever to play with it. I mean, if we now look at the replay with Kwena Mapaka charging in, the bat was nowhere close, and that was seriously plumb. There was no way that the umpire was never going to give that away. The umpire, Mr. Andre Olivier.
He's known as one of the best in those deliveries. He is the best under 19 bowler in the world, and he is showing that he's one of the best prospects. What control, Colin, so early in the innings. Right up there, the ball swinging right back into the middle of leg and middle stump. Gorgeous bowling.
Yeah, no. That is actually the word to use. Gorgeous bowling. You know, that is fantastic. And Kwena Mapaka would be feeling very, very confident with it. That sheer pace, and the batter was nowhere close in playing that. And Patrick Kruger, who's coming in, again, I say this, that he wouldn't have been thinking that I'll be coming into bed at this stage. If anything, he was thinking maybe in the afternoon, or that the guys would carry them, just like the Lions did, because one of the beauty that Lions did, as much as their score was very low, is they managed to bet all their overs. They were meant short of 2 balls in their 93 overs, which is what you want as a coach. You want your batters to bet all the overs allocated to them, so that the longer you stay, the more chances that you can score the runs. And the way we are going now, with Warriors only having faced 3.1 overs and with 4 wickets down, it's becoming a steep hill. And as I mentioned, that 290 something by Lions is now becoming slightly a steep, and Lions can now start planning around that score.
They've really put the Warriors into a tight corner. There's no breathing from either end. Kwena Mapaka started off with some wide deliveries, trying to draw the drive. He saws that it's not working. It goes for the block hole. Now Patrick Kruger is his new target. And he's in there again. Shaky start from Kruger. Definitely not what you want to be facing as a number 6 batter right now.
No, not at all. Especially a opening bowler who's only bowling his second over. So he's still very fresh. And as we saw from that very first ball that he bowled, you could see the pace. And that ball there where he got on the legs, bowling it right on the legs of De Villiers, you could see that pace that he's now. And remember, once a bowler starts picking up wickets, it's the more confident they get. And they sometimes say in cricket, the more you get wickets, the quicker you become.
Story told right in front of us, Bracolin. Patrick Kruger is wincing in pain from the absolute bullets that are being released by Mapara. It has thudded into the gloves, but clearly the padding is not enough. And it's on that right hand as well, as Patrick Kruger is an all-rounder. His bowling is very crucial. And so this is going to be worrisome for the team down from East London, from the Eastern Cape rather.
Yeah, I know this is exactly what they don't want. But then again, maybe this could just buy them time to just cool off things. Cool off the bowlers, cool off the situation, just buy some time, get that treatment for 4 or 5 minutes, just to relax the nerves a bit. Because, as we said, Patrick Kruger and Sine Qeshile would not have been thinking of batting at this stage. And immediately once Mapaka hit him on the hand, it seems, you could see all the Lions players coming into the batter, not knowing whether they were saying, sorry, are you okay? Or are they saying maybe get off the field because it's hot in here.
And you never know what is coming. You just saw that wicket from Mapaga. Then this one from Kruger, just picking up from a length as well. We talked about that extra bounce. Due to that extra pace and that brand new Kuka turf, that's just doing all the wonders for the bowlers once you landed in the right areas, because that's another thing. All of this is happening because the Lions are knowing exactly where to land that ball.
Yeah, very, very interesting. And if you look at Lutose Pamla is the only Lions player who's not interested in what's happening there. He seems like he's ready to go. A former Dafabet Warrior player himself just came down here, I think 2 seasons ago, coming down to Gauteng. And he looks like he's ready to go. But as I mentioned earlier, I think that treatment that the batter is getting there buys them a little bit of time. And I think in saying that, if you look around across the country in other games, man, Hollywood Dolphins yesterday scored 389 for 4 against the Knights down in Bloemfontein in Mangaung Oval. And the other Division 4 game is between Gold Rush Boland, who scored 433 for 2. So that's still another game. I mean, Grant Rulofsen, 231. Fantastic knock against the Dragons down in JB Max in the Northwest in Potch. And then you've got Northern Cape Heat against ACD Express Tuskers, Northern Cape Heat scoring 209 for 8 down at the Oval in Pietermaritzburg. So quite a few interesting games happening across the country. But I'm sure in those 3 games, they will also be hearing about what is happening here at the Bullring, where the Dafabet Warriors are 9 runs for 4 wickets down.
And all of those games as well, you can catch live on the CSA YouTube channel. You cannot miss a beat with Cricket South Africa. That's why they say hashtag was an hour. You have to be part of it. But we're back. Patrick Kruger still shaking it off. He had his call up to the South African team as well from the T20 side. So there's a lot of inter-competition happening around this game as well. As Gunamapaga comes in for ball number 4. Finally draws out that drive. And what we'll be seeing here, Dominic Hendricks, he's really starting to raise his hand, because there is that South Africa A tour with the Lions as well. So he's raising his hand. Jordan Herman has been showing some good form. He's playing here today. And those are the battles that we'll be also seeing. Lutose Pamla, there's talks of Swanepoel now for the Proteas with that Pfeiffer. Sure. So there's a lot of conversations that might come across when that A series comes about.
Sheer pace again there. Sheer pace there again from Kwena Mapaka. Yeah, and Pendulo, funny you mentioned that. Honestly, personally, I just believe Dominic Hendricks has been raising his hand for quite some time now. And I think his hand is tired now. Because if you look at what he's done even last season, I'm surely he deserved that call-up. He's Mr. Reliable, to me. I would pick him in my 11 any day, because you know that he's going to get runs for you. He doesn't look pretty, but he does the job.
Oh, goodness me! What did that do?
I can tell you what it did. It missed everything. Missed the stumps. It missed even the keeper. But fortunately, it hit his legs just to stop it. Otherwise, it was going to go through all the way with that sheer pace.
Goodness me, what a delivery. That off stump was begging to be clipped. but it just missed out. Patrick Kruger will also count his lucky stars with that one. What an exhilarating start. A wicket for each over, bruises on the batters, psychologically and physically as well, as Patrick Kruger getting smashed into the hand. It's all happening here at the iconic DP World Wonders Stadium. It's 10 for 4.
Yeah, no. I mean, we've watched 4 overs that are brilliant. Brilliant 4 overs, and immediately got the bowling coach, Mr. Alan Donald, out of the change room and walking about just to maybe come and say to the young man there, Kwena Mapaka and his bowler, to just say, keep going. Keep going. We've got them. Let's go for the jugular here.
Just drifts down to the pads, trying to call on to that short leg fielder. It's going to be a little bit of a reprieve from the Warriors. They get that boundary through the bats of Kreshile as they move to 14.
Yeah, I must say that, look, besides that other shot that maybe Patrick Kruger played after he got hit on the hand, that's probably the first confident kind of a shot that we've seen for the day so far.
It's also in its own right a rather risky shot. You can say that for that line with that man under the helmet by Cody Yusuf, a little bit too full. You just want to drop it a little bit shorter and attack the hip. Somewhere along those lengths is where he'd want to be. Just tries for the batter to tuck in around the corner, and that extra bounce and extra pace might call upon that short leg fielder.
Yeah, and I must say, with that shot, I mean, Kashida getting right behind it and defending it beautifully. And that's what you want, I think, as a batter. The minute he starts doing that, confidence come back, and then we can say, no, we can handle this. Let us maybe just bet until drinks, or let's bet until lunch. And then you start planning from there onwards.
And that's also going to be very important. Leaving the ball well. It's a combination of when your stumps are being attacked, you just defend. And we saw that in the previous over versus Yusuf. Very strong front foot defense with the ball picking up. But when you understand where your off stump is and you know that your stumps are not in threat, you have to leave the ball.
No, 100% Bendulo. That is, you are spot on. And it tells you a lot about the batter. Then it means he knows his game.
Extra bounce again. Good work. Wouldn't have been a good option if he actually played that shot right now. So it's a good lead.
Yeah, no. Not with those 3 slip fielders and a Kali. And that point was slightly moving towards that sleep cordon, because he's behind, but you can see that he feels like a catch is coming to him. Beyond 14, they're coming closer and closer as he walks in. You must see where he ends up by the time the bowler reaches the ball reaches the batter.
The Lions just keep chattering behind the ear of Kreshile, but this is exactly what the Warriors need right now. You do not care about runs in these situations, because we're saying that these batters now in the lower order are coming in as openers. But it's no different as if the Warriors chose to bat first, or they were put in to bat first, because they're coming in a new ball, a new day, a new innings, and they are facing off right now. And the Lions are bowling well. Slight retaliation from Kreshile. It's kept tight.
Yeah, very tight. The guys are bowling into the body. They're bowling it straight. I must say, I was very slightly, maybe that over there was the first over where you felt the Warriors were slightly in control. As much as, yes, they just got that 1-4. But other than that, I mean, Kashile left very well, played those 2 straight shots. So it's looking, it looks like if they can keep doing that over and over, it will get better and better. And as I say that, we welcome our fellow colleague for today, Mbali Mhlope, who has now told me he's moved from the west to the south, wondering why.
Very, very far east, where meat is galore. If you want meat, you come to Heidelberg.
We'll wait for that invite.
And good morning to you, gentlemen. Thank you very much, Mpendulo. It's been an entertaining 30 minutes of cricket. You know, I was on the edge of my seat wondering if I'll even get a chance to say something.
Yeah, those first 4 overs were very, very full of things, full of excitement. Sheer pace here from Kwena Mapaka. On the other hand, Cody Yusuf getting wickets with his first balls of each over. So very exciting. And yes, I could imagine that you're thinking maybe by the time you come in, this Warriors lineup would have been all out.
I thought 2 more wickets were going to fall within the very first 30 minutes at the way they were bowling. And obviously that hand injury to Kruger there, you know, just gave them a bit of a breather to actually re-strategize as much as it came as a result of an injury. But it's just one of those things where they just needed to think. And I like what Mpendulo said. He said that it's not about the runs at this point in time. It's about survival and making sure that you get through this first session, this morning session, which is very, very critical when you look at the score at 14 for 4, just 5.2 overs being bowled. And you'll see the Lions bowlers are firing.
Beautiful shot that by Kashile. Got right behind that ball from Kwena Mapaka, placing it in that vacant or that gap in the covers to run for 1. First confident shot where the batter got behind it, tucked it in there for 1. So that's maybe those kind of shots and those kinds of situations is exactly what the Dafabet Warriors are needing now, just to get through this first session so that can go back to the change room and replan again to say, okay, the first plan didn't work. Let's now maybe devise another plan in terms of how do we go now about this situation. But definitely, Mbali, you're quite right. At this stage, it's not about runs. They now need to look at it session per session.
That's a great delivery from Kwena Mapaka. You know, he is one of the most exciting bowlers. Obviously, having been picked for the IPL, he is showing lots of talent, and he's still very, very, very tender in his career. Just Bedulo said that he just wrote his exams. He can forget about school for a while, and he can only focus on his cricket, and that's why he's running in very, very hard. He's got no worries, no books to worry about. He just needs to focus on the cricket.
Yeah, nice and straight there again, Kwena Mapaka to Kleshile, and as again, Kleshile getting right behind it. And you're quite right. I don't know if you can remember the day you finished writing your matric, Mbali, the feeling you had. You had a bit of freedom. You felt like a grown man because now you knew you're not going to go back to school. That's what Kwena Mapaka to me looks like. It looks like a free man now who's just bowling with pace, knowing that I don't need to sleep early or I don't need to go home and study and all of those things. I'm a free man now. I can just concentrate fully on my cricket. As he runs in and he beats Kashile, who's having a flush outside off stump, definitely no need for that kind of a shot now from Kashile, looking at the situation they are at.
It's 15 for 4 after 6 overs. It's been a great start, a great 35 minutes of cricket. And as a captain, what then do you say? Do you want to continue with these bowlers or do you then change? But I wouldn't change anything because everything seems to be going very, very well. But at the end of the day, it's the men in the middle that decide what is likely to happen. And that is Dom Hendricks, who also had a great innings yesterday. And, 4-day cricket is not boring.
Who said red ball cricket is boring? This is what we love. This is the kind of game that we want to watch all the time. As Cody Yusuf.
Oh, no.
Wow, what unlucky for Patrick Kruger to get out like that. Cody Yusuf bowling it straight. Kashile hitting it. Clips the hand of the bowler, Cody Yusuf, and obviously and typically the way he should be, rightfully so, Patrick Kruger was coming in to be prepared in case there's going to be a run and was caught outside of his crease and got run out. Talk about being unlucky. 50 for 5 after 6.1. What a morning.
What a morning indeed, Colin. If you look at that dismissal, you must be very unfortunate as a batsman. I mean, there's no other way to can describe that. You are doing everything right. You are backing up as the bowler's walking in case you need to steal a run. Unfortunately, all he needed to do was put his hand and it ricocheted straight to the wicket. And Warriors find themselves at 15 for 5. It is looking very, very bleak for the Warriors. What do you then say as the coach or the betting analyst? Do you then go back and say, if you have somebody, do you say, listen, focus, just make sure you are there by the end of lunch or when we get to lunch? Because as at the rate that you're going, it's not looking great. It is not looking great. It reminds me of yesterday's things when we were watching South Africa with Sri Lanka. You know, it is just one of those. It's an amazing Friday morning. You've got so much entertainment. The bowlers, I mean, are on song. The Lions are doing very well. If you look at some of the games they've been playing in this 4-day series, they are on fire. That's why they are at the top of the table.
Yeah, Andile Mukhakane, they're coming in. He would not, again, have been thinking that I'll be coming into bed at this time. I don't know whether this game has got anything to do with Black Friday, Mbali, where now maybe you buy one, you get 1 wicket for free, because that is sheer bad luck for Patrick Kruger. That it happens, it's part of cricket, but nobody likes getting out in any way. But that one is one of the most, if I may put it, you know, not the nicest way of getting out in cricket. There's no nice way, because once you're out, you're out. But that one, slightly unfair, but it's part of cricket. And Cody Yusuf, with that pace, beating Kleshile just outside, just top of that fifth stump.
I like Kashila's stature. You can tell he's a senior batsman, although still very young. Played the game for a very long time. If I remember very well, I remember seeing him in Bloemfontein at the Kayamatola Coca-Cola under-19 week, and he was scoring those runs back in the days, and obviously making his debut for the Proteas at some point, playing the shorter format of the game.
Yeah, no, look, Kashila is a talented young man. Very, very talented. As I mentioned earlier, he's got good hands. He's got the right temperament. It's just been unfortunate, I think, lately not to have been scoring runs as he would want to, because for his talent, you would think he'll be scoring runs every now and then. But very, very talented youngster. You would have seen when he played even in the SA under-19. I mentioned earlier when we were with our colleague previously, Mpendulo, that there's 100 that he scored at St. George's Park when he was 19 years old. And fortunately, I was there and watched it. And I said to myself, this is one for the future. And you can see, man, even the way now he's playing, I think the team is now dependent on him to carry them through this, take them to the break.
Most definitely, Colin. But one thing for sure, this Lions bowling attack is really, really on fire here at the Bull Ring. Take nothing away from them. Just another run added to the score.
Yeah, and you mentioned, Bani, when you say this Lions bowling attack, and we're just talking of 2 bowlers so far. We haven't hit the other guys. We haven't gone to Luto Sipamla. We haven't gone to Bjorn. We haven't, you know. So they are still using 2 bowlers. You mentioned earlier on that would they be thinking of changing? And you also said that at this stage, you change nothing. I mean, both bowlers. Cody Yusuf is fresh because he's bowling. This is his 4th over. So at this stage, Dom Hendricks will go to them to say, maybe if you could give me 8 on the trot, the way you are going, because we could finish them just between the 2 of you.
Kashila stands tall again. At the end of the over, it's 16 for 5 after 7 overs. It is indeed a very interesting morning. You know, a lot can be said about how the game is going, what is likely to happen in the next few hours. But the most important thing is for the Warriors to make sure that at lunch they are still there. I think that's the most important thing. Forget about the runs. Make sure that you block out all the balls. If you see a bad ball.
Yeah, and if you just look at the summary of this game so far, I mean, Herman Jordan came in, first ball, got out, and Diego Rousseau then followed him later on. Brieske, who came in, by the time he came in as the number 3 batter, in fact, going down, you could see that they were not ready. Also, that first ball after the second ball from Cody Yusuf getting that 4, and nothing really interesting from the batters or to write home about thus far, because the highest score in terms of batting has been 4 runs from Rosia, Brieske also getting 4. Bashile, who's been looking good, he still haven't reached that score. He's still on 2, and that sums up the morning of this session that the Dafabet Warriors have had so far in the 7 overs that they faced.
Surely you've seen this kind of scoreboard before at junior cricket.
I saw a funny one the other day of Nigeria. I don't remember who they were playing, and they bowled a team out for 7 all out. So I've seen it all, Bali.
They were actually playing against the Ivory Coast in the ICC T20 qualifiers, where Nigeria, I believe, had made, I think, 180 runs, only for Ivory Coast to be bowled out for 7, with the highest score being 4 that you did mention here, and it was scored by the opening batsman, who also happens to be the keeper.
Yeah, no, they say cricket is a funny game, and we've seen what they mean about it. And today, not as close to that, but very exciting, and from the sheer pace. And Mokoena posed at pace just outside off stump, and Klashile has a flash at that, and that's his first boundary for the day.
Looks very confident from that shot. You can tell that it is a man that is getting his eye in. Although it's still quite early in the innings, but he looks solid.
Yeah, no, solid. I've got a soft spot for Klashile, man. You'll hear a lot when I speak about him, because I've seen him score good hundreds. And for me, this setup here is set up that he can showcase what he's all about. And as our colleague said earlier on, it's guys like him, it's guys like Dominic Hendricks who've got this stage that they can lift their hands and say, look, to the South African selectors, we are also there to be selected or to be considered.
Most definitely, and a lot can be expected from him with his career. There's a lot that is still coming. I still believe he still has a lot to offer us. And you look at the likes of Young Gwena, you look at the likes of Luto, who had been out of the setup, the national team setup, but was recently called during the short format series between South Africa and India, although did not get a chance, but the T20 prior to that, that's a good ball. That was a rocket. What a response. What a response from the last 2 balls. That is from Gwena Maphaka. He is a very confident young man. You wouldn't think he's just fresh out of high school. He looks like a seasoned campaigner. He looks like somebody. It just goes to show when you get an opportunity to play international cricket at a very, very young age, you know, when you come back to play domestic cricket, it's given you exposure and you have more experience compared to others. Oh, what a ball.
Yeah, pace. Pace. You mentioned, Bali, that he's bowling with sheer pace. He's coming in. The other thing he's bowling with is freedom. You can see that Dominic Hendricks, the captain, has given him that freedom to say, just bowl and bowl it with pace and bowl it straight, and then we will set up a field around it for you to catch. I mean, even there, Dominic's running straight to him to just give him a hand to congratulate him. And I'm sure he's also checking that, are you still good to go? Another thing he's bowling with is freedom of knowing that I don't need to go study tonight.
Now, when you're a skipper and you have somebody like Gwena Maphaka in your side, what do you say to him? I mean, he's young, he's talented, he's just got another IPL contract. Do you say, young man, have the freedom that you want? That's a good start. Great cricket all round. Very good defensive shot from Klashile. You know, Cody Yusuf is the man to go to for the Lions in the last while. He runs in hard from the golf course end and lets the ball go. You are definitely sure as a skipper that he's going to get a wicket or 2. If you're facing a tough batsman, he's the man to go to.
Yeah, Mahokana played that ball very well, that previous one. A nice straight bat, confident block. There he goes then, looking slightly for that on drive, hitting it to that mid-on area, who looks like it's a Pamela. The batters, if that's all they need, they just need that time to just feel these balls in their bat and stay on. Because the longer you stay, believe you me, the easier it gets, and then you'll be in a situation where you can now start saying, okay, now let's start looking for those runs. Currently, it's survival mode. Let us survive this session.
Another delivery. Really, really bowling at a rapid pace. And the beauty of today, I went down and had a look at the pitch. Looks very, very flat. It's a good surface, don't get me wrong. You need to apply yourself. As a batsman, you can get your eye in. And as a bowler, you use what you have in the high felt. The ball is bound to fly. And we all know the bull ring is a world-class stadium.
Yeah, this is a typical bull ring pitch. And even the outfield, nice and quick. If you get bat on it, you will get rewarded. You will get runs. At this stage, and just like any other wicket in the world, your morning session or that first, say, 40 minutes or so, there's always something in it for the bowlers. But this strip here has also got runs on it. I mean, we saw Dominic Hendricks grafting and gritting it out yesterday, and also the bowlers were testing him, because in the morning they were bowling straight at him. A couple of those balls hit him in the ribcage, but he fought it on.
And also as a batsman, just to play at this beautiful ground test venue, it's one of those world-class venues that you actually start thinking, maybe one day I'm going to represent my country. It is a beautiful venue. I cannot think of another ground. Well, I'm being biased here. I'm being biased here that this is one of the world-class facilities that we have as a country. And obviously, this is one of the venues for the World Cup in 2027. Oh.
Yeah, that is what a ball from Cody Youssef. Good bouncer, but I must say Mahokane did very well to fend that off. Played very, watched it all the way. And if we look at the replay there, very good ball from Cody Youssef. Bowling it short, and it was going for that ribcage. And Mahokane, kept his eye on it and fended it off for one run. So well played from him, well bowled, well played, good cricket all round. And at this stage, it's 21 for 5 after 9 overs.
Seems like there'll be a change of bowling. Looks like Tshepo Moreki, who's also another wicket taker, somebody who's capable of breaking partnerships. And seems like my eyes are deceiving me. I'll just have to wait and see who it is.
Yeah, it's Luto Sipamla, the new bowler coming in here from the collar drive end. Luto Sipamla 2 seasons ago was playing for the Dafabet Warriors. So he would know these players because they were his teammates. He was in the same change room with them about 2 seasons ago. And they would also, vice versa, know him as well. And let's see what he does taking over from Kwena Mapaka. And it looks like he's taking from where he left off, bowling it straight. So the plan is clear, yeah? The Lions are looking to bowl it straight, and they want those batters to drive at it. And still, 3 slips and a gully, it tells me that they are looking for that nick, and that's why they're bowling it straight to the batters.
Straight on the money from the very, very first ball. I guess that's what happens if you warm up nicely and get your rhythm. And also, I like how he is now approaching the game. Not long ago, looked like he did not have his rhythm, but now he... That's a good shot. Ball to the legs. And you can't give that to Andile, who looks very good. That goes for 4. Taking the score to 25 for 5 after 9.2 overs.
Yeah, good clip that by Mahokane bowling. Luto Sipamla just bowling it slightly on the legs there, and Mahokane clipped it nicely to that vacant area at mid-wicket. A square leg for 4 runs. So that would also get his confidence up as it moves him to 6 runs.
And also, they haven't had too many loose balls to have to deal with. Oh,
Oh, what a clip. Mokhokane there again, nicking it and clipping it just over the slip fielders. Just looking at the replay there. Luto Sipamla running in and bowling it slightly short outside of stump. And Mokhokane got enough bat on it to clip it to that area of second slip, but it went over him. I don't know if he got a hand on it, but it went over the slip fielders, and Mokhokane could manage to run 2 runs. Or did they run 3? Yeah, they looks like they ran 3 because no, they ran 2. Mokhokane is back on to face Luto Sipamla.
that's another great delivery. You know, just bowling for the 4th and 5th stump, making it very difficult for a batsman to play. It's either you play at the ball or you let it go, you leave it. Otherwise, if you're a good batsman, you're definitely going to get an edge on that.
Yeah, that reminds me of a good one-man commentator who said, only poor batsmen will miss those because great batsmen will nick that. But yeah, the plan, as I said here, is clear. They are looking for that nick and they are bowling it slightly short but straight. And when they do bowl it full, you are forced to play it. Just like that one, which is hit straight to the mid-on fielder there.
And obviously, the Lions aren't really giving the Warriors anything to hit. It's either you are going to defend or you are going to try and get a single. They haven't bowled any loose deliveries most of the morning, except for one which we saw of the second ball that Sipamla bowled, which went for a 4. It was bowled on the legs. Otherwise, we've had a very, very good morning session with the bowlers.
Oh, there's another one. There's another nick, but that one got a thick edge, which beat that Gali fielder to run down for 4 from Andile Mokhokane. So far, the bowlers, I must say, Mbali, and I'm sure the coach and the captain are going to be very happy with them because as they come on immediately, they are on the money. They are bowling where they need to be bowling. They are bowling to the way the field is placed. It's just the 2 unlucky. That boundary that's just gone out now, but you can see that the plan is clear, and as I mentioned, the captain will be very happy with his bowlers. And it looks like there's a bowling change from the golf course end with Tsepo Moreki coming in.
Colin, one thing about this field, if the ball goes past the inner circle, forget. It will definitely go to the boundary. And obviously, Tsepo Moreki coming in from the golf course end, a bowling change, giving Cody Yusuf a break there. They've had a very, very good opening session or opening spell between the 2 bowlers where we had Kwena Mapaka and Cody Yusuf rattling the batting of the Warriors, or the Warriors batsmen taking all of the wickets, you know, the 5 wickets that fell so far in the very, very first hour of play. Has really put the Warriors at a disadvantage, also on the back foot, with the Lions coach surely is smiling.
And there again, as I mentioned, but Tsepo Moreki immediately on the money with his first ball. And this, by the way, is his 100th first-class match for Tsepo Moreki. So that tells you experience, because he's moved around a bit as well. Was with Titans as well, now that he's here. So that first ball, immediately. And field placing for me is interesting because as much as we've now had 4 different fielders, we've had a similar kind of field placing, especially with those 3 slips and a gully.
Obviously, the cover area is very, very vacant. Anything that goes past those 2 fielders where you have the gully and a bit of an extra cover, anything that if the ball goes past those 2 fielders, it's definitely a run or 2 unless it goes to the boundary. And I like how committed the Lions fielders are on the field. I haven't seen any misfields which also gives confidence to the bowlers and the skipper.
Yeah, and Bali, I think that's the plan. They want the batter to look at that gap and want to play that gap so that you get caught. And again, the Tsepo Moreki beating that bat from Qeshile. Beautiful bowling from him.
So I'm sitting here, I'm thinking, all these fast bowlers are coached by one of the greats, Alan Donald. Surely, and it seems to, I saw him looking at the pitch earlier, and he seems to have told them, this is the area that you bowl if you want your wickets. And it goes to show that we talk about the exposure, and obviously Donald having coached around the world, he knows what to do. This is easy for him.
Good clip there by Qeshile. Fantastic shot that Tsepo Moreki just bowling it just slightly on the legs of Qeshile, and Qeshile is experienced enough. I mentioned earlier, he's got brilliant hands and just clipped that for four. Very easy. And that again is a confidence builder for him, and maybe a confidence builder for his teammates to say, if we just get stuck in there, we can't do this job. Let's just fight it out. We are just in a situation here, but we can get ourselves out of it. And the beauty about them is it's not like they are behind by 400 runs or anything. You know, if they can just bat out the day, they can get very, very close to the 291 and maybe even get to 291, where the second innings is even Stevens for both teams.
I think just getting to 50 would be the most important thing right now in the next hour or so. Get to 50. From 50, you get to lunch, because it's going to be a very crucial hour before lunch. You need to make sure that you consolidate as a batsman. You make sure that you don't lose more wickets. And for the Lions, they'll be going hard at the Warriors to say, we want to finish with you guys and try and get you guys to, you know, have to deal with us again in the afternoon.
Yeah,
that's a great shot. That's a great shot. Those are signs of a batsman that is about to get in form. Could this be his day, Colin?
Yeah, no, he looks, I mean, that shot, somebody mentioned, I don't know whether it's Yumbali or Mpendulo earlier on, that just is that's the way he looks. He looks very confident. He looks like he wants this. He looks like he's saying, I'll take it on, you know, and that shot, beautiful shot. And I must say, just this morning, just for this session, for me, that's the shot of the day.
I can agree with that. I can agree with that. You know, even when you stand here and look at his stature there down there, he looks like somebody who knows what he's doing. He doesn't look like a person that's in panic mode. When you look at the score, other people would have been panicking because the score is not that great looking at 41 for 5 after 11 overs. But let's look at Lutos Pamla running in for his second over.
Oh, nice and straight from Luto. And it's given. Andile Mahokane, that looked straight. And he's not happy with it. Andile Mahokane saying maybe that was a bit high, but the replay will show us. But from where we are, Mbali, that looks straight and hitting the wicket.
It looked very dead. It looked out.
And watching the replay there, Lutosi Pamla coming in and hitting, that looked very plumb.
That looked plumb. Looked like it's crashing into a middle stump. I could see the off stump, but looked like it's crashing into middle stump. And Bongani Jele is a seasoned umpire with lots of international experience. The trouble continues for the Warriors, just like as they looked to be rebuilding. It's now 41 for 6 after 11.1 overs. And we've only had an hour of play this morning. We've only had an hour of cricket this morning. And already you have your 8th batsman coming in.
Yeah, we've had an exciting morning, Mbali, I must say. We've seen it all in this morning. I mean, the man who's coming in, Swanepoel, bowled brilliantly yesterday for the Dafabet Warriors. And I'm sure he would have told the bowlers or the batters yesterday that We the bowlers have done the job. You guys now go do your job tomorrow. Tomorrow we must be fit up. And here he is at 10:57 coming into bed.
Yeah, well, as a bowler, I don't think you plan to bring your kit. You'll probably leave it in the car, in the bus, and think you'll probably bet if you have to late in the day. But here you are, you need to play an innings of your life to save your team.
Yeah, and that Andile Mohakan and Sane Kleshile, that partnership looked like it was, they were beginning something there. And I'm sure the Warriors will be disappointed there because it looked like here is a partnership that could get us out of this situation that we're in. But Luto Sipamla said, no, I'm going to change that. I've also need a wicket under my name because everyone else has got one, and I must also, in my first over or two, also get one. And he's now got a wicket on his name.
I mean, he walked in at 15 for 5, and they just scored 26. It was a 26-run partnership. It looked very threatening for a moment, but because of the brilliance and the bowling and the experience by Luto, I mean, dead plum.
Oh, brilliant shot, brilliant shot. I don't know if that's a statement from Bayer Swanepoel. First ball, hit it straight for 4 in that vacant area, that gap that is being invited to hit in, confidently hitting it for 4.
There's plenty of action here. We've had wickets, we've had brilliant runs being scored, we've seen good shots being played. It's not one of those dull games where you can actually afford to miss something. There's always something happening each and every delivery.
And guess what, Mbali? After today, we still got 2 days to go.
That's if we make it to the other 2 days. That's a good start.
Yeah, that was a good shot and brilliant, equally good fielding from Kwena Mapaka there, doing a great job as a fielder, saying, I'm not only a bowler, I can also be a brilliant fielder.
It's actually saved 4 runs for the team there.
Definitely.
Will definitely give the bowler confidence to say, let me do my thing. My boys have got my back in the field. Oh, what a delivery. Like I said earlier in the over, there is plenty of action each and every ball. It looks like something is going to happen. If it's not a wicket, it's runs. If it's not runs, it's a wicket.
Yeah, top bowling that from Sipamla. I mean, if you looked at the replay, Swanepoel was nowhere near in terms of being behind that ball. As you are coached as a batter, just get behind the ball so that you can see the line. And it went just over that off stump or slightly fourth stump. So that's beautiful bowling from Sipamla. And as I say that, he follows up with a full ball, and Swanepoel clips it beautifully, cover drive for 4 runs. Nobody moved on the field.
That's a great drive. We spoke about that vacant area between cover and extra cover. If the ball goes past the gully and the extra cover, it is definitely going to go to the boundary, especially here at the bull ring. If you look at how beautiful this field is, it is very fast. It is lightning fast. If the ball goes behind those two, forget, definitely going to the boundary. It is, of course, 49 for 6. We are in the 12th over right now.
Now let's see what Sipamla's response is with this last ball of the over. And he bowls it short and it clips. I don't know what that shot is because it clipped the bat as he went trying to pull it. It clipped the bat, I think, at the back to go all the way over the slips and for 4 runs. And with that, Mbali, I'm going to leave you for a minute, and Mpendulo will come join you, and I'll see you later.
Mpendulo? plenty of action in the last hour or so. Now looking at the score at 53 for 6. I think the drinks will definitely be coming on. We've had a very, very busy hour of cricket here. We've had wickets falling. You've had great shots being scored. You've seen, bowlers scoring off great shots, cover drives that any batsman would wish to play. Textbook stuff here.
A lot of questions being asked by the Lions bowlers. But the Warriors will be happy right now, Mbali, that at least they've gotten to 50 runs. It's 53 for 6, something that they can cheer about. But my goodness, have the lines and lengths been brutal from the Lions. The only person you could say is just looking to find his mark right now is Tsepo Moreki in his first over. However, don't look at Lutso Sipamla's figures at 2 overs and 20 runs and think, yo, he's been expensive. He's been absolutely threatening. So the Warriors bowlers are getting no breaks from either end here from the Lions.
Yeah, definitely getting no break. I mean, you look at the type of bowlers they are facing. I mean, this is. Even Tsepo Moreki got a test cap earlier in the year when they went to New Zealand, and played his part. And here you are. He's always trying to raise his hand to the selectors to say, hey, if you need a bowler, I'm still here. I can throw the bat every now and then too. So it's really difficult as a batsman if you're facing those two internationals coming at you.
Truly, it's going to be a lot of work here for the Warriors. Especially on 14. And, you look at the dimensions of the field as well. On the offside, there's a nice short boundary that can be targeted with a clean cover drive. But it alludes to the point that you're talking to here, Mbali, that these are two quality bowlers who have both represented South Africa. Funny enough, only Cody Yusuf hasn't broken through within the bowlers we've seen. And taking risks, like trying to play expansive shots when the team has already lost 6 wickets. It becomes a high-risk situation.
It does become a high-risk situation. We've spoken a lot about this, that I think the Warriors, what they need to focus on is making sure that they get to lunch, forget about the runs, forget about the deficit. Just make sure that you survive till lunch, and make sure that if you see a bad ball, which I haven't seen too many this morning, you can really, really count. Even you look at the balls that have gone to the boundary, some of them have been edges. It's another one on the money, and Kashile plays defensively.
So they really haven't been giving anything. And that's what you want. I'm sure Dominic Hendricks will be happy. And the fact that you look at Sipamla has only bowled 2 of those overs. Mapara has only bowled 4. These guys are hyperly fit. So that means that they still have so much more in the tank that they can deliver for the Lions.
And I believe if you manage to bowl a side and they still have a 150 run deficit, you can actually send them back in. As a skipper, I would have said, guys, let's have a 2.5 day game and we can enjoy Sunday with our families. What do you think?
And they still quite a few runs away. They still need to score 89 runs to avoid that follow on. Oh, that 89 runs does seem far, doesn't it, from this moment?
I'm impressed with your mathematics. Just hit it from the top of your head. You did not even have to count. I would have had to count, take out my shoes, include my toes, bring a calculator on board.
Do not ask to see my matric certificate. But Tsepo Moreki here. Hey, but also we've We've had quite a lot of experience counting numbers. I remember back in Pietermaritzburg in KZN, your number plates used to be just completely digits. So in the taxi, I'd be playing games like adding the numbers together, subtracting a couple of numbers. And numbers are what Warriors need. They need tons of them, all in the form of runs. Eshile cuts that away. It's a really good shot. And it goes for a much needed 4 runs.
Indeed, a boundary that is needed at this point in time, with the over ending at 57 for 6. It is only the 13th over which has been bowled, which has just been bowled. It is very, very interesting how the session has been. I would have thought we would have had drinks by now, but obviously there's a lot that has been happening. We've had, there was a break earlier when Kruger got hit on the hand. I'm sure the players then took their drinks break, or were like, no, this is the chance we can use. Ooh, what was that?
There's still some shape on the ball as well here for both the bowlers. Lutso Pamela just getting that to shape away after it had swung past the bat. And a positive you'll have here, Lutso Pamela, is that Bayer Swanepoel is looking to attack, is looking to score. So those 3 slips, the gully and even the backward point, are always in the game.
And also, when you see a batsman throw the bat like that, you don't really stress yourself much. It's either he's going to edge one, that's a good shot, goes for 4. Anything beyond the 2 fielders, which is gully and the extra cover, will definitely go to the boundary. It is the shorter side of the field. It definitely goes to the boundary. Lutho Sipamla, Swanepoel, throwing the bat there, throwing the kitchen sinker, and making sure that he capitalizes on that loose delivery.
He's already trying to play his shots here, Bayer Swanepoel. Normally when you deliver a ball that wide, it's you trying to entice a batter to hit the ball because they are constantly leaving a good line delivery. So you want them to throw hands at it. Bayer Swanepoel is looking to go at deliveries regardless of where they are. So Lutso Pamela can actually afford to be on good lines and good lengths here. Like that, you just see he's getting inside the line of the ball here is Bayer Swanepoel. And we've seen a couple of deliveries move away from him. So if he continues attacking those balls, then you can possibly draw out the edge.
In the past, I believe when you were a bowler, your job was to just come in and bowl. You did not even have to handle the bat, or you did not need to know how to hold the bat. But over the years, as the game evolves, we've seen number 10 batsmen scoring hundreds. And, this is a typical example of somebody that can hold the bat. If you look at the shots that is played this morning, very, very much convincing. That also goes for 4.
He's trying to activate that fielder who's just behind the hip as well here, Lutso Pamela, with that straighter delivery. He's trying to bowl to a particular plan here, Lutso Pamela. It's just that one going a little bit straighter.
But it seems like this plan is not working, because one thing for sure, we've seen many runs this over, but it's not something necessarily bad. It's not something necessarily bad if you look at the runs that have been scored. With the umpire having a look at the ball after it had gone out of the field and had to be picked up from the stands, just to see if there isn't anything wrong or whether it got into a puddle of water.
Deep square leg now being put in place. Short stuff is what you'd expect with a man still under the helmet as well. There is a rule when you're setting up a field that you can't have more than two fielders standing behind square. So if they're standing behind the batter's hip, you can only have two fielders in that regard. So earlier on, we saw Delano Potgieter under the helmet, standing behind the hip of the batter, supported by a deep, fine leg. But Siphamla wanted to throw in the short stuff, so they've equipped a man who's going to be at deep square leg, but that only works for Bear Swanepoel because he's looking to attack the ball. So if he does drop the short stuff, a pool is much likely to be caught.
Oh, what a delivery. That's great stuff. With that being said, it is the end of the over, 14th over. The score is 66 for 6 as the Dafabet Warriors would keep on, or should I say, bayashosholoza.
Well, you'd think that by looking at the required run or looking at the run rate achieved, they're going at close to 5 runs to the over. But the question is, they're going at 5 runs to the over at what cost? Their current cost now are those 6 wickets. Those boundaries have been coming shakily, but Bear Swanepoel feels like he's in total control right now.
And obviously, that this partnership is now worth 25 runs, and the Warriors are still 225 runs behind what the Lions scored yesterday. They managed to score a 291 as they were bowled all out in a day's play with 92 overs that were bowled. So it was action throughout the game. That's a great shot. That's a great shot. Throws everything at that. He threw everything at that. First delivery from Tshepo Moreki's third over and goes for a boundary. You know, Bears is an exciting player. If he sees it, he's definitely going to hit it.
He's at that point now. 21 runs from 11 deliveries. Big shots over the top, and he's really going for it. And the Lions have gone a little bit more defensive. They now only have 2 slips, having more protection in the covers.
Oh. What a response. The medics will definitely have to run in and have a look at the batsman. As a shot delivery that was quick. Unfortunately, Bears could not use his bat and it went straight to the helmet, but it looks very fine. Unfortunately, precaution needs to be taken, and the medic is definitely walking in and will do a test to see that he can actually continue playing, but he looks fine. And also the troops from the Lions can actually gather now and you know, re-strategize, rethink what needs to be done in the next hour or so, in the next 40 minutes of play that is left for the day, for this session.
It was a very good ball that from Tshepo Moreki. It was sharp. It was quick. He bowled that very well. Bear Swanepoel is going on the attack. We have a man standing at square leg, so he says, here's the short stuff. Take me on. Very good ball with the ball shaping back into Bear Swanepoel. But like you said, we have to take those precautions. And on top of that, last week, match between the Titans and saw Andile Petluwayo getting hit in the head by Malusi Siboto when they were playing the Knights, and he had to be replaced by Merrick Brett. A concussion is a serious, bothersome issue for the players as you see Bear Swanepoel walk out.
Actually, I remember just earlier this week I had been doing a story, and it marked 10 years since we last lost Phil Hughes, the Australian who passed on as a 25-year-old who had just started his career and had looked like somebody who was going to blossom in the Australian setup. And unfortunately, he got one of those nasty deliveries, which was the end of him, and he succumbed to that head injury. Unfortunately, he could no longer play the game and passed on eventually. And then over the years, we've seen the rules become stricter, that as a batsman, it's very advisable that you come in wearing your full protection. A helmet is compulsory.
We even see that the helmets have had added protection just below the back of the helmet to cover the neck area because of those incidents. So it is a serious one. Swanepoel is taking precautions, and he will be retired hurt. It's just been all sorts of bother. When it rains, it pours for the Warriors, and now it's just a bit of misfortune. CJ King comes in at number 9 to replace Bear Swanepoel.
On a lighter note, when you're playing club cricket on a Sunday and you have to walk in, you're just hoping, and you're not that good with the short stuff, you're hoping they just bowl in your area. They shouldn't bring one, because if one comes up, it's definitely going to land on the rib cage. And we all know how nasty that can be.
Gone are those days where also there was common respect, saying, okay, you're a bowler, I'm not going to hit you, I'm just going to bowl, fool. Now it's all just attack. We're looking to get those wickets. But here's CJ King now having to face Tsepo Moreki.
That's a very good welcome delivery from Moreki, going to CJ King, who looks solid, stands tall, blocks it like an opening or top order batsman. You know, some people are very convincing. When you look at them, you think they would have rehearsed this moment in their life.
They can rehearse, but clearly they don't want this situation to be what they have to play out and act for with the score 70 for 6. It's very tough.
Another solid defense by CJ King. Can definitely hold the bat. As a bowler, you need to be able to hold the bat and hold the fort if needed.
And it's just a psychological blow as well that has the Warriors on the back foot. It's not just from a scores perspective. The Lions are bowling really well. They are being hyperly aggressive, being hyperly attacking too.
Well, caught in two minds there, not sure whether to duck, not sure whether to use his bat.
See, it's just a continuation of the good bowling from the Lions. There is a man standing at short leg under the helmet, so CJ King needs to think twice before he believes he can pocket the ball behind square.
And also, it plays a very psychological effect on the batsman, because you never know whether he's going to bowl it short and they end up bowling it full.
See, just like that. Worked very nicely by Tsepo Moreki. He's got good pace and he's got good energy as the Dafabet Warriors end over number 15. The score is 70 for the loss of 6. There's a whole host of cricket that's happening in and around the country. Currently, the Dolphins playing the Knights with good batting from Bryce Parsons and currently Ramashan Pillay. But beyond that, there's international cricket happening. Themba Bavuma having brought up his 50 with a 100-run partnership between him and Tristan Stubbs as South Africa just continue pressing that chokehold upon Sri Lanka's neck.
Definitely Sri Lanka having it very hard out there in Durban. Just like the Warriors are definitely having it hard here. Looking at the score, 70 for 6 after 15 overs with a plus minus 35 minutes left. That's a great delivery. Bowling in that area of uncertainty. Very first ball on the mark. Bowling to the fourth stump. If he was a great batsman, he would have definitely nicked that if he had played. But obviously, with him having to let some balls go, one thing for sure about this game, it's about your mental strength. The longer version of the game, you cannot play each and every ball. You need to plan. That's great fielding there.
It's really good work from Bjorn Fortuin. And the planning normally is always talked about from a bowling perspective, you know, bowling in swinger, out swinger, and then you're going to get him to play a long shots or something like that. However, even from a batting perspective, you have to be patient and let the bowler do what you want them to do so that you draw out the mistake from the bowler so you can score.
That's a great shot. Will definitely race to the boundary for 4 here in the Highveld. Anything beyond the circle or anything that goes beyond the 2 fielders on the leg side will definitely go for 4. He bowled the wrong length there at his feet. Qeshile just looks in fine form. Could this be his day? That was a great delivery. Pace, precision, great cricket all round from the bowler to the batsman, letting the ball go and being taken by the keeper.
Very good leave from Qeshile. It's very easy after scoring a boundary and a confident boundary on top of that for you to believe that, yes, I can continue scoring. Great recovery from Siphamla. But that's the metal that you need here from Qeshile, like you've been saying.
Another great delivery from Qeshile. Now, Mpendulo, you spoke about Peter Maritzburg earlier. You spoke numbers. Now it will be interesting to hear about your cricket game.
Like we said, smart leaves these from Qeshile. As Luso Siphamla is trying to draw that drive from out of him, you see him just getting fuller and fuller and fuller because the closer the ball gets, the easier it is to play. Smart batting from Qeshile. He's already done the damage with that 4. After 16 overs, it's 74 for the loss of 6.
Well, with other Division 1 games happening in and around the country, the Gold Rush Boland managed to score 494 in 112.2 overs, with Michael Copeland scoring 20 of 19. Aviwem Gijima, who's been around the block, scoring 33. That game is still happening, and Boland lead by 494 runs.
The most impressive thing about that has been Grant Rulofsson. He's made the change from the Dolphins and he's gone down to Boland. He's been scoring a good amount of runs, a couple of 50s in the T20 competition, and now in the 4-day competition, he scored 100 when Boland scored 500 runs versus the very team we're watching here today in the Warriors.
You know, a change of scenery is great for a player's mental aspect, strength also. Oh, that was hit hard and it stung. It definitely stung, but well stopped. Saved a boundary there. Saved a definite boundary. And Moreki, as he walks back to his mark, is probably thinking, I'll definitely not put it there because I see he can definitely play that shot. That is the cover drive.
They put more protection now on the covers. Mohamed Manak has left the slip cordon. Seems as if CJ King too is eager to play his shots. Maybe the ball has starting to do less, but it's still pretty young in 17 overs.
That's a delivery and a half. Plenty of action here at the Wanderers, at the DP World Wanderers. Plenty of cricket action. You know, if it's not a wicket, the ball goes to the boundary. There's actually something happening each and every delivery. That's what this competition's made of.
Can't get your eyes off it, can you?
You can't. Another one.
He's really bowling like money here, Tsapo Moreke. After his first over going for 8 runs, his next total of 16 deliveries have also gone for 8 runs. So he's brought it back in his past 2.4 overs. And now he's really starting to ask questions here to CJ King. He's playing around the ball. There's just enough movement to fool CJ King enough, but it's just enough also to miss the edge.
Very well bowled there. Forward defensive, a shot which goes for nothing. I think also there is definitely talk from the two batsmen. What do we then do now in the next few minutes? And obviously the talk would be, we need to survive till lunch. That's the most important thing. If the ball is good enough, play it. If it's loose enough, put it for 4 or for a 6, get runs.
And it continues being excellent. A maiden over with no runs. But like you said, trying to keep those wickets is the name of the game. Partnership still only with 4 runs between Qeshile and King. That deficit, you're looking at it, and now you're thinking with 4 wickets in hand, because Bear Swanepoel did retire hurt. You look at it, it's 217, and you're wondering, what is it going to take? How low can we bring it down? Because from this moment on, bringing it over and overturning it seems very far unless a drastically brilliant partnership comes about.
Yeah, you need somebody who's lower down the order, who's going to say, this is definitely my day. But so far, what I've seen from Qeshile, his 22 runs that he's contributed to the team have been of a great knock. It isn't really much, but he is definitely one who can hold the bat, one who can definitely hold the innings right now. With that being said, there's a change of bowler with Mapaka coming back. Goes for 4, first ball, a loose delivery off the back foot by Qeshile, Snathemba Qeshile. Is definitely a world-class player, somebody who just needs to get an opportunity and take that opportunity for himself. Earlier I'd highlighted my first time I saw him was in Bloemfontein at the Coca-Cola Under-19 week, Kayamajola week in 2016, and when he scored those great runs.
The thing with Qeshile is that every now and then he's going to give you that really good innings, the one that shows his capabilities, the one that shows his talents. But then the problem is just that level of consistency that you don't see them often enough.
And also goes down to the pitch and does a bit of gardening. Clearly, the plenty of balls that are being pitched in a certain area. That has just flown of
That is-
Empire signals. Well, it looks like an edge because there was no other signal. My apologies, that was 4 byes. Clearly, I need to get my glasses. Did not have enough carrots because everything is, we're seeing balls fly off the edge a lot. That's a good comeback from Mapaka. That's a great comeback from Mapaka.
I'm actually very interested that the ball wasn't called wide by umpire Olivier. Ball was shaping away from Qeshile. You saw the ball was going past, way past second slip as well, where second slip would have been. So it's really good stuff here from Mapaga. It's gas, it's movement. It's clipped away from off the hip. Well stopped in the deep by Moreki. They come back for 2.
One more delivery left in this over. You know, you look at the score. As long as Qeshile is still there, there is a bit of hope. As it keeps chipping the runs away, you just need to get 1 run less every time. That was quick. With that being said, it is the end of the over. It is 84 for 6 after 18 overs, and there'll be a change of commentary. Mr. G, that's what I call him, takes over. Sure, he has got plenty of stories to tell about some of these players as he's been around.
Completion of 18 overs here for the Dafabet Warriors. The damage has been slightly brought back. It's been tamed a bit, but the damage has been quite severe here, Mr. Go.
Yeah, it's been quite an exciting morning this at 84 for 6. I'm sure Warriors, Dafabet Warriors would not have thought that they would be at this stage looking like this.
Here comes in Mureki. Goodness me. He has been troubling CJ King outside of that off stump with those movements. He's lucky not to get an edge.
Yeah, the bowlers have been beautiful today. They've been fantastic. They've been on the money, as we said earlier on. And I mean, Lions currently are on top of the log, having played 3 games, won 2 and drew 1. And Warriors are second at the bottom in their 3 games. They've just lost 1 and drew the 2. So this was the game that they were looking to register their first win for this 4-day season.
Oh, big appeal from Connor Esterhazen. The finger is up from umpire Jele. And that is the end of CJ King. There's no throne here for him at the DP World Wanderers Stadium. And Mureki finally, after lots of work, gets his man.
Yeah, and as I said, Pendulo, the bowlers this morning, clearly the plan was we're going to bowl straight. We're going to want the batters to play at this. And that's what you need in this game, especially when they would be looking to get a lot of balls that they can leave. You put the pressure on, you make them play so that you can get wickets. And at 84 for 7, after 18.2, the Warriors are in serious problems. And they would need a serious somebody to hang around there with Qeshile.
What a brutal delivery that from Mureki. Look at it. It forced CJ King to play. He was right in front of his body. You can't say that CJ King did much wrong there. The ball was just that good from Mureki as it angled in towards him with all the other balls moving away. Beautiful fast pitch bowling.
Yeah, no, beautiful pace bowling. And Tsepo Moreki also getting one on the board as well for himself, because it looks like it's been a morning for these seamers. He's been just the one seamer without a wicket, and now he's clocked in his one and walks in Dwayne Olivier, who again was one of those bowlers that bowled well yesterday. He also bowled with a bit of gas as well yesterday, and I'm sure they would have mentioned himself and Swanepoel that tomorrow is our rest day. We are not planning on lifting a finger or anything. And guess what? Olivier is already sitting out, having batted, and here comes Dwayne Olivier coming into bat at number 9.
It's eternally dark here, and it's getting darker for the Warriors up in the Highveld. They still have Bear Swanepoel who can come in, but should he not be able to come in as a concussion substitution, there will be a like-for-like replacement. So they see as an all-rounder. An all-rounder has to come in and fill his spot, and he can continue the rest of the game. So the only person that they have in their ranks of that is Ethan Frosier for Warriors. So should Bear Swanepoel can't come back to bat, we might see Ethan Frosier come in. And if Olivier is going to play at those deliveries, maybe, just maybe, we might see that happen.
Yeah, that's not what you want as a bowler to be coming in, to be facing, especially so early, where you're facing a seam bowler who's very, very fresh, only bowling his 5th over. And you would not have been thinking that you'd be batting at this stage. And Tsepo Moreki on the money, just beating the batter, the Olivier, just outside off stump, just went on top of the stump. And you could see, again, that slip cord in the three slip fielders, Gali, eagerly waiting for that catch. And he bowls one straight, right just on the legs. And fortunately, or should I say, well played from Dwayne Olivier, keeping it down, because that man just behind him is also wearing under the helmet. He's waiting for him to clip one and straighten his hands, because he took a beautiful catch, first ball of the morning today, to release Hammond.
And now the question from Olivier is, what lengths is Moreki going to deliver here? Because all of the areas are open for him to attack. But he guides that down well onto that front foot. Good, confident defense. But at these moments in time, I'm sure the Warriors would much, much rather have Snetemba Qeshile on strike.
Yeah, no, Qeshile has looked, out of all these batsmen, Dafabet Warriors batsmen, he looks like he's batting on a different pitch, different strip. He looks confident and comfortable, and he's the man. I mean, some of the shots that he's played this morning have been beautiful.
Oh, sharp stuff from Moreki. Good luck, Dwayne Olivier. He survives, though. Luck must be on his side for that particular delivery, because, boy oh boy, everything has been Lions today. After 19 overs, it's 84 for 7 wickets. There's cricket happening around the country. And there'll be more cricket happening over the weekend. The ladies have been in action versus England women. They've lost the first 2 T20 internationals, but they're scoring more and more runs as the series continues. And we head on to Centurion on Saturday at 6 p.m. Make sure that you get your tickets, you support the girls. The vibes have been awesome at East London, and they've been equally good in Benoni on Wednesday.
Yeah, and we see is that Kwena Mapaka coming on from the collar drive to pick up from where he left off in his first 5 overs. And he just bowls just one down leg that misses. Fortunately, Qeshile didn't trouble him that much, that one. And Kwena is looking to continue from where he left off, because his first 5 overs went for 15 runs and he picked up 2 wickets. 2 good, quick wickets. And his first 5 overs was quick and on the money.
And he opts to change his angle here, Bracolin. He comes around the wicket now as he bowls to Qeshile. Oh, gorgeously played. It rushed him. It got some sort of an edge, but the idea from Qeshile is what matters and is paid off with 4 runs.
Yeah, and I'm sure if you ask Rashida now, he's gonna tell you that I know I was always in control of that one, and because he's got those good hands, he managed to just clip that one over the fielders, over the slip fielders and the keeper for a few bounces for 4.
Using the pace of Maphara against him, using the angle as well with the ball, shaping back towards him and just trying to guide it over that slip cordon. Smartly played. And with the expectation that short stuff will be coming, we see there is a deep backward square and a deep fine leg waiting. But it plays the double bluff. He has a phenomenal Yorker, which we've seen dismiss Matthew de Villiers earlier on.
Not only did it just dismiss him, it knocked him out of his feet. Beautiful pace bowling from Kwena Mapaka. And he double bluffed there, as you said, putting those fielders there, making Qeshile expect a short one. And he bowled it right on his toes. But Qeshile played well to get that one out.
It's very smart, actually, this from Kwena Mapaka, how he bowled this. Just notice where Snetseba Qeshile is standing. He's standing on his off stump. And when he goes onto that front foot, he almost as if he plants it across the off stump. So Kwena Mapaka, with that Yorker, he was looking to target the leg stump, try to find Qeshile off balance. And it's very smart usage of angles from the 17-year-old.
Yeah, I think these guys, the Lions would have made their homework, and they know that Qeshile has got that trigger movement that sort of pushes him forward a bit. So they would look to clip him just on the legs. But so far, Qeshile's hands have been helping him a lot because he's got good hands, and he's managed to play all those balls straight. There again, the ball is slightly short, and it clips the bat on top of the bat, the top edge, over everybody, 1 bounce 4.
Not Mapara's fault on that one. It's just the bravery from Qeshile, who said to himself, I will not allow you to bog me down. He's looking to fight fire with fire. Right now, the cricket gods are smiling upon him. He moves to 36 runs. He has more than 30% of the team's runs. Boy, do they need an innings like this.
Yeah, they need a partnership. They need to get a session where they could just get a partnership, guys just stacking in there and getting stuck in. And as we said earlier on, not necessarily about the runs, but just to see off these seam bowlers and at least dominate one session.
But now the problem, Bracolin, you'll say, yes, let's see off these fast bowlers. But you know who their spin bowler is. Leading wicket taker from the previous CSA 4-day series, Bjorn Fortuin. He's waiting, and I'm sure he wouldn't mind to have a crack at it either.
Yeah, already, if you're looking at that today, he is as number 45 there, looking around. He had a bit of an exercise there, just saying, if I come into bowl now, this is how I'm going to go about it. So he's already thinking that maybe it's time for me to also come in. And I'll tell you about another man who's thinking is Dominic Hendricks, because he'll look at that score and he'll be thinking, okay, if we get them out now, all out just under that 120 order. So do we send them back in, follow on, or do we go back to bat again? And knowing the Lions' mentality, they would look to get them following. Oh, that looked straight, and that looked, I wonder if it clipped the bat a bit there, because it looked like it was a possible LBW there.
He's dangerous with these Yorkers, is young Kwena Mapaka. Comes in way wide off the crease as well, so it sharpens that angle down to the stumps. So umpire Wolefia believes that it will be going down the leg stump if there's not a bat onto it. It's 20 overs gone here at the iconic DP World Wanderers Stadium. 92 for 7. Finally, though, the Warriors' deficit is below 200 runs now as they trail by 199.
Yeah, as I was mentioning the Mpendulo earlier on, Dominic Hendricks need very, very gritty, tough character, tough little cricketer there. And as captain, as I'm sure, as much as he loves his batting, but I think he's thinking already, he sees an opportunity here that if we do get them out soon, we need to send them back in so that we finish this hopefully today.
But then, wouldn't there be an argument for that and say, with the sun out, the conditions have become a little bit more favorable maybe for the batting, and you want to go back in and just see if you can eke out more runs? Because when the Lions chose to bat yesterday, they would have been hoping they'd be batting at this moment in time.
Yeah, look, this 4 days, there's always been a school of thought that 4 days is not enough. So there's also now that thought that if we do bet, how long do we bet? Do we bet the whole of today and bet until tomorrow and send them back in? And how much time do we need? Because if they bowl them out and DP World Lions decides to go bet again, it's now a matter of now up until when do we bet? Because it's dependent on how much time they believe they need in order to bowl Dafabet Warriors out.
Also, you might run the risk of giving the bowling team extra confidence if, when you are coming to bat again, to build up that lead and then they just run through you. We actually almost saw that happen versus Western Province. The Lions sent 403, which was a very good score. Got the Western Province out for 192, I believe. But in the return innings, it was Delano Potgieter who scored 50 to help Lions to 120. So if that Delano Potgieter innings didn't happen, the Lions would have been bowled out for around 70, 80 runs. And how much confidence would have given Western Province? Because when Bird and Moore started batting, they put on a 70-run stand for the first wickets. Now imagine if they had less runs.
Yeah, Delano Potgieter, another guy that they depend a lot on. I mean, even yesterday he scored a 50-odd, just trying to support. And there's a catch. Is that a dismissal? Very, very soft dismissal for Dwayne Olivier. And Tsepo Moroki picks up his second wicket. I think that caught the outside edge and went towards the bowler, but the fielder was very close enough there to take that comfortable catch beyond 14.
Quite soft indeed. That extra bounce is still alive. And maybe, Brakol, maybe your point of view might be the one to say send them back again, because there's still some zest. Extra bounce for Olivier. It was a lollipop to Bjorn Fortuin. Confusion is probably some sorts of celebrations that they have. We know that Tsepo Moreki is a funny character. But it's 8 wickets down now for the Dafabet Warriors. They are on 92, and it is looking absolutely bleak.
Yeah, we wonder if the retired head Swanepoel will come back, and because I see Plachi coming into bed. But you see, if the DP World Lions sends the Warriors, assuming that they get them out soon, all out, they would want to still be in control. And one way of making sure that they're in control is to send the Dafabet Warriors back onto bed, because in that way, it gives you an idea of where you are. That are we all going to chase a certain amount of runs to win, or are we going to just finish him off before we even go back to bed? Whereas if they go back to bed, the DP World Lions, they've now got a few question marks to answer in terms of up until when do we bet, and how long do we need? Because those decisions are going to be determined by how long do the bowlers need, or when do they feel they'll be able to bowl them out, because they might not be in the same situation again, but maybe they might back themselves to bowl them out again for just under 100 or under 150.
Siaplake comes in. Bear Swanepoel is still being just reserved and held back. Should the Lions come in again, they'll also, if Warriors had to come in and bat again, they'll also have to think about the fact that they have to bat, overcome 199 runs firstly, or whatever deficit it would be, and then bat to load up the score over and above whatever the deficit is. So it's just an added bonus for the Lions, and added pressure that they can put in if they choose to make them bat again. And Tsepo Moreki is on absolute fire. He's already taken 2 wickets. Starts off with a short one to Siaplaki.
Yeah, and looking across, you mentioned some cricket happening around that game between Dolphins and Knights. Quite an exciting game there where Dolphins scored 456 and they've got 300s with Tsepang Ditole scoring 104 and Slade van Staden scoring 111. And then they've got Bryce Passen who's also scored 116. So it shows that there's some runs, some beautiful games happening around the country.
Well, it's a lot of wicket keepers all of a sudden starting to score runs. Calverani, Ryan Rickleton, they are currently in the squad as we see the end of over number 21. It's 92 for 8. The ladies, they're currently playing, they're in a 2-3 match T20 international series. 2 of them played already. The last one will be in Centurion, starting at 6 p.m. on Saturday. Make sure that you get your tickets at cricket.co.za. Hashtag Wazanawe. Hashtag be part of it. These are 2-time World Cup finalists. Why would you not want to be part of it? Mapara will continue, though, bowling to Snetemba Qeshile.
Interesting battle between these two. That last over, you could see that Qeshile wanted to get on top of Mapaka, having swing of those 2 boundaries that have gone, even though the other one, I doubt that he was fully in control.
Interesting field being set here by the Lions. Whoa, he's coming back. Qeshile is halfway down the ground, but the throw goes to the wrong end. Siaplaki now was trying to be protected by Qeshile, but he'll take strike.
Yeah, not that he was, in a way, not interested in that run, Plachi. He just ran one and did not even look back. And Qeshile was halfway through when he noticed that Plachi was not even looking his way. And fortunately for him, and fortunately for wearing spikes, he was managed to grip the ground and turn and come back. So fortunately, because they need Qeshile there, he's the man that looks like he's on form for the Dafabet Warriors, and he's the man that can at least carry them. Or is carrying them so far.
He's really attacking the stumps, Mapara. His Yorker is infinitely good, and his control over the years, I mean, he's still 17 years old. We're talking as if he's some veteran of the game, but truly, over the years, his control over his Yorker and his control over his stock delivery has been quite impressive.
Yeah, and I wonder up until how long, because he's a typical fast bowler, knowing that he's bowling to a number 11, might be tempted to bowl a short one.
Goes for pace. It's a very good take from Connor Esterhazen behind the stumps. There's still Delano Porchetta who's standing under the helmet, and there is still Tsapo Moreki standing at deep fine leg. So with this angle of coming around the wicket, I like the idea of him continuously attacking the stumps, and he mustn't stop. Maybe for Plagi, he can even be a bit more threatening coming over the wicket with the threat of the ball coming onto his body at that pace.
Yeah, that was a good ball. Just went outside, but fortunately for Plachi, missing that off stump. Interesting field here because it's a 5-4 field. If we looked earlier on when they were getting wickets, they have set up a 6-3 field with 3 slip fielders. And you think now bowling to a number 11, maybe they would have even increased to a 7-2 kind of a field. But slightly a bit defensive, this one. But I thought maybe Mapaka or Dom Hendricks would back his bowler and say, well, we're bowling to a number 11 here. Let's give you more catchers behind the bat.
And you see him trying to entice that drive. It's a very juicy half volley. Nicely wide as well. But Siaplaki, surely the conversation between he and Qeshile, we saw how hard Qeshile ran. He wanted to be on strike. Surely the conversation is just to say, nah, my boy, relax. No need to try anything funky. Just keep your wicket.
Yeah, I'm sure Qeshile is keen. And there goes Mapaka, changing his angle to Plachi. Looks like now he wants to come into the body and as he bowls over the wickets.
Oh, much more threatening. They appeal the full toss. That's what you want coming over the wickets. That's what you want to do to your last man batting. Attack the stumps. Be right there. And Kwenamapaga gets wicket number 2 of LBW. Siaplaki dismissed for no run scored.
Yeah, that change of angle just changes the entire approach. And Dominic Hendricks is keeping an eye on the change room, and it looks like Swanepoel is going to come out to come bat, because I think he was already thinking, what do we do? And here's Dominic Hendricks taking a walk to the Empire, the Empires, Mr. Bongani Chele and Mr. Andre Olivier, maybe just to go ask a few questions in terms of if we are thinking of follow on, how long does it take, what do we have, etc. You know, those kinds of questions, so that it eases his mind, so that he knows or sort of guarantees his decision to say, we're going to make them follow.
But the most important thing right now is what's happening here for the Dafabet Warriors. Bear Swanepoel cannot make his way back with his concussion. Clearly a very big hit that he knocked on. So there is a replacement player who can come in to fulfill the duties of Bear Swanepoel. Swanepoel is an all-rounder, both bat and ball. So a all-rounder from the reserves can come into the side. It has to be an all-rounder, a like-for-like replacement. So the only all-rounder who can bowl pace for the Warriors is Ethan Frosier. He walks in now to replace Bear Swanepoel, and it will be an immensely massive loss for the Warriors to lose their kingpin bowler.
Yeah, Ethan Frosler, a very, very young man, has come through the structures at Eastern Province, played throughout the age groups, played under 13s for them, under 15s, under 17s and under 19s, went through the academy, and it's good to see him coming through. And the only thing, unfortunately for him, this is not a situation that he would have been wanting to come in. But it is what it is, and he has to deliver and help Kashile to just let's see off this session. Let's go to lunch.
The woes continue for the Warriors. And you wonder why Kashile took that single, but also it's Ethan Frosier. He's an all-rounder. I forgot, almost got deceived that it's 1 wicket remaining. Frosier, he's gotten a couple of 30s versus the Western Province in his last game that he played. So he is capable, the first game of the season, scoring 71 runs versus the Northwest.
Yeah, no, he's quite capable with the bat, and I think Kashile would know that. That's why I would take that one. He's very comfortable in giving him strike.
So much pressure also released from the shoulders of Kashile for a little bit, having Frosler come in and partner him at such a dark time. But the bowling is sharp from the Lions. A little bit too full for what he wanted to do there, Tsepomoreke.
Yeah, and for a minute, I think Ethan Frosler bought into that a trap where Tsepo Moreki is looking to bowl it just slightly on the leg stump so that he can clip it. And Dilano Potgieter, who took that brilliant catch, is waiting for those clips so that he can take that catch.
Much more attacking field. Back to the 3 slips. Back to the backward point and the gully. Big appeal. That ball little bit high. The only thing that's high, though, is the finger that's being raised. The appeal just seems to be a little bit stifled from the Lions, but it was good enough for umpire Bongani Jele to raise his finger, and that is the end of the innings.
Yeah, looking at the replay there, yeah, no, that looks plumb. Yeah. Nice and straight. Beautiful bowling from Tsepo Moreki. I think he knows that the young man will be quite nervous at this stage. Let me bowl it straight to him. Because that first ball that he bowled slightly down leg towards him, you could see the keenness in the young man looking to play it. And the second one bowled it straight. And Ethan Frosler, LBW. And that is now the Dafabet Warriors 94 all out in 22.3 overs.
It's brilliant, brilliant bowling from the Lions. They did a fantastic job to restrict them to just those runs only. And now we're going to see if whether or not the Warriors will bat again or if the Lions are going to bat again.
Yeah, just looking at the body action of the Lions, I mean, no one is running in to go. Dominic Hendricks is not running in to go pad up. So maybe that is just a sign to say they are coming back to field.
But we're going to see what's going to happen. The players will take lunch as well. It's just 3 minutes until that. So we should come back after 40 minutes for lunch. It is the end of the innings. 94 runs have been posted by the Warriors. Excellent bowling from Cody Yusuf getting 2 wickets. Mapara Moreki getting 3 apiece. And it is complete darkness here. We'll return after lunch. It is here at the iconic DP World Wanderers Stadium. And we will see if whether or not the Lions are going to bat again.
bowled all out for 94 runs, with only Sine Temba Kashile remain standing with 38 runs. And Lions have decided to bat again. They didn't send the Warriors to follow on. And it's Dominic Hendricks opening the bowling with Joshua Richards. And we've got Dwayne Olivier opening the bowling again.
Well, I would have thought as the skipper, Dom Hendricks would have followed on and put the Warriors under pressure. And I will come back after lunch. Colin, you've played the game very long. Your thoughts behind the decision of the skipper?
Dwayne Olivier is just picking up from where he left off in the first innings, bowling it nice and beautifully just outside that off stump. Yeah, Mbali, welcome back again, just after a beautiful lunch. I honestly thought Lions would enforce the follow-on. That would then at least put them in the driving seat, knowing that they've got the backup of batting again. You know, now the situation they are at is they've got the lead of 197. They've now got question marks to answer in terms of how much is enough and how long do we need to bowl Dafabet Warriors out. So I thought those decisions or those that predicament would have been taken out if they had enforced Warriors to bat on again. Then you know that depending on how many you bowl them out, at least now you know how much you need in order to win the game.
When you look at the mental aspect of the game, having bowled them out for 94 and not actually sending them to follow on, I think you said it earlier that you're giving them a chance to breathe.
And Olivier bowling it beautifully there to Dominic Hendricks, who confidently knowing he comes back from, Josh Richards. Both of them started very well. I don't know if the decision was based on Dominic Hendricks being a batsman, and not just a batsman, but a good batsman who's in good form. Maybe just seeing a situation of let's bat again, let's give them, let's have a lead of about 400. So that at least we've got something to bowl at them. But like I mentioned, it just puts Warriors slightly at a breather because they had them. They had their backs on the wall. The situation they were at, being bowled out as a team for 94 all out, they wouldn't have wanted to bat again. So this situation right here, I think slightly suits Warriors slightly a bit. And but it's all a matter of now how much or how up until when to Lions bet. I'm sure they'll back themselves in putting up a score of 400 and getting Warriors to chase that.
And also the approach to the game, do you play a patient, cautious game, or do you then go out guns blazing to try and get runs as quickly as you can to hopefully, definitely, I doubt, unless wickets or something happens in today's game or this afternoon, I don't see the Lions or the Warriors coming back to bat in today's game. But I definitely see the Warriors batting tomorrow with the runs being scored or being put on board. And generally, a score of about 400 is very good. If in the fourth innings, it becomes very difficult to chase 400. But there's still 2.5 days of play left.
Yeah, no, 100%. And as we mentioned, that King coming on from the collar drive to open the bowling for Dafabet Warriors. And yeah, Mbali, like you say, man, I think maybe Doms would says, no, we've still got enough time. We've got 2.5 days to go. If we can bet at least 1 day or so, then we give ourselves a day and a half to bowl at them, or maybe even a day. They only needed a session this morning to bowl Warriors out. So maybe the bowlers are backing themselves that we just need a day to bowl at them, then we'll be fine.
And also, it doesn't have to worry about the weather. But if I were the skipper, which in this case is not, I would have said we have had these guys against the wall. They're defeated. We've bowled them all out. They are not sure what's happening.
Yeah, and King bowling it straight to Doms, who just fends it off nicely off the front foot to that a guy who's slightly between mid-wicket and sort of mid-on. But yeah, maybe again, remember part of the decision-making or what would influence the decision is they know that Warriors fielded the whole day yesterday. So they're still slightly a bit tired. So maybe we can squeeze in as much runs while they are tired and then get them back on the field to bat, knowing that we've now got the comfort of having a score of about 400 plus on the board for them to chase, and we've got enough time to do that. And looking at what Doms would have been looking at what his bowlers did, because he only used 4 bowlers. He didn't use his spinners. So, and one of them being a leading wicket taker last season. So I think those kind of influenced his decision to say, no, we'll have a bet again.
With that being said, Collie, you look at the bowlers that were used, it's only quick bowlers. Don't you think there's space for a slow bowler here in this pitch? Looking at the high felt, you know, the ball flies and things like that. Don't you think a spinner will play a crucial role, especially when you bowl off the golf course end?
Yeah, just watching King coming in, Collet drive, bowling into Dominic Hendricks, just outside off stump, and Doms leaves it comfortably. Yeah, very well, Mbali. I think exactly that. Those are some of the influences that, or some of the things that would have influenced the decision for Dominic Hendricks to say, no, let's have a bet again, knowing that maybe one of our top bowlers is a spin bowler. He might bowl day 3 or maybe towards also day 4 when that pitch has slightly deteriorated a bit. And because we saw this morning, there was still much on it for the seam bowlers, and they only needed those 4 seam bowlers to dismiss the Dafabet Warriors.
With that being said, it is the end of the second over with the score still on naught. The Lions have a lead of 197 in the second innings on this beautiful Friday. It is a Black Friday. It is, of course, the CSA 4-day series. The DP World Lions take on the Dafabet Warriors here at the Bull Ring, as it is popularly known. And also we've got the Proteas who are doing very well with Temba Bavuma in his 70s, and also Biddingham still, you know, in the crease for now for the Proteas.
Yeah, Dwayne Olivier coming on from the golf course end, bowling to Josh Richards, who will be looking to score some runs, because first innings he didn't score runs. He opened with Dominic Hendricks and got out cheaply, and Dom Hendricks went on to score 89, a gritty 89.
And also for Dwayne, this is a ground he's very familiar with. He's played here before moving to Dafabet Warriors 2 or 3 seasons ago after he came back from overseas. So he is at a ground that is very familiar, a ground that he called home at some point, also having played for the Proteas and was doing well, and he did very well also for the Lions before making the move to the coast.
Yeah, familiar territory this for Dwayne Olivier, and he's familiar with these players, having played with them and bowling it there just straight and comfortably there again. Josh Richards, if you compare when their opening bowlers were bowling, the batsmen were nowhere near looking this comfortable. As much as the score for now is not after 2.2 overs, batters are not looking troubled, they're looking comfortable. So I'm sure they've got a plan. Technically, they're 197 for nothing.
That's true. With 10 wickets in hand, surely you can build on what you have already. It becomes much easier, especially if you've got runs on the board.
And Dwayne Olivier bowling it short to Richards, and Josh Richards over-exaggerating the ducking all the way down. But it wasn't that much. But yeah, you're quite right. That they've got the control. They've got the runs on the board. All they need to do is just build on them. They've got the wickets in hand, and they back themselves. I mean, they've even got a man who's still sitting, who's still going to come in, Delano Pietgieter, and Bjorn Fortuin, who also scored a 50 in the first innings.
You know, with Fortuin's rich vein of form, you actually start asking yourself, shouldn't he be moving up the order? I mean, 2 back-to-back hundreds and then a 50. He is in super rich vein of form. And you know, there is leadership. You can tell this is a person that a seasoned professional, Bjorn Fortuin, and has found his way and fortune ever since he moved to the Highveld, having played in the Western Cape before.
Dwayne Olivier, they're bowling to Josh Richards. And again, Josh Richards just nicely getting behind the ball, getting behind it, which is something that the Dafabet Warriors batsmen didn't do very nicely. They had the bat in front of them and they were nicking those, and that's how they were getting out. But at least Josh Richards here showing that getting behind it, the way you are coached as a batter, this is how you want a batsman to play the ball behind. And yeah, you're right. I mean, Potgieter is coming in at 6, at 14, at 7. They've got a nice batting lineup. So they're sitting comfortably at this stage. I mean, Yusuf coming in at 8 also can hold his bat. You know, so the tight lineup. And they're looking, at this stage, they are in the driving seat.
3 maiden overs to start the innings so far. The Lions are yet to get off or put something on the scoreboard, but there is no worry at all, as it is a 4-day game. You have 10 wickets in hand. You have a lead of 197. But I like the discipline so far from the Warriors. Although I haven't seen a ball that threatens the batsmen, but the batsmen also are cautious in approaching the game.
Beautiful cheeky run there from Dominic Hendricks to open his account and open the account of the team. Yeah, and you say that you like the patience in terms of Warriors. I'm also impressed with the Lions' approach, that they're not, because now we've got the runs on the board, let's quickly rush and get quick runs. It looks like they're taking their time. It looks like there is a plan here, and I would think that, and obviously so, Dafabet Warriors have also got a plan. And maybe their plan would be just to bowl outside off stump. Let's have them coming at the ball. We're not going to bowl straight to them. But obviously, earlier on, any opening bowler is told that let's make the batsman play, because those are some of your only chances of getting batsmen out.
And also, you think about the entire amount of analysis done. That will be Josh Hendricks getting off the mark. That's his first run for the afternoon.
Yeah, and this left-right combination, that also doesn't help the bowler, because it doesn't allow King to settle. As you saw, Josh Richards there just picking up his one. Similar situation as Dom Hendricks, just outside that off stump in that cover area, getting his one. Nice and easy one to just rotate strike, and that's exactly what they'll be looking for at this stage.
And also, they've got the very same field as the Lions had earlier. They've packed the offside. You've got 3 slips and 2 fielders on the offside, as sort of a gully and an extra cover. And I guess they just want to bowl straight and full, and hoping that that's a good shot. That is the first boundary of the Lions innings by Dom Hendricks, leading from the front, leading the charge. It was a great shot. Unfortunately, or should I say, we've already picked the shot of the day from Qeshile. Surely this has to be the second shot of the day that you can have.
No, this is definitely shot. This is a shot of a man in good form. This is a confident shot, and this is a man in charge. Just saying, we are in charge here, we are at home, we're going to show you how we want it. And just even that cut, unfortunately, hit it straight to the fielder. But that was a shot of a man in good form.
Indeed, a shot of a man in good form. He is, scored very good runs yesterday, and, applied himself, played good cricket. And that's the most important thing in this longer format of the game. You need patience, you need to apply your mind, you need to apply yourself as Kings runs in.
Yeah, and you can see with that line, just bowling it just on the 5th or 6th stump, and inviting Dominic Hendricks to drive it with those slip fielders and opening a gap and saying to him, have a drive and I'll get my nick and get caught. But yeah, I mean, this is exactly, the Lions are in the driving seat, as I said earlier on. I mean, they are top of the log. They're the only team that out of 3 games, they've won 2 of those games and drew 1. So they would want to maintain it so that they can end up being contenders to win this competition.
And obviously, the Lions have dominated almost every cup competition or domestic competition.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful bowling from Dwayne Olivier. And I think they've taken a lesson from how the Lions are bowling. And because you could see even the field setup with those 3 slips and a gully and opening up that cover area to invite the batter to hit there. The only thing is their fine leg is at fine leg, whereas the Lions had a man catching just under the helmet behind the batter.
That's going to the boundary. You bowl 2 straight, not on the legs. Definitely obliges and puts it for 4. This is, of course, the second boundary for the Lions for these innings. Dominic Hendricks on the other side and Josh Richards just making sure that he capitalizes on that loose delivery from Dwayne Olivier.
Yeah, and that's a beautiful clip by Josh Richards to go to that square leg area getting for 4. And that was the area where Lions had a man under the helmet for that clip so that they could have a chance of a catch. But good shot by Josh Richards. And as I said, he would want to get in amongst the runs because in the first innings, he couldn't get those runs.
And also, there seems to be still a bit of movement this afternoon. I guess it's also the new ball playing its effect here. And also, as a quick bowler, you need to make or take advantage of the ball that you have or the ball that you're using.
That clipped him there. Did it hit him on the ribs there? Dwayne Olivier is also a quick bowler and knocked Joshua Richards.
Oh. Yeah. Looks like it hit the rib.
Yeah, rib cage bowling.
Well, the physio will definitely come running just to have a look at Josh Richards. And obviously, the magic spray will definitely come out. Those are one of the most uncomfortable deliveries or, one can get.
Yeah, that bone just on top of the hip. But it's not a nice area to be hit.
It's not.
I know personally, I've been hit a few times there because I myself was not the greatest batter. So trying to defend myself, and it's not a nice place to be hit. But I'm sure Josh Richards, and nowadays they even have that thigh pad that protects them or protects that kind of a bone. But an experienced batter, I think he'll move on from that and immediately gets behind it and blocks it comfortably and confidently.
And he still looks confident. I thought he would have been rattled. Anytime you get hit by a cricket ball, you start thinking 2 times as soon as the bowler's running in, because you never know which delivery he's going to bowl. Is he going to bowl it short? Is he going to bowl it full? But if he bowls it in my arc, I'm definitely throwing the kitchen sink at the ball.
Yeah, well left there by Josh Richards. Well, good bowling by Dwayne Olivier just to finish off the 6th over. And it's 10 runs for nothing for DP World Lions.
So both batsmen having contributed 5 runs each on the scoreboard. You wonder if they said, let's see who can get to 10 first. But so far I like how they play each and every ball on merit. If it's there to be hit, they put it away. If it's there to be blocked, they play a good defensive cricket. If it's there to be left, leave it alone. You don't always need to play at each and every ball that you have to face.
Yeah, CJ King continuing from the collar drive end. and to Dominic Hendricks, who tries to, I don't know if it's a lower cut to that point region. Surprisingly, that Dwayne Olivier, who's just bowled, is fielding in that position, because normally you would think you'd go down to fine leg to just have a rest a bit because he's coming back. That there, Mbali, that ball for me is what I think should be the plan for the Warriors, to say, we now know you've got 207 runs on the board. Let's try and limit the runs, because the more runs they give, it's the runs that they need to go chase. So at this point in time, if we are not getting wickets, let's not give away too many runs, so that we know we give ourselves a chance, so that we don't have a huge mountain to climb. And by so doing, just bowling it, that sixth stump, you are actually forcing the batter to chase it, and also having opened that gap in that point region with those three slips and gully, you know that the batter is going to think twice. And if anything, you're going to get a chance of that outside edge.
A great analysis, spoken like as somebody who's been a master of the game for very, very long. That's a great delivery, a half-hearted appeal, and the Empire says it's not out, but it was a great delivery from CJ King. As we see the batsman walking down to do a bit of gardening. From what I saw in the previous delivery, there is an area, there is a bit of a patch there. Even earlier, when the Lions bowling coach, Alan Donald, was showing some of the players bowl on that spot. That's a great shot.
Fantastic shot. Fantastic shot. We spoke about the earlier one being shot of the day. Now we're piling them up. Beautiful, confident shot. Bat was in form, looking to continue from where he left off with his 89 in the first innings. Dominic Hendricks.
It's a shot of class, and he's showing off. He's definitely showing off that he has the confidence. He is a confident man. He's a man, he's got his eye in.
And that's what this game is about. It's a game of confidence, especially as a batter. If you can have a few of those, it's the more. Then he repeats that again through that vacant area or that big gap and hitting it for 4. CJ King slightly over bowling it, over pitched, and Dominic Hendricks saying thank you very much.
I mean, that's what you do, especially when you are in such a great lead, which is of 215. It is 18 without loss after 6 overs, with Dom Hendricks dispatching the last 2 deliveries of that over for 4. And those are boundaries. As welcomed as they are, they get the scoreboard busy, or the scoreboard ticking. We're talking about what would be a good amount of runs for the 4th innings here at this DP World Wanderers pitch.
Yeah, I was about to say that, Mbali, that, we look at the score and say it's 18 now after 6 overs. As Dwayne Olivier beats Joshua Richards just outside that line of 5th and 6th stump, which is the line that they need to concentrate on in order to create something or get wickets. But to coming back on the score, we're looking at 18 runs. But what the Lions will be looking at is that lead, to say we are sitting at 215, and I'm sure they'll be looking at something just over 400, and then they'll be confident to say at least we are good enough to defend 400 plus.
That's a great delivery and played by Josh Richards. No run as a result. This is, of course, a game where a lot is happening. You, as a skipper, you're thinking. As a bowler, you're thinking. As a batsman, you're thinking. Everybody is in a certain thought process. Obviously, with both captains out there on the field, the other one is thinking, I need to get these guys out quickly. The other one says, I need to pile on more runs and add to their misery.
No, quite correct. And Dwayne Olivier is an experienced campaigner, and he's the man that they want to be bowling. And as we say, that Josh Richards hits a beautiful shot, beautiful on drive, and they are coming back for the third run, and I think he's going to make it nice and comfortably. That was a beautiful shot from Joshua Richards.
This left-right combination also makes it very difficult, like you said earlier. You know, you can't just put the ball in one spot. You now need to start thinking about the other batsman. With the previous batsman, you bowl it. Obviously, earlier I'd spoken about analysis. You wonder how much analysis goes into analyzing certain batsmen. What are their weaknesses? What are their strong points? You know, sometimes a strong point can be turned into a weakness in a game.
Bit naughty that from Dwayne Olivier. You don't want to be bowling there. Easy runs for Dominic Hendricks, just clips it down to find leg for one, and it finishes the over, and it takes the DP World Lions to 22 for no wicket after, oh, no, there's still a ball to go. Sorry, my apologies.
It's that left-right combination. As you see the field moving up and down, you start thinking it is the end of the over, only for a ball to be left. That's a great shot. Off the back foot, goes for 4. That looks like a man who is gaining form. He hasn't really scored much runs in the last few innings that he's had, but that is a shot of confidence. That is a shot of a man who looks to be on his way to score big numbers.
Yeah, shot of a hungry man, shot of a man who's looking to also contribute runs in the team, knowing that in the first team he didn't do much. Just went nicely, beautifully behind it and putting it in that gap for 4. And Dwayne Olivier responds with a straight one that Joshua Richards just manages to block it to that mid-on area for no run to finish the over, and takes the DP World Lions to 26 for no wicket after 7 overs. And the lead now is 223.
Looks like we are going to have a change in bowling by the Warriors. I just have to put on my glasses and see who it is.
Yeah, Sia Plachi coming into bowl from the collar drive end.
So where is Ka? Usually the Plakis usually have a Ka in between. So this would be a Siaka Plaki.
It will be interesting to see what is his plan because he's changed that slip cordon and just have 2 slip fielders and slightly covered. They've got a man on the boundary just for that kind of a cut or kind of a drive. And Dominic Hendricks plays it in the gap, but now at least there's a man at the boundary. So instead of a 4, it's just 2 runs. So they've moved that third slip fielder. And the bowler was bowling on the other side. Dwayne Olivier is that man at not a third man per se, but it's slightly in the pointish area, but at the boundary.
A very popular surname in South African history, the Splakey surname. I just wonder if you can, That's a great delivery on the mark. Goes for 1. I was saying earlier that this Blackie surname is one of the great surnames in South African history. So he needs to pull his weight up and just make a name for himself in cricket also.
Yeah, those Plachis and the Kumalos and them Tim Kulus and the Potgieter's, those are South African surnames. You can never make a mistake. Even in Australia, they're changing our surnames to other things, but we know a South African when we see one. But that previous one, Dominic Hendricks experience, easy run in the gap, no stress whatsoever. Oh, Plachi bowling it short, and I think it didn't trouble Joshua Richards that much. Maybe that was his loosener just to stretch a bit, but those ones won't get you, except the only thing that it does is it limits the DP World Lions from getting runs.
True. So my other thing is that when also this, like we spoke about, how it's a mental game, with them always stealing runs. Because what I see for the Lions, it's about putting and ticking the score, and just keep scoring a run or two. That's a great delivery. That is a beautiful ball from Sia Plaki. And that is a sign of a good bowler. Right, perfect on the spot. We keep talking about that spot. I think they've also spotted that spot just closer to the crease on the other side of the golf course end. If you put the ball there, it's definitely going to do things. And that's all they need to do. Put the ball in the right places, just like the Lions did. You don't need to do much. Get it in the right area.
And that's the line that I think Sia should be looking at. The previous ball was beautiful. That ball there, just again, as I mentioned, it just forces the player, the batter in this case, if he's not going to leave it, immediately he will leave those, but for a certain extent, because at some stage he's going to want to chase that ball to get runs, and that would be what Sia Plachi is looking for, or what the Warriors are looking for to get wickets. Other than that, if they're not getting wickets, as I said, they don't want to give away too many runs.
That's well defended. Great ball indeed from Sia Plaki. With that being said, it is the end of the 8th over. It's 29 without loss for the Lions. Josh Richards and Dominic Hendricks. Richards has scored 12, with Hendricks scoring 17. So far, no extras, which shows that they are disciplined. They are disciplined. They're doing very well. And with the change of commentary, we welcome Umpendulo Bob Makubane.
Second session here. All the wickets from the first session are gone. And now it's just hard work from Richards and hard work from Hendricks. And Dwan Olivier, he should know how to bowl here, and he should know how to bowl to these gentlemen in particular as well.
Yeah, having played here previously and before he made his way to the coast. So this is a very familiar territory. He knows what he needs to do. He knows where to put the ball and just, let it do the things. Like we spoke earlier, that they don't really need to do much. Just bowl at a certain area and let the ball do the talking for them.
They're using slightly less aggressive fields in contrast to the Lions. You saw earlier on, Lions had 3 slips. They had a gully, had a man standing under the helmet. But right now, just 2 slips, 1 gully, a man standing at deep point, and another man standing at deep fine leg.
Benduro, it's an interesting field. Also, you keep asking yourself, what is the ploy here? What are they thinking? Do we make sure that we restrict them, make sure that they don't get to 100 before the end of the day?
Thing on the Lions side is they have so much time on their hands. There's really no rush for them to do much. I mean, we're still in the second session of day 2. There's still a whole day 3 tomorrow and a whole Sunday as well. So the Lions here can bat for as long as they want. They're not in a hurry to score. And now the Warriors are a little bit defensive in their field, not as aggressive, like I said. But also, at the same time, the ball is no longer doing what it was doing in the morning. That movement that troubled the batters is no longer there.
And also, we approaching the 10th over, the shine, the hardness of the ball. Yes, earlier and within the third and the fourth over that were being bowled, you could see there was movement. But obviously now the batsmen have adapted, and you know they're starting to see the ball. You look at the runs on the board. You look at how comfortable they are. The pitch is drying out. That's a great take from Okleshile. There it is. And just on the other side, it's 100 up for Stubbs. Another great innings where South Africa are taking on Sri Lanka in Durban in Kingsmead. That is your part of the world where you are popular. I don't know about your cricket skills there, but that's where home is.
Back at home, just around the corner from Pietermaritzburg, there in Durban. It's one of the first places I watched cricket live after the Oval, of course. The end of 9 overs, it's 29 for no loss. So that's good work there for Tristan Stubbs.
I mean, I like what I'm seeing from Tristan Stubbs. You know, when he was first brought on, he was seen as a short format type of cricketer, but now he is gradually, getting to being seen as an all-format type of a cricketer, scoring 100, if I remember very well, when they were down in the West Indies, and now he's got another one today. That's just good news. Surely that's going to boost his confidence ahead of the many, many cricket tournaments that he is going to play in the not-so-distant future.
He's currently batting alongside Themba Bavuma, who's on 94 runs himself. The partnership, absolutely mammoth. They've currently put on 205 runs, Themba Bavuma and Tristan Stubbs, as South Africa take a 443-run lead.
I think the correct word would be piling up. Just like we are here, we are seeing the Lions slowly pile up runs.
And you know, the key here, you look at the strike rates that both Tristan Stubbs and Themba Bavuma are batting at, and they're not trying to rush the game. So much has changed due to the introduction of the shortest format of the game in the T20. Slapped straight into the hands of mid-wicket. Superb reactive catch that. Diego Rozier ends the stay of Dominic Hendricks as it's 30 for 1.
That's a great chance and a great take from Diego Rozier, and giving Siya Black his first wicket for the afternoon. The Lions now are 30 for 1 after 9.2 overs, with that lead of about 220 runs, 227 to be correct.
He was looking to accelerate, looking to attack. I think it's something that Bracolin was alluding to, the aggression that the Lions will now be exuding through their cricket. It seemed like the ball was there. It was dropped rather short. It didn't even pick up much from Siya Black. Closing down the face of the bat, Dominic Hendricks, but it had enough to just reach Diego Rozier. And his fantastic stay in the first innings is not replicated in the second.
And also, you must give the skipper credit for putting a man right where the ball went. It means that it's a ploy that's seen that he's not too confident, especially quite early in the innings when he has to pull the ball. He's not in full control, as you could see. That ball was hit in the air, and Diego Rozier did what he needed to do, that is just catch.
A rather uncharacteristic shot as well from Dominic Hendricks, a far more patient player. However, just showing a different side, trying to go a bit more aggressive. However, it's 30 for 1, and the new batter comes in Mohamed Manak. He's had a rather decent start to his first-class career, Mohamed Manak. In his first match, scoring 42 undefeated versus the Tuskers He's then gone on to score a half century, which he did last week versus the Western Province. Showed good touch in the first innings here, and so here he is.
Yeah, first time seeing Mohamed Manak at a pro level. I know I saw him when I was a bit younger. Very good batsman. You know, there are various ways of not playing or playing the ball. That leave is something different. And, you know, various batsmen have their technique or ways of playing the ball. I just looked at Mohamed Manak, and you can see that he's a person that works hard in his game.
He's truly pushing on and on and on and on. And now he's hopefully working to solidify his place. He started up as at the opening partnership at number 2. Now he's going down to number 3, seeing maybe if that is the place for him. And the one thing he does well, like you said, after his first ball, he leaves brilliantly. What he did last week, what he did yesterday, is choosing which shots to attack and which balls to just allow to let go so that he can allow the bowler to come closer to him. So he's very smart.
Indeed, shot selection is very key in this game. You cannot just play each and every ball that is thrown at you or that is being bowled at you. You need to be very specific. You need to know what you're doing.
And it's just going to be hard lines, hard lengths here from the Warriors. Like we said, there's still a lot of time in this match as we get into its third innings. So that's why probably Dominic Hendricks is going to feel a little bit shunted over just giving away his wicket like that so early.
Yeah, he would have hoped that at least if they can put on a 50-run partnership, it would have added to the woes of the Dafabet Warriors. But also, when as a Dafabet Warrior supporter, you're hoping that they quickly take the wickets and that they don't stretch the lead to more than 300 runs.
Gorgeous shot. Wonderfully played from Manak. On his tippy toes, he punches it between backward point and gully, and it runs for 4 runs. Was very well played from Manak.
Yeah, that takes the score to 230 to the lead of 231 runs and 34 for 1 after 10 overs. That's a great classic shot off the back foot and punches it off the backward point area.
Had so much time on the ball as well, Mohamed Manak. And a man who needs time on the crease, Joshua Richards. Almost chopping it back into the stumps. Dwan Olivier looks to the heavens as the ball rolls down for 4 runs.
Call it a stroke of luck. It could have gone either way. It could have ended up in the stumps. How unfortunate can you get, especially when you've got your eye in and there's that odd loose delivery and you manage to get an inside edge and it ricochets back to your stumps. That is the hardest feeling one can, actually get.
The way in which the Warriors were losing their wickets in so many different styles, you wonder how that particular style of wickets, chopping it back into the stumps, didn't happen. We saw all sorts. Ball being hit back to the bowler, touch, run-outs. We saw all different types of catches, LBWs, Yorkers, short balls, concussions.
Well, I guess that will be replaced by that run-out by Cody Yusuf, that where the ball got ricocheted to the stumps.
Good judgment from Richards.
There's a bit of movement there. There's still a bit of movement. I mean, Dwan Olivier is a great bowler and is just bowling in that channel, bowling in that block. and with Josh Richards is picking and selecting the type of balls that he can have a go at, actually the balls that need his attention, and the balls that don't really need his attention. So far, good eye in, great cricket all round.
Oh, the previous leave was very close to his body, forcing him to try play at this one. Beautiful bowling from Olafia. Currently down in Durban with the score on 296 for South Africa. And Themba Bavuma is on the precipice of a century down. And right now, the Lions are also looking at the horizon of a massive lead, currently leading by 236.
And obviously, with the action that is happening here, obviously in the dressing room, they are also looking at their teammate when he plays domestic cricket to say, we hope he gets on to 100 or scores 100. They'll be following very keenly, and you know, as their skipper, also here at the bull ring.
A player who's been under lots of scrutiny, Themba Bavuma, as the captain of the country. Hasn't played for quite a while due to injury. And he comes back still under quite some scrutiny, but 70 runs in the first innings. He's currently on 94 now. In the iconic DP World Wanderers Stadium, the match we're watching, the Lions are on 39 after 11 overs with the loss of 1.
Yeah, Siaplaki coming back for his third over in this spell. He is the first bowling change after lunch.
Complete workhorse, Siaplaki. He charges in over and over, ball by ball. And he's already gotten the wicket of Dominic Hendricks. Not the greatest of shots, but a really good catch at mid-wicket. And is right up into the stumps.
I like his bowling action and his rhythm as he approaches the stumps. He's somebody that is very firm, is very still. Sometimes you look at bowlers as they approach the stumps, where they have very, you know, unorthodox bowling techniques or delivering styles. But you can tell that Siaplaki started bowling from a very, very young age. You can actually pick it up when a bowler is approaching to bowl, how he gets in line, how he gets his speed, running, and his rhythm. And he definitely lets it go.
Just slips down the hip this time. Swung around to Joshua Richards, and he gets a boundary through very fine leg.
Josh is surely getting the confidence that he needs for this game. You know, also, it's not about this game only, but, you know, going forward in the 4-day games that he'll be playing for the Lions. Josh, you know, also having played his cricket around here in Gauteng as a schoolboy, I remember him. He didn't like being called schoolboy, and he would hit old man for sixes.
He's a really good talent. 2 seasons ago, was having a very good time at the Lions. Had a tough one last season, though. This season, he felt like some of the calls were not on his way, but sometimes just a lapse in judgment would cause him to play at deliveries which he shouldn't be playing at, and he'd lose his wicket. But funny enough, in the second innings, he seems to be a slightly better this season.
And also, you can tell that when he's gone out, he's somebody that is very hard on himself. He needs to give himself a break, because this is a cricketer that works hard on his game. And I definitely think is definitely one for the future for the Proteas.
with the hunt for an opening batter and a sturdy opening partnership for South Africa. A couple of seasons ago, he would have found himself within a shout, having been in the South Africa A setup, knowing that there will be changes within the team as well. His average was very much close to 50 at that time. And like we said, just slant of form has dropped that to below 42.
We are still keeping our other eye in the test match in Durban. We're just waiting for the good news. It would be great to see Temba get to 100.
So with Joshua Richards now, the fact that he's an opening batter who still, after that slant in his form, keeps an average of above 41 runs for an opening batter, it speaks to the quality of the player. They say that form is temporary, but class is permanent.
Very wise words indeed, and he is definitely a classic cricketer, very talented, and he's a marvel to watch when he's on form and when he's on song. Looking at some of the runs that he scored today.
So the contrast between he and Dominic Hendrickson, just styles of player that they are, should be complementing each other pretty well if they are able to get their minds into the game.
Indeed, indeed. And that's why they've also formed a very good opening relationship as an opening pair. I always say, sometimes if I haven't seen the game, I just need to look at the two. If this one hasn't scored, the other one would have done justice for the other. So it is a relationship. In cricket, there's always a relationship. You have a relationship between your opening pair, and you have a relationship between your third and fourth. And you have a relationship between all your batsmen. Leaves very well indeed. I'm just surprised that Dwayne Olafuri is still running in this heat. Luckily, it's not that bad, but it is hot out there.
Also, at the end of the day, the big problem, and what I could believe might be one of the bigger reasons why the Lions decided to come and have another go at the score. Ooh, very nice stuff here from Dwayne Olafuri. He's doing a lot of work. Now imagine if there was Bear Swanepoel.
Yeah. And at the very same time, as a bowler, you feel that you're unfortunate that one is not moving off the bat for a catch. Keep asking yourself, what's going on today? Clearly, it is not your day, or it is not my team's day.
Must just keep on hunting. But one of the reasons probably why the Lions also had much bigger reason to just come back and have another bat is that the Warriors are very much a bowler short. The biggest threat that they had in that first innings, having taken 5 wickets in Bear Swanepoel, is not here to be the same menace that he was. So this means that there is a psychological thing that the Lions are just putting onto them by going out and scoring. They are a man down. And they are also a batter down because Bears can also bat.
Yeah. With that ball being bowled, it goes back to how, there's no right or wrong way of ducking a bouncer. Some go down, some just move sideways, some go under it. But the most important thing, when dealing with the bouncer, you need to look at the ball.
An excellent lever of the ball is Mohamed Manak. Really does know how to judge the ball once he gets his head into the game. But a bigger problem here for the Warriors is that ball before we just saw Dwayne Olafuri taking a look and stretching his left hamstring. You can see his walk is not really smooth. He has a little bit of a limp walking back to his run-up.
Yeah, especially as a tall man, and once again is clutching at his hamstring. Looks like he is in a bit of trouble, and with just one ball left in this over, he'll want to finish and have it looked at.
This is bad news for the Warriors. This is really bad news. You can see him signal for the medics. He's definitely not having a good time here, Dwan Olivier. Now you might lose your two spearhead bowlers for the Warriors, and you still have 9 more wickets to get with that lead just growing ever so more. How unlucky can you possibly be as a team?
Yeah, it would definitely be something that can affect the team psychologically. Your two main or spearhead bowlers, or the main bowlers in the team, not being able to, partake or participate in the game further. And with him walking off, you can tell that he is actually in trouble. Looks like there'll be a change of bowling. Kruger will be coming from the Colette drive end. He can bowl a bit, he can bat. It was very unfortunate earlier when the way he got out, the ball just, after being hit, it just ricocheted on the Cody Yusuf and Empire. He was out of his Chris. Empire Bongani Jele gave it out, which is a great decision because it's very fast. It takes a lot of experience to be able to make such decisions. Let's see his first ball this innings. It's a great start from Kruger.
Decent bowling average of 26 for Patrick Kruger. For an all-rounder, it's quite respectable because you're looking at a base of 30 with the bat, 30 with the ball, and then you judge from there.
So, Mpendulo, would you say he's a bowling all-rounder or a batting all-rounder? I know I've heard of such terms, but I never understand such. How do you classify it?
Patrick Kruger is more of a genuine all-rounder, one who's equal in both his batting and his bowling. So when you get a bowling all-rounder, it's one of those guys who you look at and you're like, yeah, your bowling is so much more effective. At that instance, you're looking at someone like a Marco Jansen right now, who, when you give him the bat, he can give you a 50, can give you a couple of good starting scores. But then when you give him the ball, he's as good as any opening bowler in the world. And then when you shift your focus now and you're looking to an all-rounder who bats more but can also bowl, you're then looking at a player who is able to be more confident with the bat. You are expecting more runs you would expect from a top-order batter in that instance. However, when you need a third, fourth bowling change, that's when it come in. So someone whom you'd say like a Jock Callis. However, Jock Callis is one of those genuine guys who are just extreme. So you're looking at players like that, guys who can bat well, can bat really well, and then can come in and give you a couple of few with the ball.
Yeah. I love how you also added genuine all-rounder from my question. Yeah, you're definitely right. That genuine all-rounders. Kruger so far has been doing very well in this over with the 4 balls or 4 deliveries that he's bowled. No runs as yet off his bowling. And yeah, I just think he's just hitting the right spot. And what Josh Richards is being very patient, is just waiting for the ball and playing that forward defensive shot. Looks very solid. And Mohamed Manak too, also, he looks in already. I mean, he's been at the crease in the partnership so far is about 13 runs, and the lead so far is about 240. You want them to pile on the runs, but they haven't come out guns blazing. They're applying themselves. They're applying the mind. They're playing the game. They're very patient, waiting for that bat ball, which does go to the boundary.
Joshua Richards will want to take full use of this opportunity. He's playing himself in quiet, decently. Ball shaping and hooping around a little bit for Patrick Kruger with his pace. It's after 14 overs. The Lions are on 43, but effectively currently on 240 for the loss of 1. Speaking about the idea of the type of all-rounders that we have, you're looking at the figures of Patrick Kruger. His first-class game slowly starting to grow. His average with the ball at 26, his average with the bat at 25. But once you get to the white ball stuff, that's when you start seeing his true abilities.
With that being said, Temba's just got into his century at the King's Meet. Well done to King Bavuma.
Captain's knock, Temba Bavuma.
Yeah, and also here at the DP World Wanderers, we have a bowling change. I have a bowling change from the Dafabet Warriors.
CJ King now, who's going to have a huge load on his shoulders. He's going to have a massive load on his shoulders. No Swanepoel. Olafia now, he's out of the picture slightly, going to nurse that left hamstring. And then you look at where are the spin bowlers for the Warriors? And there are none.
We had earlier spoken about spin. Would it be effective here with that ball being played very well? Manak just letting it go. Doesn't need to fiddle around, just letting it go. And also the bowling change is now changed ends, and it looks like he's getting a bit of movement coming from the golf course end.
Ooh, shaping away, gorgeous ball. But an illegal delivery from CJ King as he oversteps for a no ball.
Yeah, beautiful ball bowled, but an illegal delivery. Unfortunately, he's going to have to bowl it again.
Plays all around that, does Mohamed Manak. He'll be happy that the one that he received that looked like a Jaffa is one that wasn't allowed to be bowled. So he comes again, CJ King. And shows that it wasn't a mistake. Very good bowling.
It's an exact carbon copy of the previous delivery. Copy, cut, copy and paste. Same spot, same played the very same way he did the previous delivery, but not getting the edge.
At the end of the day, the Lions have already showcased the blueprint of what it is needs to be done to take wickets on the surface. Attack the stumps, go out there, bowl it full, and with that brand new ball, it's going to give you assistance.
Yeah, you need to make use of the new ball. You need to put the ball in the right places, especially here at the ball ring. We've already identified a certain area of uncertainty when bowling from the Colette Drive end as you bowl towards the golf course end. When you put the ball there, I've seen batsmen struggle, and there's a certain area, a patch, where you get to see the ball move. But with that, you're not going to trouble the batsman. With that being said, it is 45 for 1 after 15 overs, and a change of commentary. Colin Goa comes in as I take a breather.
As Colin comes in, Cricket South Africa says Wozanawe to the Women's Tour of South Africa versus England. The third T20 International will be happening this Saturday on the 30th of November 2024, starting at 6 p.m. at Supersport Park. Visit cricket.co.za to get your tickets. Gets the edge, the ball doesn't carry. What a comeback that from Patrick Kruger.
Yeah, just pitched slightly short on the slip fielder there. Beautiful ball by Patrick Kruger. And you mentioned earlier, Pendulo, in terms of Warriors being slightly now undone, losing. The bowler that took wickets for them yesterday, he took 5 wickets for them. He's the man that they would need at this stage.
We had a big discussion about this, Bracolin, on whether or not the Lions must bat again or they must bowl again. Ball just dropped a little bit short from Patrick Kruger. Wonderfully played, gorgeously played from Manak as he whips it away for 6 runs to bring up 50 for the DP World Lions.
Yeah, fantastic shot that by Mo Manak. Just got right behind the ball and clipped it beautifully as we watch the replay there for 4 runs. Confident shot, dictating the DP World Lions in this game, controlling this game.
You can just see a change in technique as well from Mohamed Manak. The ball is shaping away rather to a discomforting degree for him. So he takes that little shuffle across the off stump to cover the line of the stumps, giving him better judgment on whether or not to hit the ball, and he gets closer to the line of the ball as well.
Yeah, and I think that helps him as well, Pendulo, because if you look at the line that the Warriors have decided to bowl is that line of 5th and 6th stump. So you can leave as much as you want, but your frustration will kick in, and then you're going to start chasing it. So the other option is to slightly move and get closer to it so that by the time it's bowled to you, you are well on top of the ball and you can play it nicely.
His guard is already on the off stump. That is a beautiful ball from Kruger, but because of his understanding of his stumps and just of where he is standing, he knows exactly which balls to play and how to play them.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think he's purposely doing that, Mo Manak, so that, as I mentioned earlier, he's closer to it and he knows which one to chase and which ones not to play it.
At the end of the day, the shorter boundary is on the leg side as well. They have a man standing at deep square leg to the Warriors and another one standing at fine leg. So that straight delivery is always a possibility from Patrick Kruger. But he's forcing Manak to try and play on the bigger side of the boundary, which will also call about those 2 slips and a gully.
Yeah. And looking at these 2 games here, these 2 teams here, DP World Lions have got a man in in Durban who's just got 100 in Bavuma. And Dafabet Warriors have also got a man there, Stubbs, who's also scored 100. So both men who the 2 teams would love to have here at the Bullring are doing national duty at Kingsmead, and both of them sitting comfortably on hundreds.
Their teammates should take lessons on how to construct innings, because what Stubbs and Bavuma are doing down in Durban is exactly what Test cricket needs. Oh, very good ball, but because of where Manak is, he's confident in his leave. 16 overs gone, 51 for 1.
Yeah, no, Pendulo. And looking at this game, there hasn't been 100 scored. The closest was by Dominic Hendricks of that 89. So both Stubbs sitting on 104 currently, and Bavuma sitting on 102. Both teams would love to have those men, but unfortunately for them, but fortunately for the country, they are there doing national duty and performing nicely. And as we speak, South Africa is currently sitting on 311 for 3 wickets down.
Their application has been sensational. So often now you see batters who are ball hungry, bat on ball, wire. And the true essence of Test cricket and first-class cricket in general is the test of endurance, the test of patience, which then gives you the opportunity to showcase your skill fully. And with this day and age, the T20 game, the 50-over game, more so the 2020 game, forcing innovation, forcing quicker, forcing quicker scoring from the batters. Strike rates are the talk of the town now, more than averages at some moments in time. You just need to get a reminder every now and then of how the 5-day, 4-day game gets played.
Yeah, and talking of patience, the Warriors have been, I must say, these last 2 overs have been bowling it nicely. Just bowling it just outside on that 6 stump, and you can only leave so much. And eventually, just like George Richards, that previous ball, chased slightly a wide one. Because as a batter, you want to feel the ball on the bat. And as it keeps on passing you, you get frustrated and you'll end up chasing it. So this is a true test of that endurance, a true test of patience.
And sometimes having too many options to score runs can be your downfall if you don't have the mentality to know when to use what. So as you can see, Joshua Richards is an exquisite stroke player. He loves hitting the ball, and he's very good at it on top of that. And because of that, sometimes he will feel like he can score off deliveries, which he shouldn't be going for.
Yeah, which is why I think the Dafabet Warriors shouldn't lose their patience. They shouldn't be looking at bowling a wicket-taking ball every ball. That plan that they've been sticking to now, which is that 6 stump, just exactly like that, is what they need to be doing. Because that lead remains at 248 if they're not scoring runs. And the day is going on and the session will be finished. Then they will walk out of this session knowing that, okay, we did not get too many wickets, but at least we didn't leak too many runs.
It's going to be a test of stamina as well to the Warriors bowlers, because it was only 23 overs that they were able to rest for. Great shot from Richards. That's what he's about. Cut through the point region for 4 runs. It's gorgeously played.
Yeah, and it takes that lead to 252 as they take drinks. And the last time we were commentating together in Pendula, we witnessed 6 wickets. So I don't know whether it's our partnership that is getting wickets, but it looks now that the DP World Lions are right on track and they are in control of this game.
They're playing extremely well. But take a look at what Gold Rush are doing. Gold Rush Boland are absolutely smashing it at the Northwest. 594 runs. Can you believe it? Grant Rolofson, Gavin Kaplan, all smashing it around for Boland. And so Potchefstroom, they oh my goodness, they trail by 581 runs. Some of these numbers are outrageous.
Yeah, no. The scores there, I don't know if the DP World Lions will be keeping an eye on that, because in another Division 1 game between Dragons and Boland, as you said, Boland scoring 594 for 6. In another one, Hollywood Bats Dolphins scoring 548. 544 for 8. So there's big scores happening across. So maybe that could give a hint to Dominic Hendricks to say maybe our lead should be as close as possible to a 500, knowing that maybe we give ourselves a day and a half to bowl at the Dafabet Warriors.
It'll also give the Lions a good time to just bat and bat and bat. At the end of the day, what makes a batter better is more batting. Batting out in the game, facing the conditions, and just getting that confidence as well of saying that, you know what, I'm out here, I can get these runs. A player like Joshua Richards, who has been lacking in runs, Connor Esterhazen will want to pick up his hand. He had a very good T20 competition. Can he do it now in the white ball game? Bjorn Fortuin has been Mr. Savior, but surely he'd also like to come in when there's no pressure and just play for fun.
Yeah, definitely. And both with ball and bat. He would want to feel that he wants to contribute, having contributed in the first innings with that 50 runs, sorry.
He's been excellent. The ladies in the World Cup have also been excellent. They've lost 2 versus England, though, and they go for a third one. But this is just the first part of their series, as they'll also have 3 one-day internationals. The first one starting in Kimberley next week. But we set our eyes on Tuesday, on Saturday rather, the final T20 international game between the Proteas and England. Get your tickets at cricket.co.za. Hashtag Wozanawe. Come and support the girls and hashtag be part of it.
Yeah, and the team's coming back after the drinks break, just to give the viewers at home the situation here at the DP World Wanderers Stadium of the situation. Remember, the DP World Lions batted first, and they scored 291 all out. And in reply to that, the Dafabet Warriors this morning came in, and they were bowled out for 94. And as we speak, we had thought that the DP World Lions will enforce a follow-on, but they decided to bat again, and currently they are sitting at 55 for 1 after 17 overs.
Joshua Richards was good for a half century when he batted again. He scored 75 runs versus the Northwest. Actually batted once in that game as the game went down to a dwindling draw. But it was him who stuck around. Can he do it today? That score of 75, standing out among scores which you wouldn't be proud of.
Yeah, Kruger continuing to bowl from the collar drive and bowling to Mo Manak, who clips it just down leg to fine leg for 1, and continuing from where they left off.
Should be easy work if they're going to be placing it there. 2 straight. There's a lot of space with the deep square leg and deep fine leg. There's no one at mid-wicket. So from mid-on, where Dwan Olivier is, right on the bottom right corner of your screen, there's no one from there right down to the wicketkeeper in the inner ring. So it's 3 singles for the Lions.
Yeah, especially in Bendel if you're going to bowl straight. Because if you bowl straight, you are going to get clipped. And at that vacant mid-wicket area, because that square leg is at the boundary. So there's mid-on. So there's a huge gap that you can clip and easily pick up. If it's not a boundary, you can get your 2s and 3s in that gap.
But Patrick Kruger is disallowing them from doing that. It's just bowling it on that off stump, and the movement away from the right-hander is helping too. But it gets a little bit naughty with that one. No movement whatsoever. Could have easily gone for 4. Just wants to tidy that up.
Yeah, and Josh Richards, being a stroke player, he left that one, where we would have thought that could be easy runs for him to just get it in that gap, because even if you mistime it, you're not going to get caught there because there's no one in the field.
Thing is, now there must be some level of the Warriors just bowling within themselves slightly. You just saw that man standing at deep square leg in the open stands. You would have thought there would be a little bit of some short stuff. You see Patrick Kruger signaling to that square leg fielder, watch out. All for a bluff.
Yeah, nicely bowled it by Kruger. I think that's the area he would want to be bowling, especially because he's swinging it away. He'd want to pitch it on off stump and let it leave Josh Richards and tempt him to play at that. If you can look at those 2 slip fielders, there's a big gap between first slip and second slip. It's not your orthodox slip cordon. And then that third man, sort of in between third man and the third slip. So temptation for the batter to have a go at it.
A different approach between Manak and Richards on how to deal with the movement from Kruger. He bowls it a little bit too straight that time. Such an easy punch from Richards as well to get those 2 runs.
Made that look very, very easy in Pendula. Made it look like he's just in the net with no pressure, just just getting his eye in. Well played from Josh Richards.
Mbali was talking about this earlier, about how Joshua Richards was so hard on himself when he lost his wickets. all in his head. Very, very hard on himself. So it's signs of perfectionism. But when he gets it right, my goodness, does he get it right? How good is that from Richards? It's driven away for 4.
Textbook cover drive. It's what you take that frame there, you teach it to kids and say, this is how you play a cover drive. Don't do anything less, don't do anything more. Just play it like that, head over the ball, and not looking to hit it hard, but just stroked it beautifully in that gap for 4 runs.
Superb shot from Joshua Richards. A little bit too full also from Patrick Kruger. Drives it well. Good confidence from Richards. Is going to need more of that to grow. He's currently on 32 from 58 deliveries. Mohamed Manak, he doesn't ever rush in his game, Mohamed Manak. Very selective, and he's out there on 12 from 24.
Mo Manak has got a good head on himself. He's a very, very patient man. He knows his game, knows his strength, and he plays within that. And at this stage, Sia Plachi is coming back on to bowl from the golf course end, and even the umpires now, Bongani Chele, getting confused. I don't know whether it's because of the sun changing ends.
Deep square leg goes right down there. The ploy is quite simple. 4 fielders on the leg side. Mid wicket, deep square leg. There's going to be a man who's basically standing at backstop behind the wicketkeeper. Because we are going into the body, we're going in fast, we're going in aggressive. It's well tucked though from Manak. They're running in hard. Brilliant running from Richards and Manak.
Yeah, quite amazing field placing this Pendulo. I normally see this backstop field in my son's under-9 game. They normally have, it's a normal standard procedure. You'll have this fielder, but to have it at this level, I don't know whether what he's looking for, a top edge, if his bowling is short, that when he swings, they feel, the Dafabet Warriors, that they might have a chance of him catching it there.
3 fielders behind the slip fielders, fine leg third man, and basically a backstop. Out of respect, we'd call it a deep first slip.
No, I think you are a very respectful man. Jabu, but I would, Mpendulo, I would stick to what it is, because I see it all the time when I go watch my son play. That's a backstop, so the keeper can afford to make a mistake because there's somebody who's going to clean it up for him and pick it up.
Jordan Herman, you can see him there stretching. He'll surely want to have a great bat innings when he comes back for the Warriors batting again. But you can see him there standing behind Qeshile. It's a good shot from Richards though. Shorter boundaries open for him if he can make a good connection, but what an interesting field indeed.
Yeah, and Plachi is not bowling to that field. We've had now 3 balls in this over, and looking at those 4 men at the boundary, nothing short has been bowled thus far. So I don't know if it's just a dummy just to fool the batter and then look to bowl at his legs, but looking at the past 3 balls that he's bowled, they've just all been slightly short, just outside off stump.
That's the one. That's the one. You can see Andile Mokhakane there. He's under the helmet. The ball should be on the ribs of Joshua Richards if this is the ploy they're looking to get. And it's a fantastic ball. And he's wincing in pain, Joshua Richards.
Yeah, and that's the first ball that looked like Plachi was bowling towards his plan. And did it hit that on the chest or just under the arm there? And weakened that arm, you can see Joshua Richards there reacting with that arm just hanging as if it was hit. Because when it hits that bone, if we watch the replay again, you can see that Plachi was coming into the body. And yes, he hit, that elbow. When it gets hit, it gets the entire arm very numb. And that's what Joshua Richards would be feeling right now. But I'm sure he would, the physio would fix that quickly, because I think he's confident enough to come back and continue batting, because at this stage it looks like he's the man in for the DP World Lions, sitting on 37 runs.
They say it's a funny bone, but it's only funny for us as the watchers, not for Richards. You saw immediately when the ball hit him, he just let go of his bat. It got so loose. Pain for him. And especially since he's batting so well here, Bracolin, surely he wouldn't want to let go of this beautiful start he's set for himself.
Definitely wouldn't, taking into consideration what he did in the first inning. So now he feels his eye is in, and he would like to continue. You say once it hit him, he let go of the bat. I think because of the numbness in the hand. I'm sure he did not even feel the bat leaving his hand, because that's how hard it was a hit. And Plachi is ready there again, as you can see, as a bowler, ready to have a go again. Interesting. I always look at the reaction from bowlers after they've hit a batter. It's like they don't care whatsoever. He just wants to continue again, and there is Sia Plachi waiting and saying, let's go.
It didn't hit him on the head. He should be fine. He's gonna be okay. That's what in his head. But also, there's a level of competition you don't want to let go of. I am a bowler. I am your enemy at this moment. Even Joshua Richards himself knew that a short ball was coming. So to him, it's like it's fair game, buddy. You have a bat. You should be able to know how to use it.
Yeah, and it's exactly what the DP World Lions did to the Dafabet Warriors batters. They hit a few of them, and it just shows, Mpendulo, that there's still something in it on this strip for seam bowlers. Because thus far, we haven't seen a spin bowler.
We haven't seen a spin bowler for the whole match. Right now, it's just seam galore, classic wanderers. It's actually as if South Africa's reverting back to the old kind of conditions. We're seeing the green and good carry and the pace of the Kingsmead coming back. We are seeing now the Wanderers' juicy outfield and a wonderful surface, which has caused some problems for the batters. Can't wait to see what Cape Town has to offer for us.
Yeah, they definitely can't drop the ball now. Looking at what South Africa is doing at Kingsmead, talking of that game, they are now 332 for 3 still, and Stubbs on 120. And Bavuma slowed down after that 100, is still on 106. But it will be interesting to watch where that game is going. But while talking of that, Mpendulo, if you were Dominic Hendricks in this game, what score would you be thinking? I know the weather is beautiful. There's still 2 more days to go after today. So there's still time. But taking all of that into consideration, looking at also what you would need or how long you would need, what do you think would be a decent score to say that we can confidently, as Dominic Hendricks, the DP World Lions captain, to say, nah, we can declare it?
To be very honest with you, Bracolin, when you look at the situation of the game as it is right now, it's Lions to lose. The possibilities are for now Lions to draw or Lions to win. From this situation, if they are able to preserve their wickets, the Lions only win if they take 10 wickets in the second innings. So for them, it is only a matter of how long do we need to get those 10 wickets? And we spoke about it before lunch, or like if they bat until lunch tomorrow and give themselves 5 sessions of bowling. And if in those 5 sessions, they give themselves 450, 500 runs, and a total that feels like it's not going to be gettable, because with that time it probably won't be. Oh, then you just bowl and try get wickets, and it's a good ball from Blanky.
Yeah.
65 for 1.
Yeah, no, I think the other 2 scores across the country would also encourage them. The 500 that was scored in the other two Division 1 games would encourage them to do that. And that last ball from Platch was quite interesting. At least he got rid of that backstopper and had a leg slip and had somebody just under the helmet, which then for me, that's a better field placing. That tells me that you are going to bowl it short and bowl it to the ribcage, taking what happened when he hit his arm, to say maybe he is going to just look to fend it off. And if he fends it very fine, then the leg slip is in action. If he gets a little bit of a bat in it, the man underneath the helmet just behind him will catch it. But as we say that, we go back to Kruger from the collar drive and who bowls to Mo Manak, who just clips it for one in that vacant region on the leg side.
Blanky, he actually started using his field placings really well at the back end of that innings and of that over rather. And what I liked the most there, Bracolin, is the fact that the Warriors were looking to do something different and trying to get a wicket. They are not just sitting back and allowing the fact that they've lost their two spearhead bowlers. They're trying to make use with what they have.
Yeah, definitely. And they can't go into defensive mode now. They must still, they've been given a chance. The fact that they've been allowed to bowl here again, let me say myself, was thinking that the DP World Lions will make them follow on. So they've now got a stage where they can control a little bit to say, okay, let's rather control that lead, which is currently sitting on 263, to say let's get them or get the runs as scarce as possible. And as we do that, time is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And before you know it, they don't get that 400 today or maybe even by lunchtime tomorrow.
It is, after all, a game of time, this first-class cricket. Timing everything so that you are able to do what you need to do. You speak about, you ask this question on what a good score will be. And to a certain degree, if the batting conditions do seem to improve, you then ponder about the amount of time you give the batting team, because now you don't want to give them a score which they believe they can chase down. If it's that long, they have to bat. I mean, if you have if you have over 100 overs to chase down a score in conditions which are easier now to bat, the chances are you might go for it.
Yeah, definitely. You'll back yourself. That's why here you want to even kill that thought, kill the spirit, kill everything, to say they don't even think they've got a chance.
So if the Lions truly are able to grow that lead to a 450, 500 even, take it out of the reach of the Warriors, secure the draw first, don't lose the game. That's what they're batting for right now. And if they are able to take their time at this moment and then accelerate tomorrow when the ball is slightly older, then they are in a top position.
Bit naughty there from Kruger, just bowling it down leg, not knowing that he's bowling to that man, Plachi, was fielding at mid-wicket, to say maybe if he clips it, it might have a chance at that. But you're quite right, Mpendulo. At this stage, they would want to make sure that they take this game away from the Warriors, not give them a chance. But I must compliment the Dafabet Warriors. They're doing well in these past few overs here.
It's clearly not easy to bowl when the team is not looking to attack. Especially if the ball is now slowly doing less. It's only Patrick Kruger who seems to be getting some sort of movement on and off the pitch. So it's going to be a very, very long day for him, Blackie and King.
Yeah, and as we said, that Sia Plachi is coming back on from the golf course end, and this time he'll be bowling to Mo Manak. I'm sure, looking at what he did earlier, because it looked already like he had a bit of a plan, he would want to get Joshua Richards on strike. But having said that, he set the very same field that he had for Joshua Richards with that leg slip and a man just down the helmet behind the bowler. And he bowls it just outside off stump across the right-hand batter to get missed. And as we say that, I am joined now here at the commentary box, change of commentary, and Mbali joins us again. Mbali, hopefully you had a bit of a break, and luckily for you, we are in the shade here, unlike this, the players in the middle there who are getting this heat under them. It's not nice if you're also not getting wickets.
It is hot out there in the sun. You're looking at the score, 66 for the loss of one, but I like how Black is just running in with so much energy. With that being said, it goes for 4, a great shot by Manak. That is a sign of a batsman in form. I like how the Lions are just continuing their business, continuing from where they left off in the first innings, continuing from where they left off after bowling out the Dafabet Warriors for 94 earlier before lunch. And with the score now, with the lead moving to 267. And thank you for the welcome, Colin.
Blatchy bowling is short there in response to that previous ball where Momana cut it beautifully for 4, as you mentioned, a good confident shot. And at this stage, I don't think DP World Lions can afford to be in defensive mode. I mean, they're in the driving seats. They are controlling this game. They were the ones that decided that we're going to bet again. So they need to show the reasons why. But the beauty that I like is they're not rushing and chasing everything in order to get that lead or get the runs as quick as possible. They are still respecting your good balls, those wide ones, not chasing them. But if it's there, they do hit it. And like that one, Mo Manak just clips it nicely on the ground, not giving that man under the helmet a chance for 1 run.
I mean, there's still plenty of time left in this game, 2 days and a session left. With the weather permitting, but no rain forecasted in the next few days, with the sunshine coming out or sunlight tomorrow. So it's going to be a full day of cricket. Hopefully we'll get in a full day, not half a session like we got earlier.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's getting hotter and hotter. Looking at the weather prediction, tomorrow it's going to be 26 degrees. And on Sunday it gets even warmer to 28 degrees. So it's a beautiful cricket weather to play cricket on. So all they need to do now is graft, and Warriors need to think about it in terms of how do we control or slightly start taking control of this game so that we can at least give ourselves a chance. Because the way where the situation they are sitting at currently, if they could get a draw from this position, they would have done themselves very well.
And also, when you look at the score, you are just thinking it's 268 for 1. The score might be 71 for 1, but you've got a lead of 268. That is the Lions. They did very well for themselves to get to that point. We had our own ideas in the commentary box. If we were captains, what would we do?
Sia Plachi bowling it straight, and Josh Richards clipping it back where it comes from, and with no fielder there, he's managing to now comfortably get 2 runs.
That's just long on areas vacant. There's absolutely no fielders. Anything that goes past the bowler, it's definitely a run at this point in time. That is the end of the over. 73 for 1, 21 overs bowled, 270 run lead. And this partnership is growing slowly but surely with the Richards and Mohamed Manak now in a partnership of 43 runs. Remember, when the first wicket fell, it was 30 for 1 when Dom Hendricks was caught off the bowling of Sia Plaki when he tried to pull one short one and it got to the hands of Diogo Rosier.
Yeah, I think for the DPL Lions, their focus would be on that lead, which is 270 now. That's where their full concentration will be on. The 73 for 1, technically for them now it means They're on 270 for 1.
There's a change of bowling. We have a new bowler, Ethan Frosler. He is the man that was brought in to replace injured Bear Swanepoel. He's an all-rounder. Oh, very unfortunate for him. The first ball that he bowls, it's edged, goes between first slip and the wicket keeper for 4.
Yeah, no, Ethan Frosler, first ball, nicked and missed, went through that gap between first slip and wicket keeper. Good man, they say, can play cricket. Good all-rounder, good young all-rounder, Ethan Frosler. Comes from Govendale, plays for Govendale Cricket Club. And I'm sure down there in Nkabeka, they'll be watching him now and wishing him well. Because at one stage, he was 12 men. And now he's right in the mix, he's in the action, and he's now bowling to Mo Manak. And as he bowls, his first 2 balls, something interesting. First one, nearly a catch. And this one, I don't know whether they were screaming for LBW or that looking to see if there was a clip or maybe there is a catch.
Yeah, and definitely tucked the batsman in, made him uncomfortable, made him jump off his crease. Unfortunately, there was no edge or there was no bat to bowl, but there was a slight appeal with an experienced umpire saying, no, that's definitely not out. But to speak about the young man's history, most definitely you need to grab the opportunity when you are given it. Ooh, that's a beautiful ball coming back in.
Yeah, interesting family, this from the Frosler's family. The cousin plays for Kaizer Chiefs, plays soccer, and here he is as a cricketer. So quite sporting family. I know the uncle is a principal at a school down there in Nkabeka.
Well, for a moment, I thought this surname was familiar. Yes, I know Reeve Frosler, who plays for Kaizer Chiefs, started at Wits University. Another great delivery by Ethan Frosler, who's running in, who's taking the opportunity that has been given as he came in as a sub after he replaced Bears Swanepoel, who got injured after being hit by a rocket by Mureki in the first innings of the Dafabet Warriors. As he's running in, I like how confident he is. He's showing signs of somebody who knows what he's doing. You know, sometimes you look at bowlers, they tend to be a bit scared, especially playing in this field. With that's a great shot.
Yeah, commentators guessed that while we were praising Frosler, he bowls one short and wide, and Mo Manak, who's cut the previous one in the previous over, he said, thank you very much, Ethan, for that, and he cut it straight, and the field did not even bother moving.
With that, it brings up the 51-run partnership. They've been together for 65 minutes with 76 balls being faced, 8 fours and 1 6, and just 1 extra. Both batsmen, Richards contributing 21 and Manak contributing 29.
Good ball that by Ethan Frosler. Good response. Good reply after the previous ball.
That's what you do as a bowler. If you've gone for a boundary, you need to bowl it a jammer or a jaffa of a ball to make it very difficult and keep the batsman guessing what is coming next. It is, of course, the end of the 22nd over. It's 81 for 1. The DP Lions are firmly in control with a lead of 278. I just think if we can get a run lead of 300 runs before tea, it's going to be very difficult. I don't know if by the end of the day, if they can reach 150, it becomes much more difficult. I don't know if there's such a word.
Yeah, and just crossing over to Durban there, looking there, South Africa has now got a lead of 503. Currently sitting on 354 for 4. So Themba Bavuma was on 112. The captain, you wonder if while he's batting and feeling confident sitting on 100, he'll be thinking of a declaration for now, or he will still be thinking that let's push on and get as many as we can. And while he's also there, maybe he's the man to maybe quicken up the pace so that they can get more runs before end of close. Before the day closes today.
Yeah, most definitely it's going to be mind games. You'll want to send the Sri Lankans in maybe for an hour. Send the Sri Lankans for an hour, put them under pressure, because they're obviously thinking or still reeling from the shock of being bowled out for 42 yesterday. And you make it very uncomfortable for them. And that's the idea of this longer format of the game. You need to keep your opponents guessing. You need to keep your opposite skipper thinking. Just like we saw Dom Hendricks making a decision that he won't take the follow on, but he'll rather come back.
Yeah, Plachi again coming back on to Joshua Richards, bowling it short and looking to bowl at that area, that ribcage area, knowing that if he does clip it, he'll be caught in that leg slip, or by that man, if he does get a full-on bet, that maybe that man under the helmet behind the batter will get a chance. But Joshua Richards doing very well and just leaving those.
Yeah, it's a very unorthodox leg slip, but clearly they've done their assessment, they've done their analysis on him. If you bowl it short, bowl it to the ribs. Don't bowl it anywhere besides the ribs. That's a good shot for nothing.
Too many schoolboy cricket games that I normally would watch. Once a batter hits it like that, he immediately runs because he believes, because I've hit it well enough, I deserve a run, forgetting that there's still a great fielder who's going to stop that and you not getting anything.
Yeah.
So good shots are good shots and they end there, because sometimes, just like that one, they might just not result in any runs.
But is that the correct line to be bowling? Seems like the wicket keeper has hurt himself. Hope it's nothing serious. It would just be a bad day for the Warriors if they have to lose the Shile. I mean, already they've lost 2 players in the game, where Bear Swanepoel had to walk off because he was hit in the head, and Dwan Olafir struggled or limped off the field after bowling a couple of overs. Now you see Snetemba Qeshile clutching at his hand. It looks like he may have taken the ball wrongly.
Yeah, I wonder what happened there, because it just went, the bowler just bowled it wide down leg, and I thought Qeshile took it comfortably. But from the looks of the physio, looks like the concentration is on the finger, the little pinky there. Maybe a clip to the pinky, and hopefully not a dislocation, but just a clip. That magic spray and that strapping can be fixed and we can get back on.
Yeah, we see the medic has got ice on his hand. Clearly that he is in discomfort, and hopefully will be able to carry on or continue his wicket-keeping duties. Now, do teams, when you prepare, do you prepare somebody that can also keep wicket, or you can just pick anyone because you've seen him at training that, oh, this one can keep wicket if there's a need indeed?
Yeah, I've seen that ploy being applied mainly in T20 games, where they'll get a guy who can just do a little bit of a backstop type of keeping, but can give them batting mainly. Because batters like Qeshile who can keep and bat are rare. Most of them, it's either is a good keeper, but can't really, well, he can bat, but he'll be your number 7 or number 8 batter. Most teams would then apply that ploy of, because this guy can keep a little bit, can do that stop at the back, and he can give us a bat and bat up front. They normally chance with it. But in red ball cricket like this, in 4-day cricket, you want a serious keeper, you want a genuine keeper, somebody like Kashile who can do the job, and they'll be worried, the Dafabet Warriors. They'd want him to get back up because, as you already also saw from the batting, I mean, he was the only man from that Dafabet Warriors who looked the part with the bat. He looked in that 94. He was the man who sort of scored the runs for them. So they'll look at that. And I think with this break, it gives us an opportunity just to go around again, just to look at what is happening in the other Division 1 games. When we go across to Mangaung in Free State, remember Hollywood Bets Dolphins scoring 570 for 9 in 145 overs. And then the Knights are currently now coming back on to bet on that. So that's another good 500 being scored in that area. And you move across to the other one, the Division 1 game in JB Max Oval in Potchefstroom. The Dragons are busy now on 43 for nothing, chasing that huge 594 that was scored by Gold Rush Boland.
Well, it's definitely a tall ask for some of these teams. You speak about the Dragons having to, try and reduce the deficit of 500 and something runs. And that's a very, very, very tall order. And, the Hollywood Dolphins just scoring those 500 runs. And it looks, from where we are at this point in time here in this field, it looks like the Lions will want to emulate some of the success of their counterparts in other games if they set a total of 400 plus. It becomes very difficult, especially in the fourth innings. You've got 2 more days. There's no way you can block out 2 days of cricket. There is somehow you are going to make mistakes, and you just need 10 magic balls. Then you've got your game. You win, and we spoke about the Lions and the performance in the 3 games that they've played. They've won 2, they've drawn 1, and they are a team on form. They are the team to beat currently. That's why they're sitting on number 1 at the top.
Yeah, good to see Kashile back up again and Plachi bowling and the batter, the Josh Richards, clipping it to that fine leg, Dwayne, or is it Olivier Reyes at the boundary. So it's good to see Kashile back. A bit of a worry, they're thinking maybe he would have maybe clipped his hand and broken it, but it looks like no, he's back and good again and going again.
Dwayne Olivier, they're still limping. I'm not sure if he'll be able to bowl. He doesn't look like somebody who's in 100% full health as a bowler. But the man of the moment is Frosler. Ethan Frosler bowled his first over, the previous over, and bowled beautifully. As much as his first ball may have gone for a boundary, which was a fortune, was a boundary that is for not Manak, but Josh Richards, but he's redeemed himself. When you start bowling and the first ball that you bowl gets hit, sometimes you just lose the ploy and you just think, oh, am I going to have a very long day? But it seems like he's got a lot to prove for himself.
Yeah, Frosler coming on now, bowling to Josh Richards. And bowling that one is just slightly nice and shortly pitched, but not that short. But you can see the 2 fielders. I don't know if that's the plan. They've got a deep square leg and a fine leg. Maybe just saying to Joshua Richards, here's something to think about. I am going to bowl it short. And just like we saw earlier on with the Lions bowlers, when they did that, they actually bowled it on the feet and getting LBWs.
Just drifting on the leg side and a good take from Kashile. I hope he's okay and is just not forcing issues.
Definitely not impressed with his bowler there. Could see the reactions from Kashile. Was not impressed. I think that's not what they would want from the young man. At some stage, remember, he was not thinking that he'll be playing in this game. And here he is now being looked at to bowl, and heavily, maybe they'll give him some heavy duty to bowl because their front line or the man he's replaced is the man that took 5 wickets in the first innings. So they would want him to now take a whole lot of that work, or much of it, if I may say, and bowl, and hopefully also pick up some sticks.
Yeah, most definitely. Those are very, very big shoes to fill. Having scored, also contributed with the bat up until he got injured, and then having taken the 5 wickets yesterday. That's another one that goes to the leg side, misses everything except the keeper. A great take from the keeper, but you can see he is clearly annoyed. He is clearly annoyed. Kashile is one of the best keepers we have in the business. A talent, like you said, when it comes to the bat, it's very rare that you'll find a wicket keeper that can hold the bat very, very well. Sometimes you get a batsman that is not the greatest of keepers. Yeah, very busy.
Yeah, I'm sure Ethan Frost would want to bowl, not necessarily that line, but would want to be bowling it outside of stump, maybe get it a bit even closer to Joshua Richards. And as I say that, you can see Joshua Richards changing guard. It looks like he would want to take off stump and try and learn from what Mo Manak did when he was facing Kruger earlier on, to say, let me rather than get close to him, so that once he does bowl it just outside that line, which is just bowled now, which is fantastic. That's where Ethan Frost needs to be bowling it in order to create something in this game, and just keep on there, because if you just be patient as a bowler and bowl that line, you are testing the patience of the batter, and you know that you are bowling also to your field.
That was a great last delivery. After 24 overs, the score is 82 for 1 with the lead of 279. That is the Lions. Colin, you speak about the great ball that you bowled, the last delivery. That is the correct channel, that is the correct line to be bowling in order to give your side a chance. And it looks like we are going to have a new bowler. Looks like we are going to have spin bowler for the first time in this innings. And obviously things are slowing things down, making sure that, the Lions don't have it easy. They've only had to deal with pace in the last while. You have Diogo Rosia, who's now going to bowl.
Yeah, Diogo Rosa has joined the Warriors. I think this is his third season with the Warriors, or second season with the Warriors. And first season came on and did quite well. And he'll be looking to now first introduction of spin in this game. So it will be interesting to see if it's turning already this wicket. And this is something that Dominic Hendricks, outside as the DPL Lions captain, will be also having interest on, to just have a look, knowing that one of his main bowlers in the team is a spin bowler. So he'll be interested to see is this pitch now willing to turn, and if it is turning, it might influence that decision for him in terms of now that we know it can turn, if we declare at a certain stage, we know that the wicket is also now ready. Now we know over and above our 4 pace bowlers, our spin bowler is also going to be in action, and they will be in the money.
Well, for a moment, they're caught napping on the boundary. He didn't see the ball up until his teammates had to say, hey, look out. It does happen when it's too hot. The important thing is to stay in the game and not wander off.
Yeah, Sia Plachi, they're a bit naughty. Should be concentrating on the game. At this level, you can't be dozing off as a fielder, especially taking into consideration where this game is at. Any chance that might come, you need to be ready for it and take it, because you need even a half chance at this stage.
Yeah, schoolboy era there. You speak about your 9-year-old son playing cricket. You'd expect that from him. He's wandering, looking for his friends somewhere that are in the fans, or looking for family, and then you say, catch! Then he quickly turns around.
Beautiful shot, that beautiful shot by by Joshua Richards for 4. And that takes the score of DPL Lions to 89, and it takes Josh Richards' score to 39, and that lead to 286.
This partnership is really getting troublesome and getting very dangerous. They need to break it, and they need to do it very soon. And one is played down to long on, long off by Joshua Richards. With that, end of the over by Diego Rosier. It's 90 for 1 after 25 overs. The DP World Lions are cruising at 287, a lead of 287 on this beautiful Black Friday.
Yeah, and talking of Black Fridays, looking at the amount of 500s being scored across the country. I mean, currently even South Africa has got a lead over 500. So it looks like 500 is the score. And maybe that might also tell the DP World Lions to say maybe that's the score we should also be looking at as a lead before we declare.
Clearly runs galore on today. While people are shopping for discounts, we are definitely giving runs, or batsmen have got many runs.
It says a lot about South African pitches because runs galore, as you mentioned, we definitely are producing proper wickets that are cricket friendly, that are batter friendly. We come out and not have these 4-day games that are turned into 2-day games, or test matches that are turned into 3-day. You know, there's lots of runs, lots of tests, and beautiful to watch.
That's a great delivery. Now, you talk about preparation of pitches, which are very, very important. They're very crucial for this format of the game. And we've seen pitches that are seen as substandard, but I'm yet to see anything like that here in South Africa. I don't know if we've ever produced such, but what goes into preparing for such a game?
Mbali, you're asking the wrong man. I once was working as a school, and the headmaster, they always used to just tell me, I must just pour water and make sure that the pitch is not dry. Just make sure that there's water, there's no cracks. It must be flat. There must be enough runs for our batters to score runs, because runs is what really makes a cricket match. It doesn't give you enough opportunity if you are chasing low scores, because then it means the other team won't be able to chase anything. But the runs is what makes this game. And Frosler, having said that, bowls one, just slightly straight and beautifully so by Josh Richards. Just hits it straightly on the back foot. Beautiful shot, I must say. If Mpendulo was here, I'm sure he would have said a gorgeous shot, hitting it down for 4. Beautiful shot.
Yep. Richard is really taking the opportunity he's getting. Also, maybe that's the reason why the captain said, go and get your confidence. That's the most important thing. Go and score the runs. He is on 44, just 6 shy of a half a century.
Yeah, no, definitely. Good shout, but nothing given. I think it missed everything there. Missed the pad and it missed the bat. But I think Frosler there was shouting or asking for a nick behind. But other than that, as you say, I think it's key that in a team, when you are collectively, when you are looking to win games, that not only one man is in form. You need to be collectively in good form, so that when you've got stages like this, where Dominic Hendrick scored 89 in the first innings and he gets out cheaply in the second innings, you then have other batsmen who can come in and score runs. Remember, they've still got guys like Potgieter in the... Is that a catch or is that a spectator's catch?
It's definitely a catch. That is a very good catch at Gully. I guess it's the commentator's case. We were just praising Josh Richards, and you can see as he walks away that he is really, really disappointed in himself. Once you get to 30, 40, you need to start converting those Once you get to 50, you need to convert to 100. Unfortunately, that's the fall of the second wicket for 94 runs.
Yeah, Josh Richards didn't look convinced with that. I mean, he stood there. In fact, he went back to marking his gut after that. From where I was sitting, I thought it was a clear catch because if it didn't bounce before, it just went straight to the fielder. But he didn't look convinced whatsoever at all. Maybe a bit of disappointment knowing that he had a start. 44, he was looking dangerous. But he's now out, which Warriors will appreciate seeing his back. But it then brings Zubair Hamza, another man who will be hungry for runs, who's also looking to do better than what he did in the first innings.
You know, it's more of a headache as a bowler or as a Warriors skipper that you've just taken a very good batsman and you have somebody who walks in. So also it's good for the Lions. The coach can put his feet up and say, I've got enough batsmen. I mean, even some of the batsmen the recognized batsmen that we've spoken about are not the ones that have been scoring runs. You've got a number 7, Bjorn Fortuin, who's scored 2 centuries and half a century in the last 5 innings for the Lions. So everyone does know how to contribute, and it is very, very important. But luckily, it's a good thing that they broke this partnership. It was looking very dangerous with the partnership of 64, and it was very important that you get a wicket.
Yo, Diogo, they're bowling one straight. I don't know if it, from the appeal here, it looks like Klashile was very, very convinced. He's still not in belief. He does not believe that Zubair Hamza was not given out. I mean, Mo Manak was not given out. And I'm sure there in passing him, he will tell him that you are very, very lucky not to be given out. These fielders of Dafabet Warriors are not making the job easy for Klashile. Even the throwing back to him, Klashile is not very happy with those.
Yeah.
But Diego Rosia here looks like he's trying to get something here, trying to make something happen here.
And I guess it's a great end to bowl from when you look at the decision. I've seen many spinners opt for that end.
There's a shout again. There's a shout again. Both this time. Look at where the keeper is in the middle of the pitch, trying to help the bowler with his appeal. And guess what? The umpire there, Mr. Andre Olivier, saying no, not out. And again, the keeper not convinced whatsoever. Look at him kicking the ground and not happy at all. But guess what? The umpire's decision is final. Rosia, you must bowl again.
I'm not too sure what exactly are they appealing for. Was it an edge? Was it a leg before?
Full focus is what they would need now. They would need to focus back on the game, forget about those decisions. They are now past tense, they're in the past. You now need to concentrate on what's happening in the now and in preparation for what you want to be chasing as the team that will be batting last. Otherwise, if you get stuck in on those kind of decisions, they might take you away of the game and take your focus out and not now concentrate on what the job is required to be done. And Ethan Froster, the young man, coming back on again for his for his 4th over from the collar drive end.
He should be buoyed with the wicket that he took, a very tough wicket that he got there. Getting rid of an inform or somebody who's gotten his eye in, that is Josh Richards. And it will do him a world of good. Remember that he was just a 12-man 3 hours ago. Next thing is called to bat. Next thing is had to fill in big shoes and bowl. And he's done the job for his skipper when required. That partnership needed to be broken, and he's done so.
Yeah, no, that wicket would make a lot of people happy. I know back in Gqeberha, a lot of guys in Govendale will be happy. I know his coach, Garth Anderson, who coaches him at NMU, will be very happy with that, seeing that his boy is performing at this level.
It's quite important for, as a youngster, when given the opportunity, you make use of it. That's why you should forever be ready in case there's a case. That's what I always say to people. Another great delivery. I like the line and the length he's bowling from. He's really drawing the batsman out. He's not too short to let the play the ball and let go of the ball. Sooner or later, he's going to get one right, and it's going to be the perfect delivery that he needs to get a wicket. You just need your money, the ball on the money. You definitely getting a wicket here.
Amazing what a wicket does. It gives you a bit of confidence, and look at it. Just after that, so far, the 3 balls have been on the spot. Just because of that wicket gives you slightly more confidence. It gives him the belief as a young man who's coming into this first-class level to say, I do belong here. I'm good enough to be playing at this level.
There is a certain patch on the far end of the wicket. If you bowl it there, you're definitely on the money.
Bowls a short one, which I think is not what you'll be needing now, knowing, yes, he's got that fine leg, which is slightly squarer, but he was bowling those first 3 balls as we were praising him. Now bowled a short one, and if you look at where it pitched, if we look at the replay, it gave the batsman enough time to pick it up and just not even bother Mo Manak in terms of attempting to even play it.
I like how very patient Mo Manak is. You know, he's been grafting. He's scored 32 runs so far off about 48 deliveries, but he's just one of those that keep ticking the scoreboard. He's not just sitting on the other end and not contributing, and you're thinking he is slowly but surely contributing to the team, which is the most important thing.
Yeah, so the scores are equal as far as if you compare the first innings of Dafabet Warriors, because they were bowled out for 94 all out. DP World Lions are 94 for 2, knowing that they've got the lead now of 291, which is the score they scored in the first innings. So it's back to square one. They'll look to build on from this. And as mentioned earlier, and even Pendulo made a prediction to say roughly if they score about 450, that would be a good enough score to defend and feel confident with, to say we can send them back in now. We're quite confident that we can defend this and get a win.
And obviously, if we were on the last day, 280 would have been good enough. But there's still time, there's more than enough time. We haven't even reached the half stage of this game. But the number of wickets that have fallen, we are talking about 22 wickets since the game started yesterday. So there's a lot of cricket to play. There's a lot of runs to be made. There are lots of wickets to be taken. So we just need to sit and enjoy the cricket game. It is a beautiful mind game.
Yeah, and Mo Manak clips that one just down to that area of square leg, just the other side of square leg, to just pick up one and continue increasing that lead.
It's a great lead. It's definitely a great lead. You know, close to 300 runs. And with the last 3 minutes, probably we're going to go for tea after here.
Zubair Hamza is the new man in, just this being his 7th ball. So this is the man they would want to be bowling to, because he's new, he's still finding, still searching for it, and he's the man they would feel that if we are to get a wicket, we're more likely to get him. So they would want to be bowling more to him than Mo Manak, who's been comfortable and, as you said, showing patience, not looking to play extravagant shots, just patient enough that if it's not there to be hit, he leaves it and if it's there, he just plays it straight and gets his one. He's not looking really for boundaries. He's just looking for his ones, as you see there. And as I say, he's not looking for boundaries. He says, Colin, you are talking bull dust. Let me show you I can hit them for fours. And he gets a beautiful four through that gap. Fantastic shot.
And I like how it pierced through the fielders that were very close to each other. Nicely and nicely hit. It was very firm and goes to 100. That brings up the 100 for the DP Lions, takes the lead to 297. This session, who would you give it to? I mean, you've got 100 runs on the board, 28 overs, 2 wickets lost. You've just increased your lead with another 100 runs. When we started, we were on 197, Colin.
Yeah, look, runs being gold. I'll definitely keep it to DP World Lions. I think that was their session. I think day two, thus far, belongs to the DP World Lions. They've shown with the ball earlier on, and now they've come in, they backed their decision of coming back to bet on again, and they've pushed on. And now going to T, the score is 100 for 2 after 29 overs, and the lead is 297. And Mo Manak is still standing on 37, and Zubair Hamza have just joined him, has just managed to get one. And we are happy to see you in the next 20 minutes when we do come back here from the DP World Wanderers Stadium.
We come back for the final session of the day. The iconic DP World Wanderers Stadium lying hosts as we are in the third innings of the match. Within day number 2, the DP World Lions on 100 runs for the loss of 2, currently leading by 297 runs. Zubair Hamza, Mohamed Manak, they are currently on strike for the Lions after Joshua Richards lost his wicket just before the break. But speaking of losses, the Warriors having lost Dwan Olivier and also lost Bears Swanepoel, who are their spearhead bowlers. So it's going to be a lot of work on this man's shoulders. It's Patrick Kruger who will be starting out off on the caller drive end. My name is Bendolo Makobane, bringing you back into this commentary alongside Mbali Hlope.
Mpendulo, welcome back. That's a much-deserved break that you took there. I see you went to the couch and just had yourself laying there. You know, I plan to come and have a picnic tomorrow with the kids here at the Wanderers.
It's genuinely worth the vibe.
Definitely, genuinely with the vibe. And that's a good start from Patrick Kruger, straight on the money. First ball after tea. This, of course, the very last session. With about 46 overs left for the day, we are going to go right into the day. Like, very, very late. We're going to finish late today.
46 overs left for scheduled play. It's either that or whatever comes first between 8 and 6 o'clock. So there's 46 overs left in the game today. Or you can look at it as 3 hours and 30 minutes left. But it's another injury here, another injury worry for the Warriors as Snesemba Kweshile is clutching at his knees.
Well, Kweshile has had, his problems prior to tea. At some point, they needed to call in the medics to actually give him the magic spray. It looks like his hand, his finger, is not at its best. But, yeah.
Patrick Kruger actually got one, very nasty one from Gwenamapaga, which hit his right hand. So it's really good to see him bowling. And he's bowling, starting well.
That's a great leave. It's a good ball there. Great, great ball there.
See, Mohamed Manak is continuing with his stance. His guard is firmly on off stump. So when he does take his shuffle takes him to fourth stump. So anything, even if sometimes it does seem like it will come back to his pads, is normally wide enough that he's out of risk of the stumps. So just like that, it gives you a clear idea of where he is in his head. Patrick Kruger has to go to the stumps if he has to attack, which will make it easier to score as he clips him off the pads.
So far, great bowling by Patrick Kruger.
And slowly, if he does drift onto those pads, that short boundary comes into play. Something along those lines, but can't get it out, has Ken Manak.
I like how patient Manak is. He's very, very patient.
It's the hallmark of what makes first-class cricket. One of the players who are making their way up from the academy is Mohamed Manak. Has to go straight, Patrick Kruger. It does. The ball flying over the leg stump of Mohamed Manak. It's 30 overs gone, 101 for 2. Bracolin Kloa just holds fort for Mbali Hlope.
No, they talk about teamwork, and that's what teamwork does.
Speaking of teamwork, It's exactly what Warriors need to embody here. Frosler, he had to come in to replace Bayer Swanepoel, and he's done well getting the wicket of Joshua Richards, who was actually looking good for his 44.
Yeah, no, definitely. He was looking threatening. He was looking like he was now trying to accelerate even that scoring. And I think that was a good wicket for them, and in particular, a good wicket for the young man, Ethan Frosler.
Siaplaki, he has one wicket himself, that of Dominic Hendricks, who was pulling it away, but straight into the hands of mid-wicket. He returns bowling to Zubair Hamza. An inside edge, lucky for the stumps to be intact. It runs to the third man boundary for 4.
Yeah, those inside edges can go anywhere, and you're quite 100% correct there that lucky for the stumps, because could have easily been chopped on and played straight to his stumps. But fortunate runs, but I'm sure Zubair Hamza will take those.
Late onto his shot there, Zubair Hamza. Just playing further than the line of the ball requires. Not much movement from Blackie at that moment in time, so he'll be lucky.
Yeah, and that 4 takes that lead to just over 300.
Drops it short, pounced away from Hamza. Authoritatively so, pulled for 4 runs.
Normally, they say you judge a good batter who can pull a short ball in front of square, and that's exactly what Zubair Hamza did there, showing that he was in full control of that shot.
CJ King is standing there at mid-wicket. He had no chance of stopping it. There's a man under the helmet as well, trying to see that back of a length, pace up delivery to try and squeeze Hamza out of options. And he is being absolutely taken apart here, Siaplaki. Driven on the up with such confidence from Hamza. It's 4 runs through the covers.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know that Pendulo, is that an indication? Is that a sign of some instructions from the change room that we just need to accelerate this, and maybe in planning for that declaration saying, let's speed up a bit today and maybe let's get to a certain score, because they would have set a score for today that if we can close the day today knowing that we are on 350, 360, we would have done well.
It could be that, Bracolin, that indeed, let's go for the attack. Let's try to end this match tomorrow. But also, at the same time, the style of Zubair Hamza's cricket, when it comes to his forte, what we've been looking at over the season, he's not afraid to start quickly. If you give him those shots that he can play and free his arms, he's not afraid to take them on.
Yeah, and that quickly just took him to 14 runs. And when they left for tea, he left with 1 run. And now in just 3 balls, that just moves him to 14 runs.
So that just also speaks to where Blackie needs to be bowling. The issue with those 4s that he's conceded is that it's 3 different types of deliveries. The first one was pretty good because it was an inside edge, but the following one was a long hop pulled in front of square, the next one too wide, cut away for 4. So it's that inconsistency that's just a worry here for the Warriors.
Yeah, definitely. And also taking into consideration, they are a bowler short, or should I say 1.5 maybe, because we're not quite sure of Olivier, who's still on the field, but then you're not sure if he's going to come back and bowl again.
So a lot of work on Blackie's shoulders. And even more so for the Lions to go onto the attack and apply more pressure. And it allows Manak to be a little bit more relaxed too.
Yeah, and taking into consideration, he was already looking relaxed and looking patient. If you now have a Zubair Hamza who's taking and hitting boundaries on the other end, he then knows that I just need to keep one end and definitely take us to close off play for the day.
It's 31 overs gone here at the iconic DP World Wanderers Stadium. The Lions are leading by 311 runs. And you know now, Bracolin, that those 13 runs, it buys them 2-3 overs of relaxation. No need to hurry, no need to panic. And it's all now on the bowlers.
Yeah, no, definitely, Pendulo. That is quite correct, and that's exactly what they'll be looking at. And Kruger coming on from the collar drive, bowling to, and Hamza again cutting that one beautifully to that man on the boundary, and they are coming back comfortably for the second run. Bit of agency now in the batting.
Indeed, indeed. It's good batting this from Hamza. At the end of the day, with all due respect to Kruger and Blackie, they are not the quickest bowlers that Zube Hamza has ever faced. He is an international caliber player at test level. So at such pace, it does seem like the ball is coming slow to him and there's so much time to play.
Yeah, my amazement is the way that they came back for the second run. Just showing that as much as they're feeling they are comfortable and they're in control of this inning and this game thus far, that coming back for the second run also says we need runs while we are occupying the crease.
And it does also send out a message to the fielding team, does it? That we are not here to mess around. So it's funny because even the way that the ball was picked up in the D, it was pretty relaxed from deep point, which allowed them to come back for those two. And it just kind of gives us a preview of where the mindsets of each team are.
Yeah, and also amazing is they've gone away with spin and they've come back to seam bowling. And you mentioned it that the pace in the two is not as the pace that we would have expected, obviously, from Dwayne Olivier or compared to the quickies from the DP World Lions.
It quickly becomes a skill game now. And that's what Bear Swanepoel has immense of. He too is not the quickest bowler in the world, but he has zip, he has skill, and he has all the necessary things required to capture wickets. Unfortunately, right now with the Warriors, it is such a tough going, especially since Manak and Hamza are getting their eye in. And Manak just continues with his beautiful leaving.
Yeah, good ball that and good leave. Still standing on that off stump, knowing where his off stump is, and comfortably and confidently leaving it.
Part of the long dynasty of Manak cricketers is Mohammed Manak, I believe son of Hussein Manak, player of Transvaal, and later on went on to commentate in the SABC. Commentates for us every now and then, Hussein Manak. So he'll sure watching wherever he is, assessing what is happening with his son, and he should be proud the way he's been constructing his innings so far. He's on 37 from 57. The Lions lead by 314.
Yeah, you mentioned that, Pendulo. It's actually a nice situation to be at, where you have somebody in the family who understands the game, who you can come back home to, and you can speak about the game and, try and correct in your discussions what you think should have been done or could have been done. And at this stage, I'm sure the father, Hussein Manak, would be very happy with Mo Manak, his son, the way he's carried himself here thus far. The 37 has been looking beautifully, has been chanceless.
He's looking like a proper first-class player. Great shot from Hamza, but an equally fantastic fielding effort at mid-off.
Yeah, good cricket all round. Good cricket all round. The bowling also was not bad, even though it was slightly full and outside, tempting and inviting Hamza to play that shot. But the fielding was fantastic. And Brieske, I'm sure his tail is up, having received the call up to the national team. So he'll be showing that not only are you calling me up for the batting, I can also feel.
And with places just opening up and closing, opening and closing in that test side, you can't help but feel that players who have been there before or players who are in the fringes are playing to try and get back into that team.
Yeah, quite correct. And the beauty, it just shows, in terms of South African cricket, the depth that we've got. And those players coming up to that level are not looking like they're out of place. They come in and immediately fit in like a glove. And I'm sure Brieske, once he does get, as he's gotten a call-up, if he is in the playing 11 for the next game, he will show that he's world-class.
Oh, good ball from Blanke. It leaves Manak not knowing what to do. Just extra bounce. Leaves him hanging. Ball goes over the head of the wicketkeeper. They come back for 2.
Yeah, first shot we see from Manak, where he wasn't really in control of it. And he was trying to pull it, and at some stage looking to pull out of the shot. But his bat was still hanging up. And it managed to, fortunately for him, get enough of the bat so that it can go over the keeper, and managed to get some few runs.
I wonder what caused Manak's indecision in playing that shot, because he does have wide open space behind square. He could have been confident enough to just go at it. Luckily enough, though, he keeps his wicket. Oh, this time a little bit of a closer chance for Krishile. It's too fine, though, and fine enough even for Jean Duplessis to can't bring it back. It's 4 for Manak.
Yeah, and that 4 went right in that area where earlier on they had that leg slip. That leg slip would have taken a comfortable catch without even moving. It was going to just come right under his throat, take it comfortably. So it just shows that the inconsistency in the bowling and the field placing moving all over. And now balls like that, where you would have thought earlier on when they had a man just under the helmet and that leg slip, that was a clear chance for a wicket.
And he continues bowling as if he has that leg slip over there. And you wonder why then do they not put the leg slip there? Because even if you think of that ball that went over Kreshile, if there was a leg slip there, there was a bigger chance of a catch being taken.
Yeah, Mpendulo. And that's what they need here. Those half chances, they need to be taking them, because the runs are piling up. The lead is 321. And it is playing right into the hands of DP World Lions.
Problem is now but he's bowling against Manak. He's wide. It's cut hard. It's caught ferociously by Manak. And what a shot to get that over the head of the fielder for a whole 6 runs.
Yeah, that is an amazing shot. Cut, and as he was cutting it, he was off the ground as he was playing that shot. As we see the replay, beautiful shot from Mo Manak, and that takes him to 40. Is that 49 runs? So he's very close to his half century. Well played so far by Manak. Only that shot that we saw earlier on in this over, that where he didn't look really comfortable, and change of. Oh no, it's still Kruger continuing from this side, the collar drive end.
We spoke about the inconsistency of the bowling in the previous over, and it becomes such an injustice to Patrick Kruger's work on this side of the pitch, where he's nagging that off stump. He's constantly there with the ball moving away, asking questions of Manak and Hamza. And then you go to the other side of the field, and then it's just a release of pressure with Blake going at over 6 runs to the over.
Good confidence shot there by Hamza. Good forward, nice defense, solid as a rock.
You just saw the demonstration there of Patrick Kruger and just being able to hit the lines and lengths. But the problem is he can't go on forever. CJ King will also have to come back. He's going at 4 runs to the over. Frosler, he's gotten the wickets of Richards. He's going at around 3 runs to the over. But it's really just Kruger who's holding it together here for the Warriors.
Yeah, and you think that Rosia, the spinner, would be the one that maybe they would give instruction to say, if you can hold one end for us, and we then change the seamers from the other end, taking into consideration that there are 2 bowlers short, main bowlers short, so they are climbing a mountain.
But then you just also ask about the effects of the spin that we are going to see here. If the longer Hamza and Manak stay out there, the easier it will be for them to traverse, especially if the pitch is not having any demons. We haven't seen any variable bounds. We haven't seen anything acting funky. So it is playing quite true.
Yeah, no, this wicket is looking good, I must say. It's looking very, very good. That we are now in the afternoon of day 2, and there's still something there for the bowlers, particularly the seam bowlers. Yeah, in terms of spin, it hasn't really given much.
Why would he reach for that one? Very far from his stumps, and was even going for a defensive shot, nearly getting the edge.
That's temptation. That it brings you, it calls you, it says, "Come and play at me." And the confident shots that he's been playing would make him feel that he wants to play at everything now.
That was very loose from Hamza. He would have been distraught if he had gotten an edge from that one. Playing so far away from his body, failing to get to the pitch of the ball. And he just throws his hands at it well. He has some of the finest wrists around Zubair Hamza, but he needed to make it home, and he does.
Yeah, good running between the wickets, between these 2 batters, showing some good running. Fantastic, beautiful. And you appreciate this because it tells you that as much as we are still in control as DP World Lions, we still need runs. And any run that we can get, we're going to take. For them to run that had 2. I mean, that second run for Hamza was quite close. There was a chance there.
That's why they're a little bit more relaxed in the dugouts. Kaya Fagute is having a little bit of a dance. Junaid Dawood is also there. Rest of the team being hidden by the poles, but you can see there's a relaxed atmosphere in the Lions dugout, especially if their batters are playing like this. Scoring at nearly 4 runs to the over.
Yeah, right. I mean, quite different situation. If you look at their 4 seam bowlers, Mapaka, Sipamla, Cody Yusuf, and Mureki. I'm sure their feet are up. They are relaxed. They're not even thinking about batting, which is what you want your bowlers to be doing because their job is still coming. So relax as much as possible because we are going to need you when we now are bowling at Dafabet Warriors so that you can be able to pick. Because all they need now is from them the 10 wickets again.
They bowled 92 and a half overs yesterday. The surface is good for bowling, but it's not 94 all out kind of good. It was exceptional bowling from the Lions, but just weak resistance from the Warriors batters that they find themselves in this situation now.
Yeah, and the bowlers would not be feeling that fresh because, as you said, they bowled 93 overs yesterday. So they would have wanted to relax as much as possible today. They would have loved to still at this time to still be batting the Dafabet Warriors so that their bowlers can relax and come back to do the job again. But guess what? They are called in action to come bowl, and then even worse, their 2 bowlers are now out, which now puts a lot of work on Plachi and Kruger, and now the new young man, Frosler.
You know, the way that this day is playing out, clearly it's a little bit easier to bat now on 134 for 2, and the way in which the Lions batters have been able to apply themselves with Manak on 49 on strike. If the Warriors were able to lose only 4 wickets in that first innings, try in that first session, try as much as possible to keep wickets. it would be them now who are starting to bear the fruits of a ball which is older and a surface which is more lenient to the bat.
Sure, yes. And remember that batting is all about the more pressure there is, the more chances of getting wickets. And at this stage, the Lions have got no pressure whatsoever. And they are batting comfortably. They are now chasing their score that they would have planned for in terms of what they want to be on when we close the day today. And they're chasing a target knowing that eventually our target, and saying that there was a chance there with Mo Manak again, seems to be not in control again of that one, which was slightly shorter, but I don't think it came as quick as he anticipated, because he had already finished the shot when it caught the outside edge, and fortunately for him, it didn't go back to the bowler.
It's almost the same as the previous ball that went over the head of Qeshile at wicketkeeper. It seems as if the ball just holds up slightly if he's bowling it halfway through the surface, and it doesn't pick up as much as he thinks that he would. And then he just finds himself in no man's land with that hanging bat.
He had finished the shot and the ball was still coming.
So a little bit of a weird weapon that Blackie has here. And again, you just see it's a little bit uncomfortable for Manak. And that's maybe the area that will bear fruit for him versus Mohammed. He's currently on 49 after 35 overs. 134 for 2 at the beautiful, look at that, beautiful, iconic DP World Wonders Stadium. It will be hosting the Pink Day ODI. You're going to see it plastered in pink. On the 22nd of December, 2024 at 2 p.m. That's what's going to be happening. South Africa versus Pakistan. Get your tickets at cricket.co.za and come support the boys. And hashtag pitch up in pink as we fight against breast cancer. Cricket.co.za to get your tickets. Mbali Hlope joins us back in commentary.
Talking about Pink Day, I've already gotten my ticket and my outfit for the day. This famous man here, Colin Goa, he would come here rocking a pink suit and you'd wonder where he got that pink suit for the day. And you know, it's a good cause that we support and people come out in their numbers. It's going to be lovely to see people in their numbers coming here and making sure that, you know, they support Pink Day. I think it's one of those, it's more than an event for me. It's not about the cricket on the day, it's about the dress sense, it's about the people, it's about fun. And you know, the Proteas come out blazing on the day whenever we have Pink Days.
And even on top of that, the vibe behind the Pink Day is such a good introduction for someone who's never been in a cricket game before to come and experience what a one-day international is all about, with all of those vibes and pink around the stadium.
And also just cricket around this area, around this Bullring Stadium, it is something else. It's the ambiance, it's the camaraderie, it's the people coming out in their numbers. Some of them are celebrating, but they don't know what's going on.
Isn't it the story of the day?
And of course, the Namimbos.
It's always the story of the day where you just get the people screaming and they ask later. They just say, act now, ask later. Doesn't matter.
Definitely. You know, for the last T20 game that was here, you had the half of Gauteng here. I know people from Botswana are also here. That's a solid defensive shot. Zubair Hamza seems to be getting in his stride. And, you know, good cricket all round. Nice ball, nice length from Patrick Kruger. I feel for the guys that are currently fielding, it is hot. And there's 2 to 3 more hours left in the day's session play.
Oh, gets the edge, but the ball It does not reach the slip cordon. And we've seen some deliveries from Siaplaki just not reaching Mohamed Manak, clearly an indication of some slowing down of the surface.
Yeah, indeed, the ball is dying down slowly. The pitch is getting older. As much as work has been done this morning, even at lunch, work was done. But as the game goes on, the pitch deteriorates, and you start seeing cracks, and you start seeing the ball, dying down, keeping very low. So as a batsman, you need to constantly be on your toes.
Again, that's that ball not getting there. But also, you can't help but feel that maybe there's parts of Patrick Kruger and Siaplaki who are bowling within themselves. You can't be bowling at your maximum of 80-90% when you know that there are two bowlers who have such a big impact in the lineup who are not bowling. So the weight is on you.
Yeah, there's still plenty of bowlers that are not there, so you need to carry the weight. I mean, Ethan Frosler, he came in. He's done a very good job so far taking and picking up the second wicket. We're just saying with Colin earlier, he may have been sitting in the dressing room as a tough man. The next thing you are called in to bat, the next thing you need to fill in the big shoes of a bowler that is who took 5 wickets in the opening in the first innings. So there's a lot happening in this game, and the score being with the lead of 331 are the Lions, the score being 134 for 2 after 36 overs. As a skipper, just what we were talking about earlier, the pink day in Pendulo, I'm definitely here. I don't know about you. I know people from KZN usually go down, but you still have a couple of days before you go for Christmas.
We'll be there. Don't worry. Game of Cricket will always call our names here at the iconic DP World Wonders Stadium. The match that I will miss out on, though, is the first T20 between Pakistan on the 14th of November, because at that time we will be at the only test match between the women of Proteas and England. So it's a whole host of crickets that's going on. That one will be in Free State, Mangaung.
It's definitely an action-packed summer of cricket. Goza nawe and just have fun. You need to be here. You need to experience the cricket.
Oof, so that you can see deliveries like those. But indeed, it is true. The ball is just dying on its way to the wicketkeeper. Might be a good idea for Greshile to just take a couple of steps forward, which will also force the slip cordon to take a couple of steps forward as well. So just in case the ball is able to carry.
Yeah, I think spoken like a true skipper. I don't know which team we've led, but you seem to have really, really applied your mind, and you're probably thinking on behalf of the Warrior skipper here in this heat.
Oh, goes for a wild shot. It's a big appeal. Mohamed Manak gives it away on 49 runs. He was on the precipice of his second first-class half-century, and he fends at a wide one. Siaplaki gets number 2.
Unlucky for Mohamed Manak, he really deserved to score a 50 there. But he had been stuck on 49 for a very, very long while. And he got a beautiful delivery. You know, good cricket all round, good ball, great edge, well caught.
Not the ball that Mohamed Manak should have been playing at, very wide from his body. But that's what happens after you feel like you have stalled and you are no longer moving forward. It feels as if everything is disappearing. He's gone. 71 deliveries for his 49.
Yeah, you know, when you have conversations with batsmen, they'll tell you between 45 and 49, they are really, really restless. And it's just like when you get to your 90s, it becomes very, very difficult. Some batsmen just want to get there as quick as they can. I know Temba Bavuma, a couple of years ago, I spoke to him. I'm like, but you always get your 80s. where does the problem come when you get to your 90s? And he said, I become very agitated when I get to my 90s. But in the last few years, we've seen him convert many of those 50s to 100s, just like he did earlier today.
So the nerves getting the better of Manak maybe, but he seems very convinced that he didn't touch that. Umpire Andre Olivier believes that he did. The appeal from Blakey also not as strong as he thought he would have been. However, Mo Manak has been dismissed, which brings in batter number 5, Connor Esterhazen. He is another exciting prospect.
And what a great delivery to get first up. And, Oplak is really, really fired up. I mean, having taken the 2 wickets,
It's going to be interesting to see how Connor Esterhazen is going to handle them, though. And then on top of that, we keep talking about Blakey being on a good and then bowling waywardly. You always want a new bowler or a new batter to play at these deliveries, but he's an aggressive player. He might look to pull one. The square leg in the deep. They appeal big. They appeal hard. And umpire Olivier is unmoved to end over number 37 as Connor Esterhazen survives. It's a lead of 331 for the loss of 3.
so if you were the skipper for the day, would you then call in your troops and say, guys, let's have the last hour? I think 330 is a good score, or let's get to 350.
Get to 600. Take the game away completely. You don't want Warriors to believe that they have a chance of winning this game. Still so much cricket left. There's 180 overs plus the 30 left today. So that's 300 overs of cricket remaining. If you can bat 300 overs of cricket, you can chase down any score. So, with that time, make sure that the score is so outrageously big that you don't even think about chasing it.
Yeah, I think you are thinking about mind games here, because obviously once the score is that high or that ridiculous 600, already you've just become defeated. The thought of you trying to get a result is a no-go. You might as well just play for a draw.
That's what normally happens, and that allows then the bowlers to bowl whatever they wish to bowl, because the batters won't do anything to retaliate. It will be a survival game for the batters. And if they are able, then the Lions, to bowl well and use whatever juice the surface is going to give them, because it means that they're going to have a new ball tomorrow, they're going to have conditions early on Sunday morning. Use that to chip away at the Warriors' defenses. Chip away. Give themselves how many overs? Give themselves those 130 overs to get 10 wickets. If they fail to get 10 wickets in 130 overs, then it's on them.
The Lions' batsmen are still leaving the ball outside, so they are showing that they are not really in a rush. They are not in panic mode. They just want to add and, in fact, pile on the runs.
Even on top of that, it seems as if they're just allowing Patrick Kruger to bowl and relax. 8.3 overs, he's only gone for 19 runs. By far the most economical and also by far the most consistent of the bowlers, despite not having a wicket. He's literally been bowling there the whole time. He's constantly straight. The ball is moving in and it's moving away. A great take from Kreshile.
It's quite amazing that you are still getting movement at this time of the day, and you look at the number of overs that have been bowled. In the subcontinent, people start talking about things like reverse swing. Is it a case of that here also in the Highvelds?
There are very specific conditions which are required for reverse swing to take place. Ooh, nearly getting it back into his stumps again, Zubair Hamza, but that time it's just one. And one of the key things is the abrasiveness that the ball faces. In order for reverse swing to start taking effect, the rough side of the ball needs to be very rough. So rough that the ball starts swinging towards it. And you look at the surface right now, there's still a healthy covering of grass. There's padding around. So if we were at Easterns, maybe we would get reverse swing there because there is that concrete barrier around which smashes the ball and the ball gets beaten up. Whew, it's a good ball from Kruger. And the surface is a little bit drier at Easterns than it is here at the Wanderers. So the ball is more likely to get more abrasive and start reversing then. Right here. If I see reverse swing here, it's going to be, then I don't know my cricket physics.
Talk about cricket physics. I talk about cricket gymnastics. It's one of those things, so that the description that you've given me of the Eastern Storm's ground, it definitely, for a moment, painted a picture of the subcontinent there.
It's not that bad. It's not that bad. But what is bad are those economy rates which are at around 4 runs to the over. If you have this many runs or this much time to bowl, at least you want to be economical. 3 bowlers going at over 4 runs to the over, but Blackie will be happy that he's gotten those 2 wickets.
But what is a good economy rate, especially in this format? I think a 4, if you're hitting less than 4, a 3, it's still good. But obviously, because of the shorter format of the game, batsmen tend to score much quicker.
See, and that's the dilemma the first-class game finds itself here in Bali on how to approach it. Do you approach it with the mindset of the quicker versions of the game that we now play and be more aggressive? Or do you go back and just be a bit more conservative? Economy rates in this format of the game are not big of a matter. They're only big of a matter if you're expensive.
Yeah.
You can't be going at 4, 5 runs to the over. A respectable economy rate will be anything below 3.5.
And I haven't seen a boundary in a while. Does that mean that the Warriors are now tightening the screws, or they've tightened their bowling or changed the fielding, making sure that runs or boundaries are hard to come by, just to throttle the Lions there?
It's good bowling. It's really good bowling. CJ King removes the the middle stump of Zubair Hamza. That is wicket number 4. And Hamza's gone for 23.
Well, it's a great last session for the Dafabet, the Warriors so far, having taken the 2 wickets. That is very, very important to plow your way back into the game. It's something that they needed, it's something that they need. A great delivery by CJ King, who has now taken his first wicket. Unfortunately, Zubair Hamza needs to go back to the dugout for 23. 2 new batsmen will be in the crease. It means that they need to restart. As much as the Lions have a lead of 335, but 2 new batsmen on the crease makes things very, very difficult. And it's people that can really, really hold the bat. One thing for sure.
It's big issues there. See the ball creeping low. Zubair Hamza was just looking at the pitch blankly, saying, what was I supposed to do? He tried covering the line of the ball. It was rather shortish as well from CJ King. And it just crept below the bats, between the pads and the pads.
Yeah, we have spoken about the ball, just dying down in the last few overs, and that's what exactly happened as Zubair Hamza is bowled by CJ King. The ball just keeping low, a bit of element of surprise. He was expecting the ball to, just come up comfortably, but from the third to the fourth day, the ball tends to die down in any pitch and on many of the pitches.
Probably also one of the reasons why the Lions didn't want to bat last. Uneven bounce coming in. New batter. And number 6, Delano Potgieter.
So lots to think about when you are leading a team, especially in this format. You need to consider weather, you need to consider how the pitch plays, you need to consider which frame of mind is your entire team. Are they able to chase down a big score? The bowlers, are they able to restrict the opposition to a restrict the opposition to a certain amount that you think your batsman can get? On any given day, if you'd ask captain, what do you think you can get? They'd probably say 30.
The truth is, this is the purest and truest version of the game. Every single element that has to do with cricket needs to be thought about when you are playing the game for 4 days. So many variables can change. Your first innings, because you bat twice and you bowl twice sometimes, the game can be so vastly different from your first innings. And then when you go into your second innings, you are playing a completely different game of cricket.
Another great ball there from CJ King. Is that a good over? Is that a really, really good over?
It gets the wicket of Zubair Hamza. Ball just creeping low. When the ball starts creeping that low, you target the stumps. And what we are also targeting in beating is gender-based violence, which is what the Black ODI is all about. That will be happening on Sunday, the 8th of December at the Hollywood Bets Kingsmead Oval. Dress in black, fight the fight against gender-based violence as South Africa will be taking on England. It is the 4th edition of this match, and it will begin at 10 a.m. at the Kingsmead. Get your tickets at cricket.co.za to see the girls do their things. Hashtag was an hour. Hashtag be part of it.
I'm definitely in Derbs. Seems like the summer is in Derbs. I need to plan my traveling. I'm gonna be in Derbs. I'm gonna be here for the 22nd. It's all about cricket.
Gonna be in Cape Town in January as well, I suppose. Here's Ethan Frosler.
Great delivery from Ethan. I like how he's putting his name out there. He's just really raising his hand and doing the job for the skipper. -1 bowler. He said, no, you're not a bowler shot. I'm here to do the job.
And he must continue, Ethan. Must be watchful, the Lions as well.
And he hits the pitch very hard.
It's a different type of threat. You just need to be aware of. There might be elements of the unknown too. So you just want to suss out how he's going to play. They didn't face him in the first innings. He wasn't there. So this is something new for both Conor Esterhuizen and Potgieter.
That's a great delivery. There is that certain spot in that pitch. If you hit that, you're going to bowl a beautiful delivery.
You always try to make a batter think, do they go into the front foot? Do they go into the back foot? Do they attack? Do they leave the ball? Just one thing Frosler will try to do here is get Esterhuizen to play at some of his deliveries. So far, it's just slightly wider than where he'd ideally want to be. So maybe target that fifth stump, because currently Connor Esterhazen is standing on his off stump. So just get closer to the batter so he can feel the need to play the ball.
And also, you want as a bowler to have the batsman playing the ball, not just leaving the ball.
Much better. A little bit better. And the length was enough to just draw Connor Esterhazen into that drive for no run.
And also, new batsman is still trying to find his feet, is still trying to get and his eye in. So you never know what may happen. Sometime he may hit the ball very cleanly and goes for four. Sometimes on a good day, as a bowler, you get the edge and is out very cheaply.
A little bit fuller, much fuller. Good hands from Connor Esterhazen. And it's the end of over number 40. Ethan Frosler not getting Connor Esterhazen to play, and Esterhazen at the end saying, all right, let me just throw this bat at it. It's 134 for the loss of 4.
Score looks better now, looks more respectable for the Warriors, you know, having gotten those 2 wickets just after tea. It looks like it's taking shape for them much better, and they'll probably be thinking, let us try and restrict these guys to less than 400 runs and just try and make our lives much easier. We still have 2 days to go.
The Warriors just need 2 more wickets. 2 wickets from here on gets them into that tail. Honor Esterhazen is there, Potgieter is there. The next batter to come in is Bjorn Fortuin. Was an excellent touch. And then you're into the bowlers in Yusuf Moreke, Sipamla, and Mapaga. So the responsibility of these 2 batters is very high to protect that tail from coming in as long as possible. And the Warriors will know that if they are able to break through here, then they are sniffing in limiting the damage of the score.
They want to get another 2 wickets before the end of the day, just to make work for themselves much easier come tomorrow morning if they have to bowl. But you're definitely not going to take wickets if you bowl to his legs. He'll just nudge it around the corner. That is Dilano Potgieter. Very good cricketer, very good left-hander. And when needed, he can hit the ball very, very far. In fact, he can hit it to the golf course. He can hit it to Colette Drive.
An absolute monster hitter of the ball, but also a player with some very decent big match temperament. In the very big stages, when the game and the team needs him the most, he's normally the guy who will raise in his hands and just play with a lot of heart and frustrate the opposition to the point where he brings Lions back into the game.
Yeah, that's why it's very important for the Warriors to make sure that they get these 2 out quickly before they settle in, while they're still trying to find their feet.
He was instrumental in the Lions winning the 4-day series in the first place. The ball just slipping down the legs this time, though. You don't want to be bowling that. Easy runs for a batter who's just come into the crease as it runs down for 4.
Yeah, with that being said, just one more delivery left in this over. The lead keeps going up and starts being worrisome if you are the skipper.
At some point in time, in the final last season versus the Western Province, Dane Patterson getting 5-wicket haul. The Lions were staring at the face of defeat. having lost 7 wickets for a meager 130 runs. And Delano Potgieter came in, scored a fantastic 80, got 2 wickets in his first innings bowling, but his second innings outing was the one that won the game. 120 for 6 were the Lions, and he came in with an undefeated 150. So an 80 when the team was barely finished, and then 150 in the exact same situation made the Lions the 4-day series champions, who are currently defending it right now. As we take up drinks, it's 144 for 4.
And also that important innings from Moreki on the day contributed in taking those wickets, and that's how the Lions brought the trophy home.
5-wicket haul for Tsepo Moreki. His first in his career, coming at the biggest stage.
Now, taking a look at the scorecard, Josh Richards scoring 44 of the 90 deliveries he faced. Dom Hendricks stuck around for his 17 of the 27 balls. Mohamed Manak, unfortunate, he scored 49 of 71. Zubair Hamza contributing 23 runs before he was bowled by CJ King in the 40 deliveries. And so far, we've got Connor Oosthuizen and Delano Potgieter, who are now trying to rebuild the innings, both respectively on 1 and 5. It is after 41 overs, 144 for 4. The Lions are in a driving seat with a lead of 341 runs on a beautiful Black Friday here at the DP World Wanderers.
We come back at the iconic DP World Wanderers Stadium with the score on 144 for 4 for the DP World Lions after 41 overs. Delano Potgieter on 5 runs, Connor Esterhazen on 1. They lead by 341 runs. It is absolutely an enormous task here for the Warriors, your hometown team here, Mr. Colin.
Both I've had the pleasure and the fortunate in my life to have worked under both franchises, the Lions and the Warriors. So got a soft spot for both teams. Love them both. That's why I would know the Froslas, who come from Pearson, as I said earlier on, played most of his cricket for Governor Cricket, but now is at the varsity there at NMU. And I'm sure back there and back home in Kabeja, they'll be happy to see him plying his trade at this level.
Love to see the youngsters break through into Division 1 cricket. Also with all of the experience that comes back from players who've had international experience to feed that knowledge to those players, and hopefully then those players, like you say, still in NMU, go back to their club at NMU and their varsities and they pass on that knowledge so that the game can continue growing at development levels.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, the other man here facing the strike, Dilano Potgieter, who comes from Mare Viljoen, same school as Devon Mare. So that school doing some good work in producing quality cricketers.
After all, it's an effort from all these different systems coming together. You don't just wake up one day and there's a Lions team that exists. There's an entire pipeline that comes through from mini cricket right up to high performance and the men's team.
Yeah, definitely. The pipeline is pumping. The structures are working. Schools are cooperating and looking after those players, clubs as well. And as you say, the foundation is that KFC mini cricket where they all start. That's the introduction level. That's the door. That's where they come in, and then you can see them coming up. And all these players, Frosler, Potgieter, Connor Esterhazen, all played mini cricket, and now they are here playing their trade at the bullring at first-class level. You know, the next level after this, obviously, as you know, is international. So they are on their way up. Trajectory, they're heading in the right direction, and it's good to see. Good to see that the depth of South African cricket is looking good. At a Breske that we see today, we could see him next week wearing the green and gold.
It creates such a lot of relatability as well when a normal person can relate to the stories of these players. How? You went to Mare Viljoen. Even me, I went to that school. Yeah. Oh, this is the varsity you went to. Oh, this is what this. This is what's that. That's how you start being an inspiration to upcoming players who believe that also want to play.
Yeah, I always say to people that becomes a realistic show because you're not talking about something that's not visible. You can point fingers. I mean, Connor Esterhazen was at St. John's College, you know. So these are dreams that are not impossible. I mean, if they've made it, a kid now playing at St. John's or at Pearson or at Mare Viljoen or any of those schools where these guys are coming from, they can see that, okay, it's very much possible. If they did it, I can also do it. One African leader once said, if they did it, we can also did it.
100%. We all did it all. But the thing is, on top of that, it's not just those Model C schools or those former privileged schools that get a chance. We've seen Cricket South Africa now introduce the hub system. It's been on now for a good number of years. I believe it's even over a decade old now, the hub system. So that's trying to unearth players who come from the underprivileged areas. You have your Alex hubs, you have your Dobsonville hubs, and all of these structures around the country, not just here in Gauteng.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, there's quite a few examples. The latest being that Martin Kumalo, who plays for Eastern Storm. He comes from that Actonville hub, and his man has gone all the way. He's played for South Africa under 19 in the World Cup, and now is plying his trade for Eastern Storm at professional level. He's also now going to be taking part in that USA week that is starting tomorrow. So there's quite a few examples. I mean, just here at Lions, they've got a boy by the name of Richard Siletsane, who comes from the Western, who came through that Kagiso and played in that hub and managed to get a scholarship to go to St. Stephen's. So as you are saying, the pipeline and all of these schools, these hubs, these clubs, these varsities, if they all work together and connect, it's amazing what we can produce. And as you can see, our quality players, or the standard of cricket. I mean, we spoke about earlier, just looking around the country in terms of what is happening, the 500s being scored, left, right, and center. It just shows the quality of cricketers that we are producing, which is fantastic. It says a lot about our depth. It says a lot that we've still got talent. And I always say to other people that at any given stage, we can put up 2 South African teams.
Gorgeous shot. Of course, if they play shots like that, we can put up as many teams as we want. Connor Esterhazen driven straight back from CJ King for 4.
Yeah, no, that's a fantastic shot. That's an on drive. They say you judge a batter, okay, if he's a true batter, if he can play an on drive. On drive is always good for the eye. It's always lovely to see.
Excellent stroke from Connor Esterhazen. It brings up the 150 for the DP World Lions, and it also takes that lead up to 350.
Yeah, I asked our co-commentator earlier on in terms of what would be Dominic Hendricks' thoughts in terms of the lead. And I'm sure with all the time that they have, he won't be thinking of that now in terms of declaration. I'm sure he'll still want to bet a bit tomorrow and get as close as, like you also mentioned, closer to that 450 or so. Then you know that you are seriously in the driving seat.
He's just sitting there sipping on his tea. There's no rush for anything. The onus is fully on the bowlers to try and create something here. As we see the end of over number 43. It's 153 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, beautiful bowling from the Dafabet Warriors. That spell just after tea belonged to them. They did very well, taking into consideration the Amri that they've got. They've been cut short with supply, taking that the 2 main bowlers are out, and they managed. The Krugers have done some great work. The Platchies, even now, this young man, Ethan Frosler, who's also picked up one, and picked up a very crucial one of Richardson earlier on, because he was beginning to look deadly.
And what a statement it will be for Ethan, where he comes in, the team is just under the bus, getting rail rocketed by trains. They've lost Olivier, they've lost Swanepoel, and then he comes in, raises his hands and shows Robin Peterson, the coach, that, hey, even me, I'm here. Please take me seriously.
And that's exactly what you want as a coach. You want that. You want players who can be given a chance, and once they are given a chance, they take it up with both arms to say, no, I'm willing to stay here and be part of this team going forward.
He comes around the wicket and is wide on the crease upon his release to sharpen that angle back into the stumps. Potgieter, I'm sure he's so used to these situations where he needs to save the Lions. He's calm and composed.
Yeah, 28 years old now, highly experienced. He's played around, has been around. And as you say, batters normally, we say once you are 26, 27, 28, you are at your prime, because now you know your game, you know how to go about it.
Sometimes can make it look easy, Delano Potgieter, just easily tucked away for one. And at this moment in time, like we keep on reiterating, that there is no rush. And these ones with the left-right combination will also just tire out the mind of the bowlers and the fielders.
Yeah, it's a true test, and it's a true test, especially for a young man like Ethan Frosler, who might have, yes, bowled to left and right combination at school level, at club level, but at this level it's a different stage, because at those levels you can get away with a bad one. Whereas here, if you don't adjust, just like that one, typical example, bowling to a right-hander now, was previously just bowled to a lefty who just now clips him up beautifully in his legs and goes for a boundary.
Would have been a good ball to a Potgieter, just outside the off stump. Not to Esterhazen. Easily whooped away for 4. And I love how the game played out exactly what you are explaining, having to adjust those different lines. Getting a little bit straight. And you can see full confidence from Connor Esterhazen in how he played that shot.
Yeah, I mean the previous shot also would give him confidence, and new man on the crease, but now having 11 runs on his name, slowly getting his confidence up, and the previous shot where he clipped for 4 gets his confidence even higher, and worries for Ethan Frosler, because he now needs to stick to that line, knowing that he can't get away with a bad one.
The margin for error is next to non-existent as we come to the end of over number 44. This partnership is worth 20 now between Potgieter and Esterhazen. But a commentary change up here in top as Balihlope comes and joins Mr. Colin Klower.
Yeah, no, great. And that score is on 158 for 4 after 44 overs. And that lead, Mbali, 355, looking very, very healthy for Lions. And I was saying to Mpendulo earlier on that session, just after tea, before the drinks break now, really belonged to the Dafabet Warriors.
Indeed, Colin, it's what the Warriors needed. They needed to get those 2 quick wickets and just, settle the butterflies in the stomach again, start all over again, give them a bit of hope, because obviously the session before tea, the Lions had won, having scored 100 runs, only taking the 2 wickets. But we are now looking at a different situation. From the 100 for 2, we are now at 158 for 4, a loss of, 3 more wickets. That's a great delivery. I like what Blakey's doing. He is running in very hard this afternoon in this heat, in this Joburg heat. And he is doing the job for the captain. He is the man that has gotten the wickets together with Frosler. They are definitely doing the job for their skipper.
Yeah, no, Platch has been toiling in. I mean, this is his 11th over, and as I was saying to Mpendulo earlier on, they've got less Amri having less 2 bowlers that have gone off. But these guys have taken it up on themselves to say we will fulfill those missing weapons so that we at least put a bit of respect or bring a bit of respect on us. And that score, as you did mention earlier when you were speaking to Mpendulo, that 4 wickets, says something, and it just puts them not at ease, but at least it gives them a bit of confidence that wickets are gettable here. And they would want to limit, because that lead is what they are concentrating on, that if we can give ourselves a chance and chase something that is very, very little, let them not go to the 500s that are being scored across the country.
Yeah, very true indeed. Another great delivery. You want to make sure that you don't have to chase too many runs when you get an opportunity to bat. You don't want to tire your players mentally. You still want to keep them mentally fresh. How do you then do that? You restrict the runs, you restrict the opposition, you get your bowlers to bowl a very good line. If opportunities come, you grab them with both hands. But so far, there have been very, very few. I personally haven't seen a dropped chance. We've had balls that have really flown close by the edge.
Yeah, that's a big effort from Plachi at this time of the day, looking at the number of overs he's been bowling, to still have energy and to bowl that short ball. Because a short ball, remember, takes a lot of energy from a bowler. And for him to do that, it shows the willingness and that working, that we are still willing to work here and work hard for the team.
He wants to deliver for the captain, as has been called upon to be the man or the main man right now. And like I've said earlier, the boundaries have really become very scarce. The fielding has been superb. The fielding is great. They're tightening the screws on the Lions. They are not getting runs all willy-nilly or freely as they would have earlier when they still had plenty of wickets. Not saying that the 6 aren't many, but it's much easier, it's much tighter for the Lions.
Good bowling. I like this from Sia Plachi. Also a former South Africa under-19 player. And he's got best figures of 5 for 19. And he's really grafting, grafting for the team, making some work. And it looks like there will be a bowling change from the collar drive end. Now it looks like they'll continue with Ethan Frosler.
Frosler is just grabbing every opportunity that he is given, and he's bowled very, very well. I must say that the overs that he's bowled and the runs that he's gone for, those are very good figures. Those are really, really good figures. Having gone for just 22 runs off his 7 overs.
Yeah, no, definitely. And looking at the plan, he's putting that mid-wicket in the area. We've got that fine leg deep at the boundary. So they would be looking at that field, looking to be bowling it straight to him. And one thing that will disturb that line is that left and right combination. If they do pick up the one, he then needs to adjust. And just like typically in his previous over, if he does just miss it by an inch at first class level, they're going to clip you. And they did clip him there for 4 runs.
The margins are very, very fine. I like what you talk about. If you miss by an inch, you are definitely going to the boundary, as it is a left-right combination. What may be a good ball to a left-handed batsman is not a good ball to a right-handed batsman, just like the other way around. And these batsmen, as they keep rotating the strike, that's the most important thing that they need to do. And that's a great delivery. That line that you've been talking about, that 4th, 5th stump, that 6th stump line, which leaves the batsman thinking twice about playing the ball, whether to play it or whether to leave it. And, so far from what I've seen from Connor Oosthuizen is that he is confident. He knows where his off stump is.
Yeah, and look, messages do get to batters at this stage when they're batting this time of the day. That let's look to finish it. Let's look to the close of the day. Let's not lose any more wickets, and that has an effect on how the batters play, because you would have seen earlier on they were slightly confident in their shots, and now they've just slightly gone into defense mode because they're aiming at making sure that we don't lose any more wickets. Let's go back to the change room, refresh, go home, sleep, come back tomorrow with an intention and with a bang, so that we do get as close as possible to that healthy lead that they want.
That ball definitely took off, and a wide signaled by the umpire. He'll have to bowl that ball again. That is 2 for the over.
Yeah, Mr. Bongani Jeda is just signaling to the batsman there. That's the kind of ball that Ethan Frosler will be looking at. That line in particular, that 4th and 5th stump, just tempting him and making him come out and play.
And I think as the day progresses, you tire down as a bowler, you tire down as a batsman. I keep saying what may be your strong point, if you keep bowling it there, it may end up being your weak point. And also what may be your to-go-to ball may actually be the ball that goes for runs.
And that's the one he doesn't want to be bowling because he's seen earlier on that once he starts bowling it on the legs, that leg stump line, it's easy for corner Esterhuizen to clip it for 4. So he doesn't want to be bowling it at that line. And there he was fortunate that corner just played it slightly straighter and hitting it straight to that mid-on fielder.
There we go. That ball keeping low again. We did say as the game progresses, the pitches tend to deteriorate. They tend to keep low, especially on the third and the fourth day. That's where you need to capitalize as a bowling unit. If you've got very good spinners, you make sure that you see and you show your bowlers where you need to bowl exactly to be in with a chance. It's pointless for you to be bowling all over the place where it could be much easier. You just put the ball on the spot and it becomes easier.
Yeah, fantastic. That was a good over from Ethan Frosder. He recovered well from his previous over, bowling very well. And they're continuing on that side from the golf course end with Plachi, sorry.
You keep wondering, is the skipper going to bring in the spin bowler? Does he have somebody else who can actually fill in some of the overs that they still need to bowl? I mean, we've got about 29 overs left in the day, or we've got about 1 hour, 45 minutes to play.
20 overs left for the day. Still a lot left in this game. I mean, can you believe it? We still have 2 more days to go after today. And we've seen a lot today.
And a total of about 24 wickets have fallen ever since this game started in just the 48 hours.
A bit of field changing there. They're dropping that man in front of like a deep point at the boundary there, not knowing that is he looking to bowl it short, inviting the cut from the batter. And it gives him a half chance, and a slower one, which was that one that Plachi does, and it bowls it short. But like it happened, I saw it happening with Mo Manak earlier on, that once he's finished playing, the ball was still coming, and it catches the outside edge of the bat. And fortunately, again, even in that case, it just dropped in no man's land where there was no fielder, and safe for the batter.
Yeah. Just wondering how much of bowling can he do. He's been running in all afternoon, giving his captain good deliveries, restricting the batsmen, making them play. How much of energy does he have? A half-hearted shout. Empire's not moved.
Yeah, Empire, Andre Olivier, not interested there. I think they were shouting for a nick or caught behind, but as you mentioned, the Empire not really interested. In fact, only the 2 fielders, the keeper and the first slip went up. The bowler was not really that interested.
Trying to buy a wicket, it's possible at times. You know, when you've had or you have been in the sun for the entire day, sometimes you may just test the Empires if they're still awake or within the same game that you're playing.
Yeah, anyway, any which way they come now, I'm sure Dafabet Warriors will appreciate. And as he clips that one, looking for 2, but not, Kashile does a good work as a keeper to run around and pick that one up and stop them from even thinking of the second run.
Kashile, very energetic young man, and I'm really impressed at how good he is. Looked like he was going to have one of those innings unfortunately ran out of partners.
Yeah, Siaplachi now coming in to bowl his last one to finish his 12th over and bowling it to Dilano Potgieter. And Potgieter just jabs it, picks it up, 1 bounce 4, that vacant third man area to close off the over, and that takes the DP World Lions to 165 for 4 after 47, and that lead is now creeped up and it's gone to 362.
When you look at it from where we are sitting, it looks like a whole lot of runs, but you just need 2 or 3 batsmen that can score 100, 250s if possible, and then you have the rest of your players chipping in with their 20s and 30s, and you can get to the score. But for now, we don't know what the Lions are going to declare on. There's 2 days left to play in this match. There's lots of cricket to play. There's lots of cricket to watch from these two sides.
Yeah, no, definitely. And if we just go across to Mangaung Oval in Bloemfontein, remember the Knights, they are chasing Hollywood Best Dolphins, who scored 570. They are currently on 110 for no wicket down. And you move across to Potchefstroom at JB Max Oval, where Gold Rush Boland scored 594 for 6. And currently, Northwest Dragons are on 128 for 1. It looks like there's lots of runs around Mbali.
Yeah, we did speak about Black Friday. It seems like it's a run-friendly weekend. Don't know if you can't help but feel sorry for the bowlers. So let the batsmen shine this week.
Yeah, good ball there from Ethan Frosler. And one thing I must say about this particular game here is that the Dafabet Warriors, their batsmen, owe these bowlers a drink to tonight, because these guys have been grafting. They bowled yesterday 93 overs, and while they thought they would have their feet up today, here they are again. Currently, they've bowled 47 overs, and it looks like they'll be bowling some more going towards tomorrow when they were supposed to be relaxing. So the batsmen definitely owe these guys a drink tonight.
Definitely toiling in the sun. This partnership is now worth 27 runs as it keeps growing. These batsmen are definitely growing in confidence, and the Dafabet Warriors will definitely want to make sure that they get rid of these two before at the end of play today, just to have, a bit of an advantage. Solid there.
Yeah, solid defense that from Esterhuizen, solid like a rock. This 5-4 field by Ethan Frosler, quite interesting, because if you look, he's now maintained the one slip with the gully, and he's dropped that man deep down to that position. It's a point on the boundary, deep. It's not even a sweeper. Then he's got these two men who are looking for the drive. I don't know if he's looking for them to get a catch, because they are very close to they are not even, if we were talking white ball cricket, we would say they are way even inside the circle. But I don't know if he's looking for a drive, hoping that he might just drive one early and get caught in that region.
But also, he's maintaining a very straight line. He does not have any room for error. If any ball just is slightly pitched up, he is definitely going to free his arms, and there are plenty of scoring areas, especially in front.
Yeah, just like that one. Those are easy runs. You just block it and knock it into that region, and that guy, the boundary, you just hit it straight to him on the ground, and you know you got easy one. And that finishes the 48th over and takes the DP World Lions score to 166 for 4 after the 48th over, and that lead to 363.
Runs keep piling up. You start thinking as a skipper, when do you think I can declare? As the opposition skipper, you start thinking, how many runs is he going to declare on? Are my batsmen fit? Are they in the right frame of mind? And for me, as a skipper, you'd want the likes of Matthew Bretzke, who's just been called up to the Proteas this morning to replace Vian Melder, to actually make his mark, get his eye in prior to leaving for the second test against Sri Lanka. That will do him a world of good and do his confidence a world of good if he could get runs in this innings. Unfortunately, this morning, after we spoke about him being called up, he did not really stay long in the crease to actually score runs that you can say they make a difference.
And still bowling from the golf course end is Sia Plachi. Very impressive, going on now to his 13th over.
When you are on form, you just say to the captain, just give me the ball. I have the energy.
You're a young man, so energy will be plenty. But as you know, energy also gets demoralized by not getting wickets.
And starts with a short one. That's the first one, this over. Seems to be bowling short to corner Oosthuizen. He wants to see if he can pull or hook the ball. He wants to see if he has that shot in his armory.
Yeah, and that short pitch ball, you can see that the plan is, because they've opened a big gap for him. They want him to cut, aiming to pierce the gap and hoping that if he does cuts it high, and that guy at the boundary can manage to catch it. But if he's mistimed it or it's on the ground, they know that he's going to stop the boundary, and at least maybe, if anything, he gets one run.
But also, it looks like the pitch is slowing down also. I can see that Sia is really bending his back, but the pitch has slightly slowed down.
I would rather say maybe it's the bowlers getting tired, not that the pitch is getting slow, because 13 overs on a beautiful sunny day like this can be quite taxing on any bowler.
Including the heat. What a beautiful delivery.
Went through everything that went through, missed the bat and missed the stumps. Fortunately, though, for Connor Easthuizen, did nothing, because he's still there to continue to see another day. I think, like you mentioned earlier, I don't think Dominic Hendricks, the captain of DP World Lions, will be thinking of declaring now any stage. That is for tomorrow. He would want his batters, bowlers to relax as much as possible. Don't even think about bowling today. And tomorrow, I'm sure the instruction is going to be, let's go out guns blazing, so that we can get as close as possible to the score that we want, so that we have enough time to bowl at Dafabet Warriors.
Another great delivery played by Conor Easthuizen and fielded on mid-on rather. So great cricket all round, where you have your bowler and a batsman playing the ball and the fielder just tidying up the job.
Yeah, if you look at how Sia Plachi walks back after delivering a ball, if you compare him to earlier on, you can see that energy is slowly going away. He's getting tired because, as you know, there are two bowlers short, so they are now trying to fill up wherever they can.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Ouch.
Having said that, Plachi still got the energy to bowl a bouncer and managed to get the back of Connor Easthuizen, and they're hitting him at the back with that short one.
Yeah. Doesn't look like he'll need any medics running around. He's a big, strong boy. I mean, he's a keeper. Surely has been hit by cricket balls most of his life.
Yeah, tough bagger, this Connor Easthuizen, so he's not going to want to show pain. He's going to take it on the body. And sometimes you need those kind of batsmen, especially in these stages as well, where he can continue going, continue batting, because the task is still at hand and they still need to perform it. And Sia Plachi bowls another one short to finish off the over, and that takes them to 166 for 4 after 49 overs.
Still with the lead of 363 runs. I'm just hoping that Sia can say, Skipper, give me a break. I think at this point in time it would be wise to bring in Diego Rosier as the spinner from the other end, because I doubt that the Lions will want to play attacking cricket, but try and consolidate and make sure when they end the day they still have these two that are currently at the crease going to, returning tomorrow morning. That's the thinking that I have. But obviously, the Dafabet's Warriors skipper was probably thinking, if I can get 2-3 more wickets before stumps today, I would have won the session.
Yeah. Change of bowling, and bowling for the first time today is Andile Mukhokane. So very, very interesting. And but then again, I'm not surprised because Ethan Frost has been going on this side, and I wouldn't be surprised if they change Blachi on the other end. So let's see what Mukhokane will bring to the table.
Straight on the money, the first ball. Andile Mukhokane, right arm medium. He needs to do the job. He must try and break this partnership that's developing, that's currently, building up a good lead for the Lions.
Yeah, good one that from Mukhokane. It looks like he's got a nice, lovely action. I mean, he's running in nice and smooth, nothing hectic, and just builds up the pace as he gets to the gather to then bowl. So it looks like he's got something.
He does have something, Colin. He does have something to offer his skipper there. It's not about just filling up the overs. You want somebody that will come in and create chances and take wickets.
And as we say that he bowls one just down leg and nice and easy for Potgieter to just clip it for one on the leg side.
Definitely have gotten their eye in these two batsmen. The partnership is with 29 runs now with contributions of 15 and 13.
Yeah, and as I mentioned earlier, because the instruction would have come out earlier to say there's so much time left in the game, or for not necessarily the game, but today. So let's try and keep the wickets, and you guys stay on until close of play today, and you'll continue tomorrow. So that also changes your approach as a batter, because now you know that you can't go full on and play those big shots. Now you're just going to be clipping it and nudging it around to get those ones and twos, and just survive until tomorrow, because I know once they take a break today, in the change room they'll discuss the approach now for tomorrow to say, we now know that we've tired them down today, so they'll still not be 100% fresh tomorrow, and we just, now maybe tomorrow we come out guns blazing just to score the runs slightly at a quicker rate, because as you see now, I mean, they are running easy at about 3.3 runs and over, and they'll want to increase that tomorrow so that they get that lead to where they want it as quick as possible, and then start having a go at the Warriors batsmen maybe tomorrow, just maybe after lunch.
And also the runs, as you can see, the batsmen are starting to tire down. Even the shots are not that convincing. Yeah, glad to let it go. If it doesn't bother you as a batsman, if it's not on your stumps, you can let it go. If it's coming behind you, let it go. That's definitely the plan, what you are talking about. Just making sure that you survive the afternoon and making sure that you are able to come back tomorrow. But there's still plenty of cricket left for the day.
Yeah, good over from Mukhokane. That his first over went for 1 run, and it takes that score to 167 for 4, and that lead to 364, and that's 50 overs bowled on the board by DP World Lions. And for the day, there's still about 25 overs to go.
I doubt we'll be able to get in all those 25 overs unless they decide to bring in spinners who will bowl quicker.
Looks like there's a bowling change from the golf course end.
It is a bowling change. Opening batsman Jordan Herman now takes the ball and wants to do the job for his skipper. Surely he's trying to, make sure that they get a couple of overs in before the end of the day.
Yeah, Herman becomes the 8th bowler for the Dafabet Warriors today. And I'm sure now they're just trying to relieve the bowlers who've been bowling because they've done some hard yards. So while we still need to bowl 25 overs today, let's now look where or who can bowl those 25 overs.
It's very surprising at times is that the person you go to actually fill up overs is the one that will surprise you and break the partnership.
Yeah, maybe sometimes that's what you want, and that's why we say this is a funny game, because all those who've worked hard to pick up wickets, and then you bring a part-timer who doesn't really work too much on his bowling and comes in and picks up sticks.
You can see that he's not one to bowl, he's not too sure of his line.
A bit of a start and go for him.
But so far so good, no runs off this over, and that's the most important thing for him, as to just bowl straight. At this point in time, it's about bowling straight. When you've done well as a part-time bowler, the next game you want to raise your hand and the skipper says, no, actually.
Yeah, if there's one thing about batsmen, they don't want to get out to a part-timer. So they'll play him with caution because they don't want to be embarrassed and say, here, you got out of Herman, who's not really an out-and-out bowler. But that's the name of the game.
With that over ending, it is 167 for 4 with the lead of 364 by the Lions, and a change in commentary. Mpendulo Makubane comes back. Mpendulo, the last hour of this game, how crucial is it for the both sides? What is the most important thing to do as a bowling unit? What is the most important thing to do as a batting unit? What do you do?
The options are tough and the options are limited for Warriors. We mustn't be fooled over the fact that they are using 8 bowlers. They've lost Olivia, they've lost Bear Swanepoel, but they've gotten 4 wickets in return. However, the way Potgieter and Esterhuizen are doing this, just taking their time, tiring the ball, tiring the bowlers, the Lions are playing the game exactly how they should be. And with the limited resources that the Warriors have, I suppose they too are trying their best with what they have. Blackie has been toiling it. Kruger and Frosler have also been putting in hard yards, but you can't bowl them forever.
Yeah. Unfortunately, right at the end there, one could see that they had been tiring down. They were no longer running in as hard as they were earlier in the day, but they were still delivering the ball, but not much quicker. But that's definitely not going to get any wickets. It's just snatched around the corner for 1 run.
For what it's worth, though, Andile Mohakane will have fresh-ish legs. He didn't bowl in the first innings. He didn't bat for long when he was batting, and only now he's coming into bowl, and he's quite something with the ball. He can deliver the ball in high 120s, low 130s when he's on his groove. But that one has just been cut away a little bit short, a little bit wide, not to Connor Esterhazen. He's going to take it away for 4.
Yeah. Such deliveries definitely deserve to be dispatched to the boundary. This partnership now with 35 runs, Connor Esterhazen and Delano Potgieter. Surely the message from the skippers, you guys just need to be there at stumps at the end of the day. Just play a very patient cricket game. Don't try and do anything fancy.
They're doing it well here. The damage has already been done with those 4 runs. Don't need to take any further risks. Delano Potgieter, surely he also wants a piece of this magic to just hit the ball around. He's fond of that. We talked about it earlier on.
Yeah. I've actually seen him playing the shorter format of the game, and I was on the receiving end.
What happened?
So Saturdays one tends to play LMS cricket, and there's a team that he plays for. Luckily I was not on the playing side, but my team was on the receiving end, hence I say I was on the receiving end. Very first ball of the game, choose a Saturday afternoon, we were picking up the ball from the road. So you've got 5 deliveries to bowl, 4 of them went for 6, and the other one went for 4 runs.
The pain.
As I tell you the story, you can tell that, it doesn't matter as long as your teammate is on the receiving end. Sometimes as a fielder, you just go, hey, it's a good thing it's not me.
It's not me, Baba. Yo. You feel for him every single time, and that's the thing. You're just, in as much as it's a team game, when you are batting, it's you making the decisions. When you're bowling, it's you making decisions in that situation as well. So you can think as much as you want. The execution is upon your hands. Jordan Herman here has just conceded his first runs.
I guess that will be the second runs he concede for the afternoon.
Love the work here by Esterhazen and Potgieter. Partnership has steadily grown up to 37 runs, and with the field spread out the way it is, it's just going to be them trying to work the gaps.
Yeah.
Looking to get those ones, looking to get those 2s. Deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long off, deep point.
But as a part-time bowler, when you are not going or you're not conceding too many runs, you gain a bit of confidence. Just now, every now and then, you'll want to bowl.
Big appeal, and he strikes. Jordan Herman, he didn't do it with the bat, but here he is coming in with the ball. You spoke about the hard-timers, every now and then being dangerous. Delano Potgieter has been trapped LBW on 17 runs.
Would also be very interesting to see if the Lions would send a night watchman. Would you send one as the skipper, or you would send your normal regular batsman? Just make sure that you don't come out or you don't lose your wicket tonight. It's almost the end of the day.
Definitely not what Potgieter wanted. You are saying these 2 want to go until the end of the day, and unfortunately, it's not the case. Jordan Herman comes in around the wicket, the ball straightening into the pads of Delano Potgieter. just played around it, didn't play the correct line, and umpire Olivier sticks him.
I mean, as with that wicket, it just gives the Warriors a bit of an edge to say, you know what, this afternoon, this very last session for the day, we definitely have won it.
Don't count your chickens before they hatch, because the next man coming in is ultra dangerous. You see the name of Mohamed Manak, 49. You see the name of Joshua Richards on 44. But right at the top in the first innings for the DP World Lions, you see Hendricks on 89. Beyond 14, scoring 50 from 59. And here's the man walking in. It's the 100th time he will be batting in first-class cricket. And boy, oh boy, would he want to make it a memorable one.
Indeed, and he's one player that is not afraid of playing shots. He is definitely not afraid to let the bat go or throw the bat at everything that's coming his way.
Just so why he's made it into the crease. Thief of a wicket from Jordan Herman. Team coming in with basically no spin bowlers, losing their two frontline, their strike bowlers in Dwan Olivier and Beash Swanepoel. They called Jordan Herman, who bowled a maiden in his first over, to just hold the fort. And instead of taking him on, the Lions said, yeah, let's be careful. But in their care, it wasn't careful enough as he sneaks one through Delano Borgeder.
Unfortunately, that's what happens. You know, sometimes you play casually to a part-time bowler thinking he possesses no danger, only to find out he is the man that's going to get you out.
A situation here for the Warriors where they're halfway through the batting lineup of the Lions. The Lions broke down quite considerably last week against their game in Western Province here at the Wanderers Stadium, scoring 121 in their second innings after a glorious 403. So now they've gone a little bit better, and one of their informed players is on strike.
Yeah, he just needs to stick around till close of play today. He definitely can hold the fort and definitely can hold the bat. It would be very wise for him just to get his eye in and make sure that come tomorrow morning, he and Esthazen are able to come back. That's the most important thing. You can't be throwing your wicket away. Wickets are very pricey at this point in time, very costly for the team. Although the lead looks very meaty, but you still want to frustrate and play on your opponent's mentality, or play a mental game and make sure that when they go to the hotel tonight, they still think, oh, we need to go back and bowl tomorrow.
There's one thing that will happen, that Bjorn Fortuin will come in and he will look to hurt. There's 45 more minutes of cricket to be played with 22 overs, or 6 o'clock coming first. So we're most likely going to hit 6 o'clock here this evening. And Bjorn Fortuin is a quick fire batter. He already has 200s this season to partner his 50 that he scored yesterday. And we can tell you for free that those 100 runs and that those 50 runs did not come at a snail's pace. He was going for it.
Yeah, I was very fortunate to see the other 100 that he scored against the Titans. He just walked in and the Lions looked to be in a spot of bother and he just dug them out. Remember that the Thursday, that's like 2 Thursdays ago, a fortnight ago, he came in, did the job, just like Conor Esthazen is doing right now, playing a forward defensive shot, looking very solid, looking very confident.
Connor Esterhazen during last year, December, when there was a lot of cricket going around and the teams were spread a little bit thin. South Africa A were playing India A, and he had an opportunity to represent South Africa A against India A in that series, which gets wrapped into the pads this time, but no appeal from the Warriors. And in that game versus India, he scored a very blitzy and meaty 48 runs, smashing the ball all around. And we saw him in the T20 competition with a couple of really good scores. So he's one who can also club it around.
Yeah, like I said, I've seen his wrath. My team has been on the receiving end from him in the past. While we just keep our eye in Durban in the first test, it is of course the third day where South Africa take on Sri Lanka. In the second innings, Sri Lanka were bowled out. In the first innings, Sri Lanka were bowled out for 42. That is yesterday afternoon. And South Africa went on to bat again, scoring a huge amount of runs. And Sri Lanka currently in the second innings, the score is 99 for 4.
It's tough down there in Durban. The heroics of a couple of years ago, not here for the Sri Lankans, but it's just the first game of 2, with the second one going to be happening in Gqeberha. If you want to watch that, make sure that you grab your tickets at cricket.co.za. It's going to be starting on the 5th of December at Dafabet St. George's Park.
PT, for this one, I can't say I'm definitely going to be there.
You'll be there in spirits because the Protea fire burns wherever you are. Not DNA, just RSA.
Yeah, definitely going to be there in spirit. Definitely, you know, as much as when you watch cricket, especially when it's on TV, you can't help but enjoy the band that is playing in Gqeberha too. They are part and parcel of the game. You can't have a test or a cricket match without the band in Gqeberha. They just add, I think they make the TV a bit livelier when you watch. Because you, as much as you're watching, there's also the music in the background.
Now imagine how it must be like for the people who are in the stadium. The team that we are watching here comes from that stadium, so they will know exactly what it is. They bring a bowling change, though, from the golf course end with Diego Rogia. Okay, quick delivery to start things off, but it's easily picked away by Connor Esterhazen. They run a juice.
I think as a captain, I would have gone for a spinning option right now, have spinners operating from both ends. It's already late in the day. Make sure that he seems to be bowling them very quick. Just wants to go through the over. Another run added to the scoreboard.
Find it very strange that they didn't bring back Jordan Herman.
Yeah, I guess he's done his job for the day. He just needed to break that partnership and the right man to call on, and has done the job for the skipper. I guess he's the one that deserves a drink tonight.
Job's not done yet. Not just yet. But also at the end of the day, you look at it, it's Bjorn 410. Bjorn 410 is a far more aggressive player. And actually, both these players are relatively aggressive. Like you kept on talking about the part-timer. When the part-timer comes in, there's an idea that the batter can get away with a bit more than what they think they can. And so, with attacking players on either side, you are opening chances to actually grab wickets if you continue with a person like Jordan Herman.
Because also you get irritated as a batsman to say, why are they letting this one bowl to me? I want proper bowlers. And that's where you start making mistakes.
And furthermore, there might be an inkling in the Lions that says, let's try and pick up the pace and just create more damage. before tomorrow comes. And what they're doing now is not doing damage by one big blow, but rather it's through a million jabs, just slicing and going through your guard and tiring you out with all of these singles.
They always say, if you want to eat an elephant, you start with the small chunks. You don't go for the big piece of meat. You start cutting it bit by bit. With that being said, that's the end of the over. It's 182 for 5 after 55 overs. This partnership really, really building.
It's a good lead as well by the DP World Lions, currently sitting on 379 runs. And it keeps on growing as they have 5 wickets in hand and 2 more days of cricket to go alongside the 40 minutes we have remaining today.
So it'll be interesting to see the ploy, bringing on the bowlers. I think it's CJ King coming back, having a last go.
He's bowled 8 overs, CJ King. He's also gone for a couple of runs, 4 runs to the over. Ooh. You'd probably want to bring that down. But surely they wouldn't mind a little bit of pace coming onto the ball with the pitch having slowed down. It's going to be easier for the batters to express themselves, particularly the one on strike. CJ King bowls to Bjorn Fortuin.
That's just one there. Bjorn is always looking to get runs. I don't think he's in tune with the team. He may have been told, listen, go make sure that you're out there at the end of the day. And he comes here, he wants to keep getting the runs on the board.
Amongst the top run scorers in the season so far, he packs the highest strike rates up in the 90s. Connor Esterhuizen is up into the air and he has been snatched at deep square leg. A tantalizing short delivery by CJ King, and Connor Esterhuizen cannot help himself. Neither can the catcher in the deep, as it's now 6 wickets gone for the DP World Lions.
That's a very, very good catch to take. If you look at the positioning of the fielder and you look at where the sun is, how he had to run in and dive forward, clearly that is a man that has got a very good eyesight. I'm not too sure if he had his glasses on, but I wouldn't have seen that as much as I would have been wearing my sunglasses. That is a really, really great catch. These are the types of catches that change, the situation for the team. These are the type of catches that bring confidence to the team. We spoke about the team and not losing wickets, but here are the 2 wickets to be lost right now. That's a great catch. It is a great catch indeed.
Right in the deep, Jean du Plessis. He's not playing in the game, he's in for Dwan Olivier. Takes a beautiful catch in the deep, like you said. Every factor, the ball is dying on him, the sunlight. It hits flat as well. The trajectory is not helping him either. Phenomenal batter, Jean du Plessis, showing what he's got in the field as well.
In fact, the odds were stacked against him, but he defied the odds.
And Connor Esterhuizen just giving it away, he'll feel like, because you might believe that it was definitely there to be hit. Caught in 2 minds. Do I hit it big over the top, or do I keep it down to the ground and just hit it into the air and gets caught? Brings in batter number 8 now for the DP World Lions. Cody Yusuf joins Bjorn Fortuin.
And also taking into cognizance that time of the day, remember, there's something that's playing at the back of his mind. I need to make sure that I survive, or do I go the full swing, probably for 6?
Hesitation equals defeat in a competitive environment. Have to be absolutely decisive on what move you take and stick to it. And it is that belief and it is that confidence that rewards the risk. Saw the short ball coming from CJ King, full belief in his idea despite the situation being stacked against him, despite Connor Esterhazen being a tall batter who is known for his aggressive stroke play. Goes for the short ball anyway, full belief that his field has got his back, and so they did. So sometimes that's all you need. But then if you hesitate, you mistime the ball through your shot, or you bowl a long hop and you fetch it in the stands.
But do you still give the lower order batsmen the very same orders you gave to your top batsmen? Or do you say just go have fun? Just make sure that you're there at the end of the day. That's the most important thing.
The onus will be on the man who's on strike now, Bjorn Fortuin, to try and control the strike as much as possible. He'll probably be looking for a single right now or on the ball after that. So I'll probably look for it in the next ball so he can try and preserve as much strike as possible. So the job for the tail end and the bowlers right now is to just try and get the one so that the batter who is in better form and who has better technique is able to deal with the threats of the bowlers and score the runs.
He fancies himself as a batsman. I doubt.
Just appealing for the ball going down the legs. There's nothing to give as umpire Jele denies the appeal. It's 56 overs gone here at the iconic DP World Wanderers Stadium. The DP World Lions on 184 for 6, but effectively are on 381.
Yeah. You know, it's a very good lead. It's a very healthy lead. It's a lead that you can defend with ease. It's a lead that gives you sleep at night. But at the very same time, you cannot be complacent as a bowler. You still need to stick to the script. You still need to stick to the plan. Imagine from being in such a position to losing the game. That would be a disaster.
Application of mind, application of skill. Application of mind is very important because the game is played in the head. Cody Yusuf gets a full toss and rightfully gets Bjorn Fortuin back into strike. Bjorn Fortuin, he has scored 100 in each of the last 3 seasons. Bear in mind, this man also last season was the top wicket taker of the tournament. He scored a sensational 100 against the Warriors 2 seasons ago. Last season, he did it against the Dolphins. This season, he's done it twice.
So he's definitely got 100 in him in every season.
And in this season, he's kicked up a different little bit of a gear. There's heavy competition happening in the left spin department. George Linda is raising his arms. Senoran Mutsusami, he's in the South African side. Place not really solidified just as yet. You even have the likes of Carl Simmons from Western Province, who are all these left-arm spinners who know how to wield a bat.
And also it seems like there's an abundance of left-arm spinners. I guess when you start looking for spinners, you go, are you lefty?
And that ends the over. 59 gone, 186 for 6.
For kids, it's very easy. If he wants to be a spinner, you start seeing the kid bowling with his left arm. Just know he wants to be a spinner.
You teach them while they are young, I suppose. A wealth of spinners also around the country. Siasi Metu plays for the Warriors, outstanding in the T20 competition. He's really good in the T20 form, hasn't gotten his chance. In the first class, just as yet, Siasimethu Mahema, who plays for Boland, he's also there. Warriors don't have Mutusami, who is playing for South Africa. So they're everywhere, these left-arm spinners. Oh, gorgeous delivery from King. Absolutely superb. Great take from Kashile. And that is the end of Bjorn Fortuin.
This is definitely a session that has been won by the Dafabet Warriors. 5 wickets in this session with still plenty more. They now believe that they can wrap up these innings in the next few minutes, 30 minutes to be precise. I saw one of the batsmen who had already prepared to go home quickly rushing in to put on his pants and put on his pads. This is definitely a game of cricket, an exciting game of cricket. You know, at some point, the score was 100 with the loss of 2 wickets. Now it's 186 for the loss of 7 wickets with 3 more wickets. And now the belief is that tomorrow it doesn't look like the Lions should bring their batting kits.
It's a beautiful catch from Kashile. Diving down low to his right. It was tucked for space, Bjorn Fortuin. Superb bowling from CJ King. And indeed, they might have been looking to relax now, the Lions batters, and all of a sudden, they are being called on to come and play. They might have to come in tomorrow and actually bowl if it continues like this.
Yeah, it looks like it. Tsepo Moreki is another one playing his 100th match today. What is needed from him is that he survives his last few overs. But CJ King has picked up 2 quick wickets, and that has given him the energy and the belief that they can wrap up this afternoon and just have to come and focus on the batting tomorrow.
Straight into the pads, big appeal. Umpire Jele immediately denies it.
Looked very close from where I'm sitting. Looked very, very close.
Sliding down that leg side, umpire Jele was pretty confident in his call instantly.
That's a great call from the world-renowned international umpire.
That's a good line from CJ King. Forced the player onto the front foot. Tsepo Moreki, though, he has worked on his batting over the last couple of months. Last season was the first time he scored a 50 in his first-class career, and then he went on to do it 2 times. So there is something there for him to work with and to probably take that lead up into the 420s for Lions. Oh, he showed no promise of that, though. Completely stuck in the mud with a phenomenal ball by King.
Yeah. This has been an amazing over for King. Getting a wicket. Nearly getting another one. The ball after that. Going for 1. And also that ball.
Short stuff. Bothersome from Moreki. Very bothersome. CJ King has definitely found a super rhythm here, working wonders for him. It goes past the slip cordon. Almost an opportunity, and it runs for 4.
I think the slip there was caught sleeping. It was definitely a chance that he did not see coming.
Superb stuff from CJ King. Moreki is living on the wire right now. But he is able to stabilize himself for the end of this tormenting over by CJ King. It's 7 down for the Lions. They lead by 389 runs. Commentary change. Mr. Colin Cloward joins us for the final phase of play. We should be going up right up until 6 o'clock, as we see some decent starts from the Lions, but none of them able to take it through.
Yeah, Mpendulo, very, very interesting session this by the Dafabet Warriors. Managed to get some momentum back their way. When we were thinking, when will the captain of DP World Lions, what is he thinking target-wise? We're speaking of 450 plus, and it's now looking like he might not have that option. The Warriors have done very well with so much little armory in their kit to actually come back and do very well, or do this well. They'll be quite pleased with themselves, and I'm sure they are now got their tails up, feeling that maybe we might have a chance to actually finish it off today, so that tomorrow we know that we've got full 2 days of chasing that 300. Currently the lead is at 389. Maybe let's not get them to give us more than, let them not get to 400 rather.
We saw how much torment they went through in the morning session. It was brilliant bowling from the Lions. And if the trend continues the way that it is, it looks like they'll get a chance to bowl again tomorrow in the first session again and have that opportunity to use those conditions.
Yeah, Mpendulo, one thing I must say about the batters of both teams, they've been slightly a bit unfair to the bowlers who were looking to relax and now being called on to come in and bat. And here is Cody Yusuf and Tsepo Moreki now batting when they were not thinking of being coming out to bat today.
And all of a sudden, it seems as if these Warriors bowlers have just gotten a second wind. There's fire behind their steps.
Yeah, no, most definitely. They can now see themselves that knowing that we've done the job. If we can limit them to 400 or just under 400, we would have done ourselves a huge, huge favor, when I'm sure everyone was talking, even ourselves here, when we were even looking across the country, the 500s being scored. We were thinking the DP World Lions would be looking at setting a target 450, close to 500. And here we are with a lead of 392.
The tricky thing is that you can never be certain on what the conditions will actually play like. And you sit and you worry if you can't get that lead to around 450 so, because now you are giving your opponents 150 overs to bat. And if those conditions do become a little bit more favorable to the bat, might be a very long toil for your bowlers.
Yeah, no, definitely. And Plachi coming in again there from the golf course end, looking to pick up these 3 other sticks that are left over. And as the batter nudges that one towards that mid-wicket area, that vacant mid-wicket area, to get 2 runs for himself and taking that score to 198.
200 runs might have been one of the landmarks that the Lions had in their plans. However, not at the cost of 7 wickets.
Definitely not. I think at this stage, that's why it was criminal of Esterhuizen and Potgieter, because they were in. They were the batters that were still supposed to be batting at this stage, to just make sure that they are still there in the morning, to then accelerate that run rate in terms of scoring. But here they are now sitting in the dressing room, and as we say that, he clips one above and safely there lands after a great attempt by the fielder there for 4 runs. And that brings or gives the DP World Lions 200 up, 202 for 7 after 58.5 overs.
It was a very tough effort from CJ King down at the bottom. He's been bowling so hard. And now they're asking him to try and take a spectacular Superman catch. Cricket can be cruel when it wants to. And the ball trickles over for 4.
Yeah, really, really unfair for these bowlers. They've worked hard. They've really earned their money. They've worked hard. It's been that kind of a day where they had to recover in terms of filling up for their 2 lost bowlers.
Hard lengths being bowled by Blaki here is really pushing the batters back onto their back foot. That's why you have Andile Mokhakane there who's under the helmet. There's also a sneaky little fella down at deep fine leg in Diego Rogia, just in case they have the gall to take him on. But after 59 overs, the Lions lead kisses 400, currently on 399.
Yeah, I think just for, if anything, if Lions, if there's one thing they could take home, is the lead. If once they can get it just over that 400, at least they'll have that confidence because runs on the board are a pressure point. So if they've got 400 plus, they might just go home feeling that, no, at least we've got some runs, and they'll take the confidence knowing that we bowled them out for under 100. We've got now 2 days to bowl at them. We back ourselves in getting them out before they reach that 400.
Slight appeal from the slip cordon, 2 straight from CJ King. Leg byes signaled by umpire Jele, and it's more runs as the Lions take that lead and eclipse 400.
Yeah, that's fantastic from their side, and this is what Delano Potgieter and Connor Esterhuizen were supposed to be doing at this stage, just to make sure that at least we are now 206 for 5. We've got 403 lead, and we'll come back tomorrow with a bang and bet maybe for that first session to take that score as close as possible to 500 and declare and let the Dafabet Warriors chase.
And also now, if Yusuf and Moreki are able to keep their wickets right up until tomorrow, they have to face the dangers of what the morning conditions always offer the bowlers. And so then the Warriors will be hoping that they come in and just do quick work of that situation. Whereas if the Lions were 5 down with a Potgieter and a Esterhuizen, the sleep is not longer as comfortable for the Warriors, knowing that they have 2 powerhouse batters whom they still have to bowl for in the morning.
Yeah, no, definitely. So that's why I said the momentum has now shifted towards the Dafabet Warriors, and they are now slightly feeling confident with themselves. And there goes a short ball, and Moreki has a full swing at it. One thing about bowlers is that you will know, Pendulo, they'll have a go. The defense is not part of their skill. They don't back themselves in not that they don't back themselves, but they just back themselves in scoring runs and playing shots.
At the end of the day, their function is not to look cute down there. Function is to close the innings. Moreki, he's getting battered by CJ King. You must be careful, CJ. He still has to face the music from Moreki as you see him rub his hammy.
Yeah, and looking at how the bowlers were bowling, Cody Yusuf, and in fact all the 4 bowlers from the Lions, he must be very, very careful.
Lead trickles up to 404 for the Warriors. But you look at the fact that they've taken 7 wickets without their 2 main bowlers. And then you sit and you wonder then, Prakole Noguti, what would have happened if the Lions actually enforced the follow-on and asked the Warriors to bat again?
Yeah, I still say it would have been a completely different game. It would have been a completely different game in a sense that it would have put the Lions in full control of trying to maneuver or try and move this game towards a win. At this stage, yes, they've got now a 405 lead, but I can tell you now, it's not what they would have wanted. I'm sure they would have wanted more, and they would have wanted to finish it off tomorrow, knowing that now we've got enough on the board, and we're confident that we can defend it.
The Warriors are doing this with bodies which are 90 overs in the sun from yesterday. Imagine if a Maphage and a Yusuf and a Sipamla were running in these conditions with all of their fresh energy. The Warriors already battered over the fact that they were bundled out for under 100 runs. I rate there would have been a huge opportunity for the Lions to bundle them out again for less than their required runs, which at the time were 197.
Yeah, and at that stage, remember, their confidence was low. They would not be, once you get bowled out for 90 odd, when you come back to bowl, you remember how you got out. And now you've got that at the back of your mind to say, I don't want to get out that way. So you sort of get into a defense mode. And that's what the Lions could have played on in terms of having Warriors backs on the wall. But I just feel with allowing them to go back on to bat again, it just gave like as it is now, it gave a little bit of momentum towards the Warriors side, and they would really go to the hotel. And as we say that, Plachi bowls him beautifully, middle stump. What a fantastic ball by Plachi to get rid of Cody Yusuf.
Superb stuff from Siyaplaki. To be very honest, he deserves all of the wickets that he's getting. My word, has he been toiling. But there's something fishy when the bowlers are coming down from the golf course end with inconsistent bounce. Just aim from the stumps and you're going to get yourself into the money here. Cody Yusuf couldn't handle Siyaplaki's delivery. Just playing inside the line of the ball, nothing wrong with the length, nothing wrong with the pitch, everything wrong with how Cody Yusuf approached the ball as it nipped away from his bat. A classic fast bowler's delivery, that's Colin, top of off stump.
That's exactly what coaches are looking for. When they coach a bowler, they tell him bowl it top of off stump. And that's exactly what Plachi did there to dismiss Cody Yusuf. Fantastic ball. It deserves your words of saying gorgeous bowling.
It's super stuff. Starting his guard wide. He doesn't walk in to cover his stumps. And he loses his wickets. It's 208 for 8. Lutosi Pamla walks in at number 10.
Yeah, Luto would be familiar with these players because he's a former Warrior player himself. So they would know his weakness in terms of batting. But also, typical bowler is also another one who's a stroke player. He'll come in and just look to play his strokes.
He bowled really well. He was in good rhythm when he was bowling. Watching him from behind, it's like he flies and glides through the air. But now they need him for something a bit more different. Siyaplaki, he's the one currently having some fun with the ball. Body's tired, but that all goes away once you just stride into a good rhythm.
Yeah, Sipamla's best is 36 runs at this level, and that's exactly what they would be needing now, the Lions. Those 36 runs would do them great in bringing them closer to just over that 450. Currently, the lead is sitting at 405.
Gorgeous bowling. My goodness. What are you doing, Siyaplaki? Where did you find this energy? He's bowling so well.
So well. After 14 overs, he's bowling fantastically well. And it looks like all of a sudden he's just picked up energy from somewhere. I must say there was something in that tee because after tee, the Warriors looked a bit different. And they've had 2 good spells now where they've picked up 6 good wickets.
All of those good starts from the Lions dwindled and disappeared as you go into the middle to lower order. The 40s and 30s changed into 10s, now into single digits. And Lutosi Pamla is fighting for his life here against Siyaplaki. And the most important thing here, you look at his figures, 65 years, he was very inconsistent in his first couple of spells. He was being hit to the left, being hit to the right, being hit everywhere because he couldn't get into a consistent rhythm. But what he's doing differently now, Colin, is that he's being okay with being boring and just keeping it in the same area.
Yeah, no, 100%. And that's exactly what would be required from him. And he's bowled brilliantly well. As I say, just after tea, the Warriors have clearly the instruction or whatever they talked about during tea, that tea break has definitely worked.
Good stuff, this from Siyaplaki. Really good stuff. Keeping Moreki and Sipamla on their toes. You could be a little bit more aggressive with those 2 wickets remaining. You have a deep backward point there. Why is he standing so far? Getting him into an attacking position whilst you have Sipamla and Moreki a little bit shaken up.
Yeah, I think as a bowler, you'd think, well, a bowler would not hit me straight into that region. Maybe let me put on an extra slip. I like the fielder that they've got behind the batter under the helmet.
Good shot from Moreki. It's easily blocked by the follow-through of Siyaplaki. We have 9 more minutes of play remaining today. The Lions are effectively on 406 for 8.
Yeah, that and takes the score to 209 for 8 after 61 overs, and that lead sitting at 406. Who do you think would be happier at this stage between the two teams, Mbendula?
When you just look at the scoreboard itself, of course it's going to be the Lions. However, contextually, you look at how the game should have been from the situation the Lions found themselves coming into bat again. So they'll feel like they could have done more, the Lions, and therefore the Warriors have somehow kept themselves into the game by limiting this required run that they'll be chasing. So slightly the Warriors might have some ease with the 2 days to go, but it's definitely the Lions having the upper hand. Even with that good ball, it's still the Lions who have the upper hand in the game.
And I'll ask you another question. Given the situation, knowing that the changeover takes, if we look at the overs, 14 overs left, takes 2 overs, do you think if they declare now?
There's no more time, unfortunately. Changeovers is 10 minutes. We have 7 minutes remaining, unfortunately. Would have been nice to see them get 2 overs in, maybe strike, because seemingly the ball is still doing something. Banbali was talking about this over and over again. The importance of the Lions to just keep their wickets and bat again tomorrow. Just make them come in and bat a little and bowl a bit more. Make them field a bit more. Get the Warriors tired prior to them batting for the second time.
Yeah, initially I thought that was the plan, because once they came back from tea, the way Potgieter and Esterhuizen were going, because you could see they went into defense mode. They were no longer playing those big shots. Yeah, once in a while that loose shot, they'll cut it or hit it for 4. But other than that, they just played straight and just looking for ones. So you would think that was their idea, to say, let's take them up until tomorrow, and then we'll see what we do, maybe before lunch or just after lunch.
And probably that's why there'll be a part of Delano Potgieter who feel like he could have done better, losing his wickets to a meager defensive shot. And even with Connor Esterhuizen, in as much as he was going aggressive, he could feel like he could have handled that short ball a little bit better, because a batter at this level understands exactly the field that is presented to him. So he should have been aware of the player down in the deep. And you saw the ball was trying to be brought down, but the wicket was soft given the context of the game.
I'm sure Sipamla will remember that when it's his turn to bowl. But yeah, look, there were brilliant catches there. That one that was caught at the boundary there, and you guys mentioned it earlier, that it was right in the eye line in terms of the sun. And the one that Kweshile also took wasn't the easiest of catch. So, and taking in what time of the day they were taking those catches, it showed some fighting spirit from this Warriors team.
So deep down inside, Bracolin, with that score, below 500 runs with so much time in the game. You trust your bowlers that they're going to do the job. But the game of cricket is so funny because Jordan Herman scored 150 in the second innings versus Borland. You still have a Matthew de Villiers who is an absolute gun player. You have Andile Mokakane on his day, he can take you away. So you have all of these players who are complete threats for the Lions. And if they do get in and they don't lose their wickets, those 2 days will be valuable enough for them to chase down a score if it's under 500 runs. That's my only worry when it comes to the position for the Lions.
Yeah, no, definitely. The only thing that they've got going for the Lions is the fact that they've dismissed them for just under 100 in the first inning. So the Warriors will have that element of doubt. And remember, as a cricketer and as a batsman, the guy who got you out in the first inning, when you approach him the second inning, you've still got that at the back of your memory, and you find yourself slightly in playing in a defense mode because you don't want to get out to him again, and you also don't want to get out the same way you got out the first innings, which therefore tends to limit your scoring options, and that's what Lions maybe will be working on, that element of doubt.
Good stuff from Blaki. Oh, this is really good stuff. What a spell.
Yeah, this Splash has got some energy, I don't know from where, but at this time of the day, when we're about to close off, it's 3 minutes before 6 o'clock, and here he is still charging in. I said to Mbali this earlier on, I said all these batters of Warriors, they owe these bowlers a drink tonight because they've done some work that they were not supposed to have been doing now, but at least they've recovered slightly for them. Even yes, the lead is 407. It could have been worse.
And the one big thing that they've helped themselves with here, the Dafabet Warriors, is that they've given themselves less work to do tomorrow. Taking these wickets in this session was so vital for them. And I kind of understand why you have Siaplaki and CJ King giving their very last efforts as much as they can here today, because they want to make sure that tomorrow at least they bowl for no longer than 1 hour in that first session.
Yeah, I've seen so many games where we've decided that, and you find the number 10 and number 11 come in when we thought, no, just easy wicket, we're going to get in, get this wicket, get out. And the guys, I mean, if you remember in one international match, Pat Simcox even scoring 100, coming in late because the mindset of the bowler or the fielding team is already that, no, easy wicket, we're just going to get it and walk off, forgetting that you still need to bowl in the right areas, you still need to work hard in order to get that wicket. And that's the last thing that the Dafabet Warriors must do now. They must just finish strong. They've got them here, and they must just make sure that they get the 2 wickets and then give themselves a chance.
Well, they'll be happy that their head coach is... They'll be happy that their head coach is one of the Proteas' reliable spin bowlers of his time, Robin Peterson, who then understands those sorts of pressures that a bowling lineup will face right at the end of the innings, and surely he would never allow his team to fall into that trap.
Yeah, no, definitely. They mustn't drop their cards now. They must still continue. Tail up, as Platch has been doing, coming in. Now he's just clocking in the dot balls. And I think that's also gamesmanship, what you're seeing there between the batters. Just to kill that momentum slightly from Platches and just making sure that he doesn't bowl, just to offset the rhythm a little bit, but also just to calm the partner down, which is what Moreki is doing there with Sipamla.
Final ball of the day as the clock hits 6 o'clock too. Blaki is driven through the covers. The day will close off with a boundary from Luto Sipamla. You think the day will end with Luto, but it ends with 4 runs. Superb shots to close it off.
shift of momentum that just to close the day by Sipamla saying, I finished on top today. And we wonder what would happen in the change room, in the discussions, to say, are we going to come out with Mureki and Sipamla tomorrow to just bet a little bit more, or maybe even give them what I call the James Bond license to say, go there and shoot. Doesn't matter what you get, and we will make sure whatever you get is good enough, and we will then take it from there.
Tomorrow, day number 3 is known as moving day, and the day has moved along so quickly here today. The Lions on 214 for the loss of 8. Some handsome starts at the top, but just faded away at the bottom. Tapomoreki, Lotusopamla, they'll be coming back in tomorrow. But this is not the only innings we saw here today. A total of 18 wickets falling earlier on, and the Warriors were definitely shook when they were bowled out for 94, Bracolin.
Yeah, and if you look at that scorecard there, I mean, look at the stats. Plenty of stats. 44 from Josh Richardson, a 49 from Manak, a 23 from Hamza, a 24 from Esther Hazen, and maybe slightly not that much 17 from Potgieter, who was beginning to look good, you know. But those stats should have kicked on to at least not even one of them scoring a 50. And the bowling, what more can we say about Plachi, who you know bowled well and king, and they ended up picking 3 sticks each and putting DP World Lions at 214 for 8 after 63 overs, and the 2 of them being the pick of the bowlers. And at this stage, DP World at stumps, they've got a lead of 411 and a total of 214 for 8.
Those last 2 columns of 94 and 214 happened here today. 94 all outs for the Warriors. And so we've seen a day where it gave us 304 runs for 18 wickets in its 85 overs. We come back tomorrow at the iconic DP World Wonders Stadium. This production brought to you by Pitch Vision, and how outstanding it has been. Commentary by myself, Mpendulo Makubane, the one and only Mr. Colin Kowa, and Mbali Hlope. We'll come back with CSA with CSA YouTube channel right here at the iconic DP World Wonders Stadium. Take care. See you tomorrow.